I'm doing fantastic. Once more, stepping into the landmine field that is EULM. Lots of action, lots of great teams, and I'm excited to see everybody bringing it Sableye under the team because it's clearly going to be a fight over Sableye today, right, guys? Right? You're not going to do me dirty. You're not going to prove me wrong, right? Yeah, absolutely. Production, let's bring that up there because I want to take a look at these leaderboards. It's been a bit since I've been in here. I want to see who's at the top, who's at the bottom, who's winning, who's in that who's going to be in that trifecta life triangle. That was Rework Esport Gear, Rework Esport Core, and oh, there we go. Speaking of, it is Rework Esport Gear sitting at the top with 4 wins. We got Esport Core sitting in second place, 3-1, with 1 loss there. Team Int rounding out the third place slot, 3-1 as well. And then Los Duros rounding out the top 4. All right, but we also have MTZ Esports coming in at top 5, Supernova top 6, 1 and 3, but we also have Phantom Forces, and we have Italian Diff looking for their first wins in the league. So we got them trying to get those done, get that out of here, because we want to make sure we get the wins, because this isn't just any old day. This is the mid-seasonal, Nitera. Whoa, it seems like I'm talking to myself today, guys. Nitera is just a ghost today. He's off being kidnapped by Riot Games over into the League of Legends land. So they decided to take them on, kidnap them in. So you got Hyde for a little bit there, but this is going to be interesting as well. So we have Rework Esport Gear sitting at the top and the core. So that's going to be interesting to say the least, because with these two teams sitting at the top, being there, you know, like they have dominated week after week, game after game, and they have done a great job to do it. Rework Esport Gear hasn't been able to take a loss yet there for sets. So that's always great sitting at 8 points there. But Italian Diff, Phantom Forces, looking to get their first win there. They got to make a play. They got to get something doing it, because even though we are in the mid-seasonal right now, it's still going to be important to try to get that placement. Now, some Pokemon that I would absolutely love to see today. I mean, we did talk about Sableye, and we did talk about how I would love to see every team go on it. But one of the other Pokemon that I would absolutely love to see is Snorlax coming in here. Snorlax is a Pokemon that has great engage, a lot of good block. I think there's going to be a lot of fight over Blastoise, Trevenant, Crustle, all great defenders. I think Snorlax sitting off to the wayside there. And I know certain people in this call would love to see some Mega Lucario, but I think it's going to keep catching some... Are we able to hear Nitera? No, not yet. All right, Hyde's talking to the voices in his head once more. That's okay, guys. That's exactly what you want. Just me, myself, Nitera, and the invisible Nitera. So, oh my gosh. But no, Snorlax is a really strong Pokemon. A lot of supporters that I'd love to see too, Wigglytuff. I'd love to see Wigglytuff get picked up. We see typically the Latias, Blissey fight coming in. Oh, Kremi's a strong one. Eldegoss, always a second nature support Pokemon. But I think Wigglytuff has a niche coming in. We got that Sing, we got Rollout. We have a really interesting comp there that you're able to play around with it, but it's also a Pokemon that's really bulky, really tanky. If you have a lot of CC on the other team. That Starlight Recital going to be able to come in, do a lot of great things there. So that's always going to be great. I really hope some of the teams pick up some of these niche Pokemon. But again, when we get to the attackers, one of the niche Pokemon that Hyde would love to see, I mean, we've seen Talions, Mews, Raichus all day long. I want a team that has the bravery to be able to bring in a Duraludon. All right? That is a stationary target. I know you want to ban out Leafeon. I know you want to ban out that Talonflame there because speedsters are not on the high rise outside of select few. So I think Duraludon has an opportunity to come in. Its main threat, probably a Buzzwole, most likely a Machamp. But I think Duraludon has the potential to be that team ripper that it used to be in terms of going. Nitera is going in the voice. Are we able to hear Nitera yet? Not yet. No. Oh no. Poor Nitera. Cast into the shadow realm like Yugi. And he's just not. He's just the voice in my head. We've transformed. It's Hyde being supported by Nitera in the background. But only I can hear him. No one else can. He could literally say anything on stream right now, and no one would know. Watch, that was the... Oh my gosh. This is... But guys, how are you doing at home? I hope you all are doing well, because here in Unity Clash, we're doing great. We have a few technical issues going on here with the microphones, but you know what? It's okay. It's okay. It happens. All this system is telling us is like literally anybody else except Nitera into this cast. Please, please, anybody except them, you know? But they're also probably sensing that Nitera needs to finish the game that he's currently in. So guys, make sure you send the love and support their way so they can win that game quickly. They got to break those lanes, break those towers, and get back into some Pokemon Unite so that he can be that scoring expert we know he is. But, huh? All right, while we get that. While we are getting on top of that, though, the bans for this week, I'm just going to get confirmed production, what the bans are there, the global bans there, because just Sir Fetched, I'm told! Heck yeah! What does that mean? That means Meowth is live, baby! If you wanted a speedster that's able to have a sure hit on every move, Meowth's your guy. You want a sure hit on the Unite move, Meowth's your guy. If you want to randomly roll a Goal Getter, Goal Hacker, or a Fluffy Tail into your battle item that you have to use before your main battle item, Meowth is your guy. Because let me tell you, I love that ability, being able to just grab anything there. But I can't imagine the funny business that you'd be getting into. You're in the middle of a fight. You're ready to take them down. You've got your X attack or your eject ready to clutch out that KO. All of a sudden, you hit a wild Pokemon and you get hit with the Fluffy Tail, but there's no one around to use it on, and now your battle item, your one means of being able to secure it, is now locked. And then you die. You get KO'd. You get sent back to Nurse Joy, and then your team loses the pad, or the objective, or the game, you know? That is one of the risks you take with Meowth. You take that risk on of that gambling gotcha mechanic there, because what's great there is being able to have that gotcha coming in on your Pokemon rather than just the balls coming in as well. You know, you don't need just that gotcha machine on the main menu. You have to have it on your Pokemon as well. And Meowth is your guy able to bring it your way. So that is going to be a little bit on Meowth there. But some other Pokemon that I'd love to see, we did get some patch notes, all right? We did get patch notes. We did get to see a whole lot of Pokemon that have come to the forefront. Blaziken has been one of the dominant Pokemon picked away. One of the strategies of both Blaziken, Zacian that we have seen both in EULM, UCS Regionals, as well as many other grassroots events, both EU, NA, LATAM, Asia, is the fact that Blaziken gets away with almost anything the moment it sets up the overheat because it's unstoppable. Zacian, able to get away with almost anything because it's unstoppable in its Sovereign Sword Unite move. Well, that is no longer the case. So far, teams have not been overly affected by it. So you're more careful about when you're bringing these Pokemon in. You're more careful about when it is you're going to do this stuff because you're only hindrance resistant. You're not unstoppable like Machamp is coming in on that submission. Speaking of, holy heck, has Machamp stocks worldwide really increased there? So that's going to be amazing there. Sorry there. Oh, yeah, you know what? Let's take a look at some stats from last week as well. So we get to see some stuff coming in next week there, and there we go. Oh, look, it is! Look who it is. It's the Take-A-Ton Master themselves, Dioya, coming in with some stats there. So that's always great. But most banned Pokemon, Meow is sitting at the top with 17 bans. Man, even though you got that gotcha mechanic, even though it is a sure hit Pokemon, a lot of teams definitely don't want to bring it in there. Mega Charizard Y rounding out the second most, along with the bane of Nitera's existence, Mega Lucario. What do I mean by that? I mean Nitera would love to see some Mega Lucario action, and EULM just won't let them have it. That keeping it banned, it's a strong brawler. You don't want to let it getting offline. You don't want to get it going ahead. Now we have the Charizard Y coming in as well. Again, that number 2 ban slot, very, very important. Being able to shut that Pokemon down is crucial. If you're not able to handle it, ban it out. Blastoise, Mega Gyarados. These are great engage Pokemon there. Mega Gyarados coming in with the Unite move, that Dragon Current, being able to set up engages for teams to be able to go in and collapse, get the Mega Evolution. You hop on top of a backline character that doesn't want you on top of it, and it's deleted almost instantly. Blastoise going into Surf has been enormously dominant too coming into these games because Surf provides that extra level of shielding, that extra level of sustain that's now on the regular move rather than the plus move. So we get that a heck of a lot earlier, starting at level 7, and then we get to move that along there as well because Blastoise is able to get away, again, just like Blaziken, just like Zacian, with just about anything. The top 10 most played Pokemon, Umbreon, coming in at a 50% pick rate, but 100% win rate. All right, so it looks like, folks at home, that we are having technical issues across the board. It's not just here in the pod, it's also in the games. And we have Nitera with us as well. But we are going to... Oh, all right. We're going to go take a quick break as well while we try to sort these issues out. We appreciate the patience. Thank you for sticking around. And again, we're going to have some fire games in there, so don't go anywhere.
I'm just messing with you. Hello, trainers, and welcome back to Aeos Island. Once again, my name is Nitera. I'm the guy with the slick hair, and beside me is Jonathan, who is our happy laughing giant. We're gonna bring you some amazing games today, as I've been saying before. My mic completely told me that I wasn't saying anything to you, and my face was smiling at all of you. But we're gonna have some amazing games today. 8 teams going about it, and Jonathan, you've been through all the stats that we have here, and all the point scoring, and all the mumbo jumbo. What really matters here is the brawl in the streets, and how I play in the sheets. Pokemon Unite.
Whoa. Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like we have our first game on the docket. It is going to be Supernova versus Team Int. So this is going to be an absolute fire setup coming in. Team Int has done a lot of really cool stuff all throughout the league so far. Supernova's also done some really good stuff as well, so I'm excited to see these teams come up at it there. But now we're back, Nitera. We just can't give the people enough of our beautiful faces.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to see more of your beautiful face. But what is more important is to see the beautiful teams that are going to run into the games and how they want to draft their picks. Right now, we have a pretty strong ban across the board here, but I do see a mod that I will never, ever get banned, ever. I think Mega Lucario may be somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, Mega Lucario on the first pick already. The Supernova is ready to give Nitera that love they deserve. But we now go to Team Int. We see a lot of interesting Pokemon cycle through, but of course, they're going to go with the default Mewtwo Y. But Ellen bringing in the Mr. Mime.
Special picks across the board. I mean, I'm feeling a little Season 1 today as we go into that here. But of course, Duck walked up to this lemonade stand and he said to this man, what do you say? Hey, got these Supernovas, they need to be healed and protected. Yeah, I got one here, right here. Mega Lucario absolutely loves this pickup here. And as we go to the other side here, Dwayne is gonna need to pick something up for his team. It is looking a little bit like an assassin that they need in Team Int.
Yeah, Zika gonna be picking up that Urshifu. Wait, no! Gonna go into Pancakes there on the Buzzwall with the Hoopa. Double support combination, but it's not just double supporters. These are some tanky supporters too, so they're not gonna quite fill that defender role, but they are gonna be bulky enough to be on the front lines with the Buzzball, help them escape situations, help them throw down with the brawls. But Supernova says, you know what? We saw you hover the Urshifu, and we thought, hey, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and I'm happy to say that as we go about it here, last pick on the board, we have the Rapidash coming into the fray. Pick up the Urshifu from Pancakes from before. Last mod remaining. Maybe a Bruiser here. There it is. Blaziken, our God of Secure, is now in the field here. Gotta be honest with you, I like Team Int's composition a lot more than you think. But they've got Mega Lucario on the side, Supernova, and as the 1-3, as I was saying, we want to see comeback stories here today. This is one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. The comeback story be real there, and Rapidash could be the way to do it there. Mewtwo Y is a powerful Pokemon with a lot of great CC coming in. The Infinite Psyburn being a really strong engage move as well for the side of Team Int, which is going to help the Buzzwall and Blaziken to go in. So if you're able to eliminate that threat off the field really quickly, Rapidash might be the Pokemon to do that.
Right, we'll definitely have to see how this pans out here. They're in a great position. We're seeing the suns rise in the sky here as the teams look forward into the abyss that is known as... Is it Kyogre? It is, right?
Yeah, it is Kyogre map 1 there. So that is
there we go, Kyogre. Yeah, the abyss that's known as Kyogre, the abyss of the sea. Then we'll see the abyss of the flames and the abyss of the sky or something like that. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, the Titan of the Sea or something like that. I don't know. It is it's a giant fish, and it gives you a very powerful buff if you take it. It's the one fight. If you're going to miss on all the fights in the game, that is the one fight you don't want to miss. You want to be there. You want to rendezvous at 2. You want to take down the Kyogre. Otherwise, your game may just be over.
Absolutely, and I've got to bring on the heat as well as we go into this. EUL Masters here, we're at our quarterfinals, and we're gonna see in the mid-season how these two teams pan out. Supernova coming in with the Mega Lucario and the Tapu to actually assist them on this Zatu rather. And then of course we have Torchic, who's gonna be running it solo bolo into the central area here, and we'll see how the levels kind of stack against both sides.
Yeah, we're getting levels early on the Mega Lucario and the Urshifu there, but Hoopa's already coming in. We want to take that grab there onto that red Excavalier. We are going to slowly rotate into it. Do we get it? No! Hoopa's not quite able to finish the final hit. But
Ooh.
because of that, because of the Pokemon that they sent with it, that is not an Urshifu in the lane there. That is still a Cubfu, and they're now collapsing on the Buzzwole.
Do you really need Urshifu this early on? I mean, I like the strategy that Supernova is actually employing here. I like both the Pokemon to get enough levels to kind of play it out, and then the surprise double gang on whatever lane that's weak. Because, I mean, they're going to be so pushed in, which is a great start for them. They took out the Buzzwole, just like I said there, and now Bordy is almost hitting the 5. There's the 5. He turns around here. It's a power punch ready to go, but I don't know if he wants to engage here with a level 4 Cubfu and also being quite weak.
4-man to the top for the side of Team Int. The 850 Alterias and Swablues are in place now. Team Int going to be catching all the Swablues there, and it looks like Altaria going to the side of the Supernova. Nice little trades there, but it's still a 4v3 situation, and Team Int is pushing this pad hard.
Hey, mind you that we have a Dark Bear in this fight as well, which means there's a lot of strong damage that's gonna come through if you get hit in the center here. I'm not too sure if we're gonna see a lot of hits here. It's gonna come down to whether you can land it well or we can set them up for success for the entire team. But as we move into it here, Dwayne locked down for the count here, and now Pancakes might be squished into one singular flat piece if he doesn't stay on the pad.
9 seconds till Regidrago hits the field there, and there goes Rapidash, able to secure that. That Dazzling Gleam is going to be a very strong move later as we go in, because it's going to help that Rapidash keep those speed stacks in. But teams are gathering in the middle on that Regidrago.
Right, and they push it around here. This is the start. We have Team Int already on it here with a little duck who's trying to walk up to the lemonade stand, but said he needed to get a sidetrack mission onto Regidrago. Not able to get it here. The God's Secure comes in. Blaziken gets the one and only Regidrago, which means he might get an additional stack off, especially since it's 30. Great healing coming in from the portal here as he set their team up for success. Right now, the scoreline is 70 to 35. It is a difference of double for Team Supernova.
Buzzwole does tick into that 7. They're going toe-to-toe with the Lucario on the top, but down at the bottom here, we have a brawl going on. We're getting ready. Team Int is now pushing hard after taking the 720 birds. They're going onto this pad hard, and there goes the Rapidash trying to get in. Hoopa comes in with a nice little portal, and that's going to give a nice reprieve for the Mr. Mind.
And right now, it looks like the side of Team Int is looking a lot more favorable when it comes to getting this Reggie in the basement here, which we will now take a look and see that it is Registeel, a very strong damage buff that he'll get. And he just got a good set of heals, starting level 7 as well as Mr. Mime. He has to go into the fight here. The levels don't look really good for Supernova, as we do see Blaziken finishing it off, and the team is now just going to collapse on them. Not a great sign for the side of the Vaporeon here, getting evaporated all the same here. And now we get another set of pecking roast duck.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, listen, I could be there for a little bit of a roast duck with Team Int there. I hope they're feasting good, because Buzzwole's up in the top trying to get that Regilecki, going for a little bit of shock and awe factor up there. But Supernova coming in hot on that Regilecki. Buzzwole's all alone as they're dominating into this bottom here, getting stacks. And you know what? If Team Int isn't able to collapse onto this, Regilecki could go to Supernova, and there could be a great push coming in from them.
Right, well, let's take a look at how this pans out here as they start Regilecki. They're in a great position. They do pick themselves out with the Mega Lucario, getting ready to rumble with halfway down to level 9. So at this point here, it's looking very much in their favor. If they try to take a strong fight here, they might actually get enough levels to turn around. Close combat, dishing the damage out. They do pick up a Hoopa, turn around, no more healing. They try to fight. The pad is down, turns it around. The Mega Lucario is down here, but he's low HP. Super Soul Slam to clear it out here. And right now, the Duck also falls down. So it looks like his team is turn to actually take a win here, as they do strike their fear into the hearts of Supernova.
Yeah, fear is definitely there. 163 to 126. Supernova, though, keeping it close on points there. Let's take a look at the levels there. 2 level 11s for the side of Team Int, along with the triple 8s. Meanwhile, Supernova, a little bit more balanced, triple 9s, double 7s. So the supports and tank are not far behind, but they are way behind on the main levels there, which Team Int keeps exacerbating. And they keep the pressure on Nitera.
Oof, and it's not gonna be relenting, as we do see the numbers are so much in their favor right now. 3 level 9s here, they're able to just push forward here. Blaziken's level 12. I mean, if you want to sit in his overheat, be my guest, Supernova. I mean, if you haven't seen the heat death of the universe here, let Blaziken be the one to show you.
Yeah, we have that basement Reggie Roulette coming in now as well. Going to be a Reggie Rock defense, special defense there. Mega Lucario already diving in there. Team Int looking for a way to get in, and there's the Buzzwole. They grab the Vaporeon, they're trying to take it down. Triad Blitz comes out, locks the Buzzwole in. But here we go, the Infinite Cyber comes out. The ring's unbound. We have KOs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Supernova gone. Regilecki for Team Int, and they're pushing the pad.
And that's a great opportunity for them to carry on the entire onslaught here. It was 70 points to 35. Team Int has turned it around to make it a 225 in their favor here against the 126. And once again, I gotta ask, where is Supernova kind of like playing at? Because they don't have any advantage at the moment with points. They don't have any advantage at the moment as a team with the numbers. But they keep trying to take Regilecki, and like that's the best they can do instead of farming when there's so much yellow dots on the map.
Yeah, so much. And this is a point where you need to look at and think, hey, I got to get levels on, because this is where it's going to matter. We are now 90 seconds away from that Kyogre spawning into the map. There's not a lot of time left in this game. You have to make a play. Got to find levels, because Blaziken sitting at that massive level 14 and that powerful overheat in the pocket.
Right. And they already carried out. Here is the Regilecki, which means no time has been bought. And the teams are already steadily posturing themselves up for our Kyogre here. And this is a big problem because Team Int is ready ahead of time, which means they'll be able to spot Supernova coming in here. Which now that they started, Regidrago is a great spot here for the side of Team Int. Damage is flying through, 50% coming down here, turns it around. You get a hit onto this Mewtwo, the Triforce activated as well. First one down, Dark Tide to Psychic Tide is going to be Urshifu. Rapid Ash coming in onto Hoopa, and there they have it. The Regidrago is slowly going to the favor of Supernova. They will get a 50-point dunk here if all goes well.
This could be a little bit of foreshadowing here for Team Int. You've got to be careful, because Supernova came in and they took that fight really well. They had the positioning on the pit. They had the positioning on Team Int. So one wrong move has just shown that Team Int is very vulnerable despite the level difference to Supernova's comp.
And it's going to be tough for them to turn this around. They get the damage going through. Regirock is slowly being taken out. The second Regirock we're going to see here. And there it is. Supernova picking themselves up for one Regi trio. And at least they've got a little bit more to work with going into the Kyogre fight.
Yeah, we're looking for position now in here. Supernova looking to start inching their way in. Team Int already deep into the pit, ready for that pick on Supernova. They're trying to bait them in. Urshifu could be that victim, but Kyogre is here, and while there's a Kyogre, the game's not over, Nitera.
Wait, that's so good. Holy. Why did I? No, sorry. Yeah, as we go into the fight here, Urshifu comes in here. A big much damage comes through with Lucario finishing off the Mr. Mime. They turn it around here. That's the Mega Lucario that's coming in. The damage is done. Infinite Cyber, and of course, Hoopa's Ring Jumper is activated here. The Saya, yeah, to give damage mitigation to see if he can help his team just a little bit more here. They do have two on the side, pocketed 3 with the Buzzwole, which means there's only 2 people remaining on the side of Team Int here, and it's gonna be a tough defense going through. Damage is being done. They're so low here. Last one standing. DJ has to make the play as he goes in for it, pushes the damage, goes through, not enough for the Mega. They do pick it up, and there it is. Lucario is running in with an additional buff for his team, and Team Int now has to play on the defense.
Yeah, this is exactly what we thought was going to happen there. We had that foreshadowing of Supernova being able to take Team Int in that fight. Now they take the lead, 278 to 225, but it's not so insurmountable that Team Int can't come back from it. They're now respawning in. They got everybody on the board. Unite moves into pocket with the showtime there, and they got 50 seconds to make the push.
Alright, it's going to be a tough one for them here, but slow and steady wins the race. They do believe they know that they're hit. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit interesting to see how they want to plan this out. 50 points here. It looks like they want to try and go for it, but I don't think it's the right call.
They managed to find the Rapid Dash there. That's a buff in the Mewtwo's pocket there. Now it's going to be Lucario with another Hundo Burger able to hit the home pad and connect. Meanwhile, Supernova has 2 people, that Vaporeon and that Urshifu up in the top. But here comes the showdown. There goes, we're going in for the scores. 29 going in, but no, the defense is impeccable.
Okay. It's going to be a little bit weird, awkward for them to keep getting pushed back just like that here. They are losing a few hundred points left and right, and I'm not sure if that's enough for them to be... Yeah, okay, it works, but let's see how it goes.
I don't think it's going to be enough there, Nitera. I think Supernova's going to take game number 1 here, and this is the upset that they need. This is the early momentum that they need to get into this game here, because look how close that was, though. 378 to 347. Team Int almost clawed it back.
Yeah, and as you can see here, it's a very small margin of error that, of course, Team Int had, and again, their error is the opportunity for Supernova to turn this around, and they absolutely did do so with a 378 points to a 347. It was very close at the very end here, as you can tell.
Yeah, but we had some great work there from the Mega Lucario and to that Rapidash and Urshifu coming in. Being able to capitalize on certain KOs during that final fight there, that's what they needed. You know, this is a game that really just builds up to that final objective, and whether or not you have point lead or positioning into that pit there, because that's how it's going to flip. 9 times out of 10, you get that objective there, you are sitting pretty in terms of winning. You're not always guaranteed the win, but you still want to grab it. And Team Int was just drop the ball on it this time.
I mean, if you look at numbers here, not a lot of brawling, very obviously. Damage numbers are low, and the only real person that can say they actually brawled and, you know, walked away with a lot is, I would dare say, Pancake, considering it's 60k across the board instead of the 20k low damage here, while DJ also is pelting everyone, may not necessarily be taking KOs here, and that kind of reflects how the team is what it is. And of course, can we really complain that Zika wasn't like overheating enough? He got almost every objective there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's really important too. And I want to look at DJ's damage taken as well. 19k. That's what you want out of your attacker. They're staying away from the damage, out of the fight, getting barely hit as well, while inputting a lot of damage output as well. Like, that's exactly what you want from your attacker. So great job from both teams. I'm excited to see what the pivot is coming into game number 2, because Supernova's looking pretty to try to take this into a 2-0 lead, which they need early on, so that momentum is in their favor. So now how do you take advantage of it? Do you switch to a new map there for Team Int? Do you take the side selection? Do you go first, second? Do you go Kyogre, Rayquaza? How do you flip this up?
Right, I don't really feel like there's a easy answer to this. One thing I would say though is maybe we see a pickup from the side of Suicune, who has been a very strong Pokemon in general in terms of having the CC that the entire team needs, and being a very tanky Pokemon in terms of stats.
Yeah, absolutely there. But I'm excited to see what's coming in, because, you know, like we saw, look, let's just take a look at the bands there again quickly there, Nitera, as well. We got the Mega Gyarados, we got the Blissey, we got the Mimikyu. These are Pokemon we don't want to see. Mega Gyarados, Blissey, obvious there, but Team Int is nasty with Mimikyu, so that's a target band we want to get off the table. Darkrai, Umbreon, these are also CC heavy Pokemon we just don't want to see for Team Int. Charizard Y again. So on Team Int's side, do we give up any of these bands to try to pivot into something? Is there anything on the bands that we want? Is there something that we felt was a problem? Because Vaporeon did output a lot of heals at 48k.
Oof. This 48k, I mean, stunning number, right? This Vaporeon going hand, making sure the team stays up and about here. And Jonathan, I gotta tell you, if I have a support like that, pat on the back to you. Maybe the True Coffee Pasta is saying that, you know, it is compatible for team healing.
Yeah, absolutely. I love team heals, honestly. Like, Clefable has always been one of the favorite supporters to see on screen because it's able to do so much. It's able to shut Pokemon down. Vaporeon's able to start filling that role as well. Muddy Water to create that spacing. I love it too, because we got the AoE heals. If you want to go a little bit offense too, it's less of a troll than draining Kiss Clefable to come in, because you've got that pivoting move that gives that little bit of stun with the flip turn. You have Hydro Pump that's able to come in and do massive amounts of damage. Got that shoving action going on. And of course, you got that Aquamarine Splash to just help clutch out a KO, help create that space, create a little bit of an opportunity for your team.
And I gotta be real with you, you are absolutely right, and maybe that's the composition they want to take in going into the next match. Because I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, yeah. And right now, as they go into this with a 1-point lead here, Supernova is in a great position to hold their strategy for the third match. The third match rather. The map's going to be more or less the same, but if they're able to take this strategy in and send it home here today, I think they've got something going for them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this is going to go as well. But we're in the draft, so we won't have to wait long. Going to be Team Int taking out the Vaporeon. Zika said, we don't want to deal with this guy. We did it once, we ain't doing it again. Supernova says, Mega Gyarados? Nah, get it out of here.
Hey, this is a little messed up. My dear Sashimi wants to get, Slice and Dice at level 5. Without the evolution, of course. But as we go about it, kind of see how they want to play this out. Looks like 3 of the Megas are going to be locked out again. Maybe a Mega Lucario to run things off, but if not, could be anything else we wouldn't know.
Supernova taking out the Charizard Y. Team Int just says, you know what? We can remove a ban. We're taking out Vaporeon and we're keeping the Darkrai Umbreon. And because Supernova banned out the Charizard Y, less of a pick there. Felicity going to be rounding it out there. So this opens up the comp for a lot of CC stun here. Suicune, Psyduck, Crustle, Trevenant. These Pokemon are going to be able to come in and just eat for free. And it looks like Team Int is going to be locking in that Psyduck, sensing the lack of a Blissey.
Ooh. And as they hover around to the crossover here, I'm not sure why the Vaporeon is not coming out. They do have a Psyduck over there, but one of the strongest Pokemon right now, Vaporeon, if you choose to go crossover, I feel like it's the wrong pick. And I don't know about you, but if that's the case, they kind of need a secondary tank to pseudo as a main tank.
Yeah, that's Blastoise coming in. I got baited. I was about to say the Slowbro, yes, but Blastoise coming in. Strong, solid pick. We talked about it earlier there as well, where it's able to get those shields on the heel on the surf there. That's going to be great. We've got that Crustle coming in. Lots of walls, but we pick up the Mimikyu, which came off the ban list.
Oh, this is a tough call to make, considering you just gave them the ocean's worth of choices, and right now looks like they're hovering into Rouge for this. Just no rounding Rouge. They're just trying to figure out how to play this out at the moment here. They're hovering onto a Cinderace. Now there's Rouge. You know what? Just go back and forth, figure it out. There's the basic gun coming in here. Supernova looking to be a little bit more bruisey.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you have a comp that works for outside of Supernova in that Psyduck Mega Lucario combo, of course you're going to pick that up. This is going to be dangerous in the hands of Team Int, and they're taking the Mr. Mime back as well. They're running it back. No Hoopa this time, but they're saying this is the secret sauce to go into Blaziken, go into Armor Rouge, because Supernova says, you want all that? You ain't getting Blaziken, but Team Int says, Miraidon's all we need.
Hey, Mirana's Pokemon can see the future here. Maybe they see a good future moving into this. Let's take a look. But it looks like it's going to be an interesting solution for them to finally round out their picks here. It looks like a little bit more bruiser composition. They have a crossover there. Lost Light and walks in to the fight here. Throw column path, and maybe you get a few additional heals. I wish that, the competition can be a little bit more, or rather maybe the gameplay can be as smooth as this draft. Because what I need to see from Team Int is a little bit more coordination, a big teamwork, and maybe we get out on top.
Yeah, exactly there. And I think the Mr. Mime, like a lot of the bulk there, we have no heals on the side of Team Int. So a lot of the bulk is going to be coming in through the shields. But the pad healing is going to be even more important as well. And we can see that incense there on the Armor Rouge to help mitigate that. Miraidon dropped it for the Mr. Mime to pick it up in the Psyduck as well. So those are going to be the Pokemon that are going to be helping that keep that Lola in place there on Eldegoss. But overall, I think both comps are pretty solid there. I think I favor Team Int a little bit more just because of that Miraidon being able to outrange and be able to poke. But Eldegoss there to be able to provide those heals could offset it.
Right. So let's take a look whether they can actually offset all of that with just one mere cotton bud, or will we see a little bit of a different story with all the bursts that's going to happen. There's not enough healing coming about it. But it really comes down to how their kit performs here and what their choices are before we can see anything more.
Yeah, exactly there. And I'm excited to see this too, because even though Sableye's not in there, I've always been an advocate for Mr. Mime. I've always been a lover of Mr. Mime, and Mr. Mime is such a... I know I am. But we have teams just going in. So we're going into a game pause. I had a bit of a crash there. So we will be back when the teams are back as well. But in the meantime, again, I'm interested in the Armor Rouge pick, because Armor Rouge didn't get the buff, Nitera. It was Ceruledge. So Armor Rouge coming in with that fire spin, being able to do up that AoE damage, possibly seeing an armor cannon for a lot of range. Try to outrange that Miraidon, go for that secure move, double secure with the Blaziken. Supernova's cooking something interesting, and I do like it there, but I think I favor Team Int.
Ooh, right. Okay, I feel your opinion. Let's see how they want to pan this out. I saw end battle hover for a quick moment. Oh, there's the resume. So I guess, Jonathan, you're going to take this one from me here. I won't stop you, but I believe the common favoritism here is going to lean to a little bit towards the stall comp, I would say. Right? A lot of good defenses across the board, and they have interesting ways to make it work here. I like the Armor Rouge, but not my favorite.
Yeah, but it looks like we are going to have a reset on the game as well. So you get a little bit more FaceTime with us. You get to see our beautiful mugs. Ooh, pose for the camera. Ooh, yeah.
Wait, wrong side.
Ooh, smooth and slick, Nitera. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Let's go about it though. I would like to see some smooth and slick gameplay here, not from the internet throttling on us here. Of course, on Unity Clash, something is always going to go wrong. That is either one of us on the custom decks with our mics going off, or the players just getting a little bit jammed up here. All the same, we'll fix it up. Look at these, and of course, this Porygon will be out of our systems in no time.
Exactly. We sent the gremlins in to go deal with that Porygon. Hopefully they don't mess with the system too. They're a little bit unhinged there, those Sableyes, those gremlins there, but they're able to get the job done. And when they do, they're able to do good work as long as they're not griefing the players. We might even see one of them hack their way into one of these games. You never know. You never know. You never know.
You never know. You're right. You'll never know. It sounds like you would know about it, though. You sound very and oddly familiar with that particular scenario that shouldn't happen, but will happen anyways because you now have said it. So why don't you tell me more about that?
Well, I'm just saying, if we send those Sableyes in, they go into the system there, they help take those Porygons down. Sometimes Porygon 2's there, and that's the raid boss you don't want to see there. But the Coalition of Chaos will always be advocating for those gremlins coming in. We want to see more Sableye representation. If we got to start with the manual labor route, we will go through that. But here we go, back into the ban phase, back into the pick phase. This is the blind pick scenario, so we're going to be remaking the draft in the same way. We see that Mega Lucario, the Mr. Mime, Zeke on the Mimikyu there, and I know DJ keeps hovering over that Sableye from time to time, and part of me is like, please pick it up, but at the same time, don't, because we are trying to get into the game.
Right. Last picks remaining here. Not too hard for you to remember what you picked, right? You probably need a way to do block damage, I would say.
I don't know. Lola locked in that Mr. Mime there, so I think they were on the Eldegoss the last time. So if we come in with double Mime here, spaghetti-o, and we're going in for another reset.
Ooh, and here it is. Finally, the game is started for a quarterfinals of the mid-season here. Let's take a look at how this pans out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this as well. Because when we come in and we get this done, I really want to see how this is going to go. But it looks like, yeah, we're going to see this. Again, the Crustle, I'm excited to see what Crustle's going to do. Because Crustle's going to be doing some really good things here as well. It's going to be able to lock down a lot of Pokemon with that Rock Tomb, being able to shut down with X-Scissor, provide pivots, provide a lot of examples of being able to pick Pokemon off to set Blaziken up, to set the Armor Rouge up as well. But we have to get into those games as well to be able to do it because, again, it looks like that we have another crash. We're going in for another reset there. And now you're back with our beautiful mugs.
Oof, beautiful mugs indeed. As we go into it, though, I do want to see a lot of... I'm feeling a lot of Registeels coming in. That's what I'm feeling.
And Registeel vibes. I respect
Registeel vibes. But it really comes down to whether they can turn it around. And the thing is, they have Blaziken, right? So I do expect a lot of secures coming in a lot easier than before. But it comes down to a pretty fine line between whether they can pick it up because the team's ready or not.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see how this is going to come through as well. Because again, I just want to see this Armor Rouge in action. I want to see what it's going to provide the team. I want to see if it's Fire Spin or it's going to be Armor Cannon. It is literally eating me my soul inside of me right now, Nitera, not being able to figure it out. I almost called you Armor Rouge. That's how bad it is. Mega Man.
Yes, they call me Armorion.
Armorion.
That's what I call myself too. You know, Armorion. Nice to meet you.
Have you seen his belt?
No, I haven't. What is it?
I was going to say, making fun of the constellations, because I'm Orion kind of sounds like Orion, Orion's belt. It was a far-off joke. Hyde was stretching for it, but you know what? That's the humor you're going to get from Hyde. Far out there, it makes me giggle, and some of you are going like, what?
A little lost, but I can sense the spirit. So does these teams, you know? Sometimes they're going to be a little lost in lane, not sure what they're doing, but they've got the spirit coming into it. But, Jordan, bring me in. What are we looking at going into this match?
We are going to be looking at Mr. Mime as well as a Psyduck here for the side of Team Int. These are powerful CC-based Pokemon that are going to absolutely rock the world of the side of Supernova. Meanwhile, Supernova is going to be bringing in that Crustle into that Eldegoss combo as well. We're getting Blissy's banned. We're getting Mega Gyarados banned out. We're getting Umbreon and Darkrai gone as well. We don't want to see these Pokemon because they're able to output too much pressure on the other team. And if we can't guarantee that we're going to pick them, we don't want to be against them. Armarouge and Blaziken are going to be playing for the side of Supernova. Team Int, though, Team Int is going to be having a lot of strong carries in their pocket in the Miraidon, the Mega Lucario, and the Mimikyu, which Supernova did previously have banned.
Yeah, so I would like to see what they want to pick up again, because this time there's a Mega Lucario ban coming in. It feels like deja vu all over again that we're seeing this. Aha!
Oh no, yeah, the Mega Lucario is banned out there, but Team Int had already picked it up. So, this is going to be interesting if this is how it's actually going to go. If this is the actual draft here. I'm not sure how that's going to play there, but we do have Mr. Mime back in Lola's hands. Oh no, but we know that it was Ellen that picked it up. Again, I am just as confused as you, Nitera, but it's going to be interesting to see how these teams are going to be pivoting there because they're just teasing us. And I can't get another game with the Armarouge in there, so but Garchomp picking up. Ooh, that's going to be interesting.
Oof. Now I do see a little bit of change up in everything else here. Some core things stay the same, of course. On the side of Supernova, they've kind of put themselves in the interesting position of holding on to the Armarouge and the Crustle as before, and they have a Rapidash, so interesting to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. Rapidash, again, did really good work for Supernova in the previous game, so that's going to be great there. Now we're going to be looking at to see what's coming through. Again, Darkrai made it through this draft here, so maybe we'll see it picked up. There's the Ceruledge, there's the Miraidon. A lot of good Pokemon coming out here for the side of Team Int.
Last Pokemon standing here. Let's take a look at what the pickup is. I'm thinking it's either a super close range Pokemon like Talonflame, or we might see something like Igslash, who has the option to go a little bit longer range with some of its moves.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting as well. Their Talonflame coming in as well. Strong double. Listen, if we actually get to see this game here, I'm actually on board with it as well. We got Mega Man versus Zero. We've got double Speedster into double All-Rounder. And then we've got two lockdown tanks, Crustle with the Rock Tomb, Umbreon with the Mean Look. Umbreon able to steal away a bunch of shields, but if you're able to use your Rubble Rouser outside of that, you're able to get a lot of shields and increase that bulk, especially on that reflect damage as well.
Oh boy. 10 seconds on the clock. Let's take a look whether your hypothesis is correct here. It's going to come down to the wire right now as we get into this next, or rather this repeated match. Going in for the 4th rank, and that is going to be forthcoming as we go into how this fight will pan out here. I hope to see 4 players on each side of the team actually took it out here, or one is actually trying to push in the game and someone else is defending that push. So 4v4 realistic fights here will be a lot possible, especially with no Cooper.
Yeah, and I would really love to see a team go into the 4-man into the top, try to put the pressure down, try to keep a team behind, because doing that early pressure, both teams have the tools to hold the bottom lane by themselves. Crustle and Umbreon able to do exactly that. They can send those ranged Pokemon into the top there. We can send the Armarouge into the top. We can send them a Miraidon into the top. So it could be a 4v4 scenario, even on those early as those 850 birds.
Ooh, and it's starting off strong here. Shagada getting a little bit of assistance, but ultimately has his way out of this tough life. And I gotta be real with you, scoreline might be 0-0, but it looks like a great start of Supernova going into this.
Yeah, and this is going to be our final draft, so this is what we get. Mega Man versus Zero coming in. Mr. Mimes going for it, gets the last hit. Wow, what a clutch steal.
And they're going to continue to take this fight elsewhere, because there is a person named Where there who wants to just run away. So as they continue that though, they have another assistance coming from Vaporeon that tries to go for it. But now they go to Where is. And where is that? Back into bottom, top side here. We're going to see a lot of fighting going through here. Charganet slowly taking the damage and slowly hoping to hit the levels that he needs to get up and running. Because right now, level deficit across the board when it comes to Team Int, with the highest pushing 5 here. But that's not a good sign, considering the other side here of Team Supernova is pushing across high level 5s on most of the team members.
Fire Spin comes out, the Mimikyu dives in, they're looking for the KO on the Armor Rouge, but gets KO'd themselves! But we're able to pick it up with the Psyduck! Tip for cat, tip, the tap for tap! We're gonna be taking them down as a trade there, but it's gonna be the Fletchinder being able to take down that little Charcadet. Oh my gosh, what an engage from Supernova!
I don't know. Like I said, maybe the heat of the universe, maybe they found a second moon here. But I do believe that whatever exploration they go into here, it's gonna yield results because their whole team is so happy to take fights when they're grouped up, right? Enemy teams will just get stuck into the frontliners. They're not the most tanky, but they also can dish damage. That's the biggest problem. It's a surprise.
Yeah, absolutely there. But our Fire Spin's already putting in the work there. Reggie Drago's now hitting the field there. Mimikyu's already in position there, but the rest of the teams, the rest of the players, not really interested. But Team Int, as I say that, of course, we have to make hide spread of misinformation. It's already starting to collapse on it as the Miraidon with Mimikyu moves in the top lane. Supernova's overextended, and there goes Armor Rouge.
Right, and down he goes. Mr. Mime is unable to get out of there. We do see Miraidon showing in the future out and about. And again, same thing with Talonflame. There are just some things you cannot really beat.
Exactly. One thing you can't beat is Umbreon down here on the pad as well. Between the Rapidash and the Crustle, they just aren't able to make a whole lot of headway there. And when you got a Psyduck coming down and help support it, that's not going to be good either. 720 birds come up, and they're going to get taken down, going to the way of Supernova. But Miraidon's there to spread a little charge beam action, being like, I'm going to electrify your world today.
Oof. Already though, we are seeing the fruits of their labor here as Supernova has the advantage across the map here. They are pushing over towards their side bit by bit here. Getting it off early will always help them out. But as they do see this moment, they are trying to force this freak of nature here known as Regirock. To give them a giant defensive buff here, this freak of nature needs to try and see if he can get knocked down by a certain Pokemon here. But the Talonflame locked out by Meatloaf, giving an opportunity to the Sour Team to pick it up here. And what a shame that was.
Wow, Team Int able to clutch out the Regirock, defeating Supernova, and what was almost a surefire win for them in that bot lane. Huge points coming in as they start taking a lead on this. Level 10 on that Mimikyu as Regieleki connects 56 to 185 as they further extend their lead. Teams are now poking and prodding, dancing and tapping, prancing, going here into the central path here. Crustle getting locked down there as the Sarah Ledge trying to take him down. We do have a power swap Mr. Mime on the Crustle though, Nitera, so I'm excited to see that.
Oh, I was looking very close there. I was just waiting and holding my breath there until you went in. And I was like, oh, maybe they grabbed this. Maybe they grabbed this. But no, it was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Charge Beam coming in there. Talonflame taking a beating there, but they're going to be pulling out. Armor Rouge coming in with the Fire Spin action there. Going to be trying to take stuff down, getting it down as Talonflame comes in with the Fly. That did not hit an opposing Pokemon, so that is a 12-second cooldown. Talonflame better hope they don't get put in a mean look there and locked down because that could be really difficult to try to escape without that Fly in the pocket.
Right. So let's take a look at this here. 30 points is almost invested, but recognizes opportunity, pulls away, joins with the team here, and do have a Triforce onto the Rapidash, pushing in for another fight. Revenant Ren, I believe, was invested as well. And take this though, it does slide Rapidash, does pick it up with one of his teammates here. Armor Rouge will take a favor onto the lone purple swordsman, and that's gonna be a big problem. We're gonna see how they can turn this around, and that's gonna be the start of something beautiful here. With Umbreon trying to make some headways for his team here, unable to, he's gonna pull back.
223 to 96 right now. This is the score that's separating both teams. Team Int has taken a commanding lead. We have 4.5 minutes left in the game, and now we're taking the power position onto the Regieleki here as we're zoning out Supernova. We now just got Reggie Ice in the pocket there as we're coming down and take down the Sarah Ledge.
It's gonna be tight, bit by bit, slowly pushing off. Where is in a weird position? He's in back lines, and there's not a good side. He's got a little different. So we got to be careful here. There's the pick out on the Regieleki. That's 5 players barreling down through it.
There we go. The
Goes
Regilecki
in.
connects. The Talonflame goes in. 22 over. 156, 158 to 260 there. Getting back on the board for the side of Supernova. Team Int is now back on the back foot there, but are they actually? Because they just got 3 Indeedis, which gives them a guaranteed 2 rotations before Kyogre spawns in.
Right, great start from them here. EXP is falling towards the side of Team in here. Now you can see why they didn't really bother about the first objective when it started to go down. They had time to clear it. They knew they didn't have damage here. And now this is going to be their downfall. 260 is the point lead right now, so 158. Your teams are going to be a little bit more hectic going to Red Jungle.
Regidrago's on the field and teams are going for it. Never mind. Supernova says, we don't need it. We want you. Bright Future Meteor Storm coming out trying to pick up the KO on the Talonflame. The Flame Sweep comes in. We're holding 3 down. But just like that. 1, 2, 3, 4 down for Supernova with Miraidon, the only casualty for Team Int. Power position and pushing on the table now for Team Int.
Oh boy. Now I like to see exactly what you say come to fruition as across the board here. We are seeing them slowly make their way off a little bit more levels to where we're here. Looks like the first casualty is gone down here at Glamour Rapidash, and now it's not a good sign. It turned this around. But it looks like he's also coming to support his teammate. We do see an Urshifu dart actually nearby the bush at the bottom side. So I don't know if Lucario wants to go just yet.
A lot of farm on the map now. A lot of wild Pokemon to capture there. So we're going to play Pac-Man. Meanwhile, 3 members of Team Int, Mimikyu, Psyduck, Miraidon, ripping Registeel. This is the buff you want coming into the Groudon fight. And I know I said Kyogre earlier, but it is indeed a Groudon. So we got 15 seconds still. The big red lizard comes in as Mimikyu tags Crustle with that Shadow Sneak.
Alright. Now, a little bit, they're going to slowly watch their way to the Ogre again. A lot of vision to work with, but I think, Jonathan, they're going to be stuck here because when there's a Kyogre, why don't you see it?
Yeah, when the Groudon spawn, the game is on, and now Team Int is looking to start doing that. They're tipping and tapping, they're prancing and dancing, and they're trying to scout out where Supernova's going to be. Power Swap Mine is connected to Bordy there, but Crustle still has massive damage on it. We're able to get the fly on the Talonflame looking for the KO, but now we find it. We're collapsing on the Ceruledge. We're trying to force out the Revenant Ren there as we're going to take it down before it's able to do so. Able to stop it. We aren't able to connect. Ceruledge, though, taking Talonflame with it.
Alright, and the onslaught never ends here. They're going to continue to take this fight on and on and on and on. Look at that. They were able to pull them into a great position, moving into it here. It's just kind of not enough to clear them out. Very unfortunate, but a good trade nonetheless.
Now that's the Mimikyu coming in, picking up 3 KOs now for Supernova, but Talonflame is back. Team Int has started the rip there as Bordy goes back for the reset. We're not going for the score. Team Int is now fully charged, ready, and online. Play with me and Sai in the pockets as the rip continues. Onto that Coyote Groudon there. I was going to say the Talonflame could get it, but no! Aren't able to connect. Team Int takes the Groudon. They're picking the pads. 1, 2, 3 down for Supernova. And it's Rapidash, Mr. Mime, and a Dream.
Alright, and they start barely through the bottom side here. 4 players working it down here. They don't really have an option, but they just pull back. They don't want to go down here because they could potentially start scoring points to return this entire lead. But 400 points starting to look dangerous. 500 points coming in, 698 to 158. It feels very like the first game, but instead of you know, Urzada, it's just a big difference moving into that. And I like how it's going to pan out here. Team Int, great position, moving into the 1-1 match point.
Yeah, 1-1. Both teams now in match point position. That's exactly where you want to be. You don't want to go 2-0 in this scenario. You want to take it 2-1. You want to go. If you lost your first game, you want to take a 2-1. Team Int is on the 2-0 fast track there. They got to take one more game off Supernova, but Supernova has one more game to come back and be like, all right, we now are taking a bit back there. So we had the game. We were in a position. We got a little bit caught out there at the end, but we got a little overzealous, but how do we clap this back? Where do we go, and where can we do it? I mean, Mega Lucario worked for you game number 1, and he banned it out this time. Maybe bring it back? I don't know. Niteria would probably love you for it.
I mean, I would definitely love it for it, 100%. So let's take a look at how this can pan out here. We see the numbers here. Let's take a look at the battle data for the numbers that actually matter. Now, take a look at that here across the board. Very low numbers, except for, of course, Miraidon, who has been just generally happy to just hit whatever it sees on the screen. So I can't really blame you for that option, DJ. But I think it's time to be a little bit more, what's the word? Proactive, you know, instead of just, you know, pressing the button as and when. Wait for the right opportunity to press it. Maybe that is the key.
Yeah, DJ and Zika coming in with low damage taken numbers on them as well. DJ coming in at 29k, a little bit worse than what they did in the previous game there, but Zika 18k on Mimikyu. Despite getting KO'd a couple of times, taking very minimal damage coming in, and that's what you want from your assassin Pokemon. A lot of high damage with the 72k with minimal damage taken. That is a job well done.
Ooh, right. I mean, job well done indeed here, but is it really a job well done when you're not winning a 2-0 here? When you want to close out the games? Because now you get a chance to, from 1-1, turn this into a win.
Yeah, Mimikyu was the secret sauce, though, I think, to help with Team It. They managed to get 3 quick KOs, and Supernova recognized this and banned it out in game number 1. So maybe this is a pivot that we see Supernova make again. They do have that control now to choose either the map or side selection. So if they want to prioritize something such as the Mega Lucario first pick or something like that, they could take first pick, and that way that gives them the opportunity to ban out Mimikyu again going into game 3.
And as they go about it here, we're going to be jumping back into the games here for a quick intermission before we go to the game number 3 here. We're not jumping to break. It's intermission. You get to see both of us do our mug.
Exactly. You got to take a look at a couple of mugs here. We got the mountain man here, and then we got the city boy off to the left there, you know? Off to the left, the right, which way we go? Yeah, exactly. Right out there from OC themselves. What time is it for you, Nitera?
Great question. It's time for me to sleep. It's 2 a.m.
Coming at you from the AM there. Nitera from 2 a.m. It was 12 p.m. when we started this. We met up during the AM there when we got here, so... Hey, listen, we had a little bit of AM on both sides there, so that's not too bad. But going into game 3, yeah, I think Team Int needs to make a play onto this Mimikyu. They either need to take it or ban it out because Team Int was just too strong on it into game number 2. This is a powerful Pokemon in the pocket, and you got to deny them that pick.
Right, and so as you take a look into the bans here, 2 Megas for your consideration, Gyarados and Y.
Yep, Charizard Y being taken out, but not Charizard X. Charizard X not getting any kind of love. No bans, no picks. You know, listen, not even any games won or lost, you know, because we're not picking it up. But Darkrai, we're banning that guy out. We don't want to see it. Felicity, we don't want to see it either. These are Pokemon that are able to mitigate, and there it is. Supernova making the pivot, banning out the Mimikyu.
Great start. I mean, they've heeded your call here. I don't think they're watching, but it's all good. They've got something going for them. Let's see if they can pull it back together moving into this next round.
That's okay. They don't need to watch the stream to feel the vibes of Hyde. I can call the bans, but for some reason, I can't manifest a Sableye into a single one of these games. But we're getting Mega Lucario
yes!
again! Come on!
He left it in!
What
it
is
actually winning. Oh my lord, Pancakes knows what's good for him. He turns it around, and here we have it.
Man, that Terra's getting all the love. Hyde's not. Listen, okay, I'll pivot off Sableye. I'll go to a more realistic pick. Come on. All right, Supernova, you can still take another all-rounder. Where's Manifest Tyranitar? Let's go. Come on. Send the big old tyrant into the pocket there on TX, all right? That's what we want to see. But there we go. We got the Wigglytuff, though. We talked about it earlier that this is a Pokemon I've been wanting to see. It's a really strong Pokemon, and Ellen says, you know what? Wigglytuff sounds good. I'll take it.
And already we're going to see the final few picks going into it here. Espeon to wrap up Supernovas. And of course, for the central area, very likely it looks like Talonflame is going into that, which means we want to see something a little bit more tanky, I feel. Maybe not the Urshifu, but sure, let's go about it.
That Urshifu could be doing some nasty damage, though. I mean, we do have Dalim on the Espeon there. The Espeon doesn't like dive, even though it has tools to help get away. It's got its ability to be able to mitigate a singles form of CC. It's got the Psychic Solaire to help lock an opponent down to try so that it can, like, eject away later. So, all in all, Espeon does have tools to get away, but they're very finite tools. One and done kind of deal. And then it's on a very long cooldown. So, Zika could be able to get into the back there with the surging strikes on Urshifu, which with the band, with that bracer in the pocket there and the full heal, I think this is what that Urshifu's gearing up to be.
Water Bear is back? Question mark? Is that what you're calling?
I'm calling it. Water Bear is back.
Alright, I'll hold you to that here as we go into that. Don't jump to our faces. More importantly, let's just take a look straight into the games here. Importantly, let's look at how the competition kind of pans out here. Two supports here on the side of Supernova with the Duck and of course Slow Bro. On the bottom side here, Wigglytuff is going to be your core member when it comes to defending, of course, via the sleep. And you have a Vaporeon who generally is just very tanky, but let's see how this pans out.
I mean, the Wigglytuff was a smart pick as well. When you see the Ceruledge there, what's the one thing you realize? Revenant Ren. What does Revenant Ren do? That is a potential team-wide instance of crowd control followed by damage. What does Wigglytuff's Unite move do? That Starlight Recital completely cleanses CC, completely cleanses all those stuns. Revenant Ren has to have the stun applied in order to do the damage. So when Wigglytuff cleanses that stun, the damage from Revenant Ren is completely negated. So this is a great pick for Team Int to grab.
This is not a great start for that. You can see the little Eevee there slowly being pelted down with nothing left to work with. On the other side though, there's another one Eevee with Dwayne who's just making headways into this match here, and Team Int kind of just stuck eating the dust here as Supernova makes it out with all of their buffs, all of their EXP, and able to just take a little bit more extra for themselves.
Yeah, they're working good together, trying to keep together and make sure they can get their level 5s. They're moving in tandem, and now we're going to see that Ceruledge Fletchinder, the two fire-type Pokemon, finally online. Good secure from the Espeon, getting online right before those 850 birds. You'll have your cooldown back. Meanwhile, we're keeping that Vaporeon, a little tiny Eevee, but Urshifu, Zika is up in the top.
Ooh, and here's the start. There's damage coming through here. I saw a beautiful blade coming in. I'm not sure if it actually took everything here, but bit by bit, we're going to see a lot of things fly out of here. And right now, it looks like... Ooh, it's looking rough. There it is. There's the pickup. The Duck finds its way to our hearts here onto Mewtwo.
Zika's going in for the invade. They're trying to set down behind this Fletchinder. They're going straight for it. They see the Fletchinder. They're going for the KO. They grab that blue buff into Fletchinder's hands. But they're saying, you know what? We didn't need the KO on the Excelgar. I just needed the KO on you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here. As you take another fight right now. I'm not sure if this is the right call here, but they're able to back out before any casualty was taken. But they continue to push their luck. And bit by bit, they're slowly getting on them. Right now, picks up for damage here. Finally finds the mark onto Wigglytuff, turns it around. Can they make a play here? It's going to be tough to see. And they do pick it up.
Great play from TX there, being able to take down that Mewtwo Y. Going for the evolution. Wigglytuff's next on the docket there. Taking down the blacklist come true. Where's next on there? Could be Zika on the Urshifu.
Ooh, and I'm waiting for opportunity. It's coming and it's gone. Psyduck's down for one. That's a great start. Let's see if they continue to milk this one out.
Yeah, great positioning from Team Int into the bottom there. It's only the Espeon here. They also got good positioning up in the top there. Supernova's still clearing out their central farm there, so the 720s there could be going to either way. Bordy's looking to grab that hit there, still looking for their level 7. They're trying to get on top of the Vaporeon, but the flip turn bounces them back.
The punch,
great
the punch?
spacing.
Okay, coward. Did not go for the punch. Did not go for it. Coward.
Regieleki spawns, hits the field. We have Ceruledge going for it. Vaporeon putting the pressure down. Talonflame comes in, looks for the KO on the Mega Lucario and finds it! Nitera!
Ooh, and it's rough start going into this here. There's the pickup from the bear. There's the pickup coming in that he need here. And Regieleki is now free for the taking. Playing sweep to really sweep this Mewtwo back off his feet into the Pokemon Center. And right now, it looks like they've got themselves a 6th member of their team for a short while.
Yeah, Regieleki's now barreling down to the T1 pad there. Bordy's putting pressure down as the Psyduck comes out with Bubble Beam. Great pairing with the Ceruledge there to help with a lot of the A-presses that it's going to be getting. Those boosted are going to be doing massive damage. And when you pop those bubbles, nice little stun comes in as well. So I love this, the plays here from Supernova being able to do that. But now can they execute? It looks like they have been, though, 107 to 30. And we've seen 4 minutes of gameplay so far.
Right, and it's going to continue to be like this if there is anything they can say or do or help against it. But right now, I'm not seeing an answer here, right?
Revenant Run comes out, hooks up the Urshifu, but
Ooh.
the full heal comes through. Talonflame goes for the Flame Sweep, picks up the KO on the Mega Lucario, but Urshifu claps back and takes down the Sarah Ledge. Talonflame's in danger, trying to get away as Wigglytuff's looking to hunt it down, but simply not fast enough. Even though the Mewtwo's there, the fly comes through, and now, all of a sudden, they're ready to take down this basement Regirock.
Alright, there it is. Regirock's being pelted down with the damage here. And bit by bit, there's the pickup onto the Psyduck here. They can take this fight. They have the defense buff. They do try and lock the Mewtwo out here, but not enough. And there it is. Finishing it off with a beautiful fly is going to be Talonflame. Now turn it around to the rest of the team with information on where they are. So it just comes down to whether they can actually get out of here or do you want to force another fight.
We're going to be looking to pick up the Espeon. There's the Psyduck comes out, mitigating the damage. Espeon does manage to get away as the Infant Cyber comes through. Psyduck looking for the 30 cap there. No, that's the Wigglytuff. The Psyduck stops it. Gets clapped and sent back home to Nurse Joy. Team Int looking for any sort of score. But Supernova says, this is our home turf. Get out of here.
Rightfully so, as the damage does come through here. We do see the Sarah Edge go down for the counter, and right now we lose Mega Lucario, which means that Team Int is not in a good position to fight here. And that's bad because there is a Talonflame just fly, and it finally finds its mark for the one here, pushing the team forward a little bit more on the map.
156 to 30 here. We have a top Regieleki now on the field, ready to go towards the T2. Teams are looking to try to grab it, but they want to capture these wild Pokemon first along the way. It's not a priority objective. They don't have a way into a win condition right now for it because that T2 is still up. So they just said, you know what? If another one doesn't spawn the rest of the match, that's okay. We don't need it.
Ooh, and bit by bit, they're slowly finding another way to make this lead a bit harder to ascend across here. Scoreline is 156 to 30 here. They did lose the Water Bear, the Water Bear moving into that, and right now it's a little bit tough as they slowly fell like flies, bit by bit, one at a time.
Talonflame's playing really well around those cooldowns there. Every time they land a fly on a character, that is a 6-second cooldown reduction there. So that's always fantastic, doing great work. 252 to 30 now as Slowbro's ticking into level 10. One more away from that level 11 in their first plus move, which is what you want going into the Kyogre, Groudon, whatever we have might be coming in here in 67 seconds.
Ooh, and here it is. The jump pad coming in. Waiting for opportunity. They're lurking. It is 3 minutes on the clock here. I feel like you're just going to find some EXP to just soak back up here, but it could just be me. Right now, they're in a good position to just wait out slowly. And the side of Supernova, I mean, they're ready to go nuclear almost, right? Like a star colliding into another star here. That's what this match is all about. Star versus star power.
Exactly. I mean, listen, Team Int says, you know what? It's not inting if it works. So far, it worked in game number 2, but they don't have the power of Mimikyu anymore. 37 seconds now until the Kyogre spawns into the game. And again, this is match point for both our teams. This final objective is the most important one of the set.
Ooh, and here it is. 20 seconds on the clock here. Looking for an answer. Bit by bit, he's going to find his way around. And maybe then, just maybe then, they make a play.
Yep, 10 seconds now until Kyogre spawns in. We have deep positions there from Supernova as Team Int looks to take a shallow position within the pit. Mega Lucario still looking for that level 13, not in the pit there with them, even though Team Int is massively behind by 220 points. They have to be the team that makes the first play. They're already collapsing on Bordy. They find it. They sense that they're away, but nobody's there to collapse on it to try to bait it out.
Ooh, and there it is. Bit by bit, he's trying to chase it out here. But does he know the second support is here to block him off?
Nice Phantom Force to escape. Their taps on Kyogre are coming in as well as Team Int is looking to try to grab positioning. They're looking to use that Mewtwo to just go tap, tap, tap. Somebody coming in. You don't have vision. That's okay. Bordy is taking a nice little chunk of health now as well. Missing about a quarter of its HP. But all they needed was a quick, bitter blade to get that back up to full. And again, teams are just kind of being very passive. Whittling down the clock, trying to find that pick. Mega Lucario's coming back out. Here goes the engage. Sarah Ledge is gone. Psychic Solaire into the Flame Sweep with the close combat. We got the Slowbro coming in with the slow beam, but it's not going to be enough as it's taken down. U2Y goes down with Alt in the pocket there. That infinite sideburn, but Talonflame connects onto the Vaporeon. The rip on Kyogre has now begun, but Talonflame is here, and one by one, Team Int is falling.
Oop, and here it is. The pack comes in here. They try to turn this around. And again, 30 seconds is on the clock here. It's now or never to make the Kyogre play and maybe get some points in here. Isn't a giant score lead, Jonathan. So Team Int still has a small chance.
The Revenant Ren comes through, but it's not going to be secure. The
Fly, waiting,
in
Fly
well.
comes
there
in!
Goes the Fly! We are going to get the hit, and it's going to Team Int! Vaporeon clutches it out! 4 buffs in the pocket! Can they land the scores? They need 2 in a bit, and they got 10 seconds to go!
Oh, it's gonna keep going down. They're gonna try and force points, but at this point, the real thing that really matters here is that both teams played the hard out here. But Team... What can I say? What can I say? In the quarterfinals, what a heated match that was, Jonathan.
What a heated match indeed. Supernova clutching out the win. Takes game 1 in a surprise upset. Team Int goes, you know what? We'll take game number 2. But Mimikyu was indeed the secret sauce. But Tieps, oh my goodness. The clutch plays from this Talonflame. Locking in so many KOs, 12 over the course of the match, finding those execute targets to assassinate them and just be like, feed me.
Right, and as you can definitely see how this changes everything in terms of the lineup, it's how they play it. I mean, adaptation to the map is so quick from them. They know what the enemy is running, so they're like, alright, how do I turn this around to make it a good thing? How can I play it out? And I gotta be honest with you, they made it work somehow. I'm just so sorry at the very end, it kind of just flopped out of a, you know, like a whimper to a flame. And with that said though, let's take a look at the battle stats moving forward here, as right now it is in a great spot.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what that kind of damage that's come here, what kind of healing that Vaporeon, and what even Bordy was able to do. 14k on Bordy, not so bad there. Vaporeon coming in with about 10k there, that's not so bad as well. It was the flip turn build, so we're not going to see too much healing as well. I jumped the gun and thought it was the wrong move, so, you know, that's where I'm getting away. But look at Dalim, 77k on that Espeon, putting in the work. Huge grab there as well. There we got nice stuns from Psyduck as well. Urshifu coming in with a respectable 44. Pancake's coming in with respectable 47. So it's not so bad there. But Nitera, I mean, what do you think of these matches so far?
Quarterfinals has been a violent match. As we jump back into the camps here, I mean, what can we say other than the fact that, I mean, honestly, propaganda much? You know, look at that, look at that, look at that. I was here. I was here. The duck was here. And I mean, to be honest, if I had to give a play of the game as well, I mean, Psyduck definitely was in on 3 matches here, and you can definitely see the impact of the mod itself, running it down a Moxai's damage mitigation to the entire team. Just felt so beautiful across the entire side of, you know, the team going for it. But as we do want to see, I want to hear your thoughts on what you felt was the best lineup for the team as well.
Honestly, I really like the lineup in game number 2. I love the Mimikyu plays from the side of Team Int. I think that really was their secret sauce. They needed that Speedster-esque Pokemon in the pocket, and Supernova was dominating with Speedsters. We saw the Talonflame 2 games straight. We saw the Rapidash come in as well. So Speedsters are making their way back in the EU region here, and I'm excited to see how Team Int is going to come into this as well, because I feel like if the Mimikyu's banned out, there are other options for you to take that offer a similar, not the exact same, but a similar role, in such as like Leafeon there or Talonflame yourself.
Right. So as we get back to the next match here, Jonathan, I mean, what can I say? It's been a beautiful set of games here. We still got a few more, so please stay with us here, me and Jonathan. I think we'll see you guys in just a little bit. See you guys. Unite EUL Master Series, and of course brought to you by Unity Clash. My name is Nitero, the guy who just elevated from his seat back to you, and of course beside me is Jordan, who will be bringing you all the nitty-gritty details of the Pokemon Unite scene with me. Now, last match, a little bit of a weird one. Managed to get it through. Congratulations.
Yeah.
This one, a little bit of a weird one. We will now start to get it through. I think.
Absolutely. Supernova's coming back into the fray again. This time, they're up against Rework Esport Core. Ooh, so this is the 7th seed versus the 2nd seed now, Nitera.
Really? Supernova again? I mean, like, I get that I need, screen time, but damn, you guys need to copy my style, Supernova. Running it back a second game here, damn. Sure, I guess. Yeah, cool.
Interesting fact about these two. They met yesterday, And Supernova did another upset where they took Rework Esport Core in a 2-1 scenario with a fire game 3. That 3-1 that you see there, that's the handiwork of Supernova there. So that is excellent work. They came in and took down Team Int, which was a powerful team inside the EULM. They were able to take down Rework Esport Core yesterday. So let's hope they're able to do the same thing again today.
Yeah, they've already done the same thing twice in a row, maybe twice in 2 days. I mean, they can definitely do it again, you know? They played yesterday, we got to see them. They played today, we got to see them again. Really milking that screen time, huh? Great job, Supernova.
Yeah. I mean, listen, if you want that screen time, might as well do well in the league, and this is exactly what they're doing. So immediately off the rip, Mega Gyarados, Charizard Y. We don't want to see these guys there, so get them gone there.
Hold
But
on, hold on.
Cascade,
Hold on, Jonathan, hold on.
Hi.
Hold on, hold it. Shh. Hold on. Okay, one ban avoided. Last one. Alright, hold on. We're gonna just hold on, right? Okay, you're not the first pick. We were esports call's second pick. Hold on. Alright, we golden. Let's go! We're golden!
On bated breath, we wait, and Nitera's dreams come true.
Yeah, on bated. I love it. Yeah, we just waited, and it's like, no. We don't need to talk about anything. We just wait. Just wait. Beautifully done. You're absolutely right, Jonathan. We got it. True. It's a strong pickup here. Wait. Hold on. Could have been Delmise.
Oh, could have been a Delmise. Manifest that
Could've got that
empty
double.
there. Come on. All right, here we go. Manifesting Tyrant.
No. We're not manifesting. They hovered it and they didn't want to pick it up. Three-way squad core. Nah, they don't deserve it anymore. Sorry. They already have my vote just by picking back up the card. They don't need a second one.
We can't get the vibes in there enough. That's okay. TF's coming back in on the Talonflame there. We saw them 2 great games in the last set coming in. Hopefully, Rework Esport Core doesn't underestimate the power of this Talonflame. They have the Mega Lucario. They got the Darkrai there. Now they're pulling in the Leafeon there because they're saying Mimikyu's banned out. So we don't need that. We're going Leaf.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Leafeon, I'll be honest with you. And for many reasons as well. It's arguably one of the strongest speedsters in the game, but also been hit by nerfs here and there. And there are a lot of other mods that just kind of fill the role better. Arguably, the king of speedsters right now is Scyther, and even he's not seeing a lot of play. So, to be fair, seeing these double speedsters plus Talonflame, I mean, they all bring so many different things to the table. And what can I say? Honestly, it is what it is. If they see a niche for it, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, with the bulky kind of comps that that regions have been running lately there, it is not hard to see why speedsters are starting to fall off there. But again, this Talonflame was ripping people to shreds in the last pack. It doesn't matter if you were a Crustle, an Umbreon, a Vaporeon, it was taking you down left, right, and center because it knows that damage threshold to be able to pick you off.
Right, so let's get ready for the match with who's that again? Hold on, give me one. It was a Supernova. Right, we just watched them play. And this one, the core of Rework Esports. Got it. Let's see how they do it out here. They're going to get out. They get the same treatment, you know. I'm equal and fair across the board. Supernova versus Rework Esports Core. They've got quite a lot to go into it for semi-finals here, which will be quite the bang of a game. We're starting our first semi-final match here. Let's see how it pans out. Of course, don't worry about the UIs at the bottom here. It'll eventually get updated by our producer. But all is good in this neighborhood. We are seeing Charcadet going into that. We have on the standard lineup here. The only difference is that you're going to be seeing Darkrai going into the bottom lane here.
Yeah, we have the Psyduck with the Mewtwo there, the Crustle with that Darkrai. They're going straight for it. They finally get that hit on there with that Crustle there. Dwebble goes in for the 2-for-2.
And they're finally getting the beds in. Wow, look at that. The beds come. Last one. Let's go, Umbreon.
All right, here we go. Trying to get this done now as well. Here we are with the Slowpoke coming in there. We do have Mega Lucario coming in the back seat there. We have Charcadet trying to hold the line as Talonflame goes down.
great start here. It's going to be 3 Pokemons here. They will get the Lucario potentially of this, but not without him getting an extra stack down for himself here, as well as Vaporeon getting an evolution, which right now means they're in a great position to move about. I would have loved to see Vaporeon grab out the extra 5 points here, but all is good. They got more or less everything they wanted.
Yeah, 850 birds are spawning in now. It's a 4-man army from Supernova as they try to take down Rework Esport Core. They're going in on it there, but they're not able to find position. They monopolize those birds and Dragon, taking them down. Now they're going to keep the 2v2 in the fight there top, but it's going to be Psyduck holding the line in the bottom as they get the big bird themselves.
Right, absolute great start moving into this here. They dish damage out, but it's just not enough to turn it around.
Slowpoke there holding the line up the top. There's the bundle piece are going to go down here from the bottom there. Trade for trade. Going in there on that neutral wild Pokemon here. But Vaporeon's going in for the split there. Trying to provide an opportunity for the Mega Lucario to go in for the score. Despite the burn, they connect as the Ceruledge comes into the top. Bordy just says, you ain't getting away with any more.
Right, and if they continue to try and get away with it, I mean, look at the results here. They turn this one back onto them here with a great start. Rework Esports score now leading with the 43 points as well as a few KOs to boot and the levels to match them back as well. Well, we started off here. The damage is going through. We are not seeing any hitliners coming in. Level 7 on the Talonflame right now. His evolution is up and about. Let's see if they can make some plays right now. Moving instead. Regidrago is in position as well here, so they might want to stay if they can take a fight.
Yeah, moving into the top there. Teams are not looking to grab it yet there. They're still looking for a lot of these neutral wild Pokemon to capture here, or more importantly, trying to find a pick upon each other there. Darkrai in the buff there, hiding in the bush. We'd have Talonflame backing off, though, as teams are not interested in taking an engagement right now.
And they're going to continue to do the same here. It's starting it off here. Nice engage with the Money Water, but it's not enough here. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Darkrai trying to come in for the damage. Bait and switch here. I like what I'm seeing, but I'm not really sure what the plan is right now, as we do see Mewtwo come from the corner here. Nice accident to try and push him back here, but it's not enough.
Yeah, we're starting the rip on the basement Reggie right now there. That is going to be a Reg Ice. Going to be taken down and playing for the side of Rework Esport Core there. Regilecki into the top there. It's natural place as it's up there as well as we're getting beat down by the Crustle. Eject button on the Talonflame to get that cooldown reduction. But the Emerald two-step comes through. Quickly picks up the side of KO. And all of a sudden, Rework Esport Core is back in this fight.
Right. Now fully all set and ready to go here. We're going to see the Ceruledge come in, see if he can do anything, but no. Even with 2 sword hands, it looks like the fist does match the punch. And then damage is going through. It's not able to make any hitways here as Lucario is able to sit back, relax, and of course, have fun with this Ceruledge. You just can't really do anything against it. The damage output is just insane. But look at this Slowbro. It does have the health, slowly losing everything.
Regilecki now down to halfway there as the Vaporeon starts to get onto the top there. The rest of Rework Esport Core is coming in. There's the Revenant Red comes out. Secures the Regilecki there. Playing for the side of Supernova as they pick up the Leafeon and push the pad.
Nicely done here. They are able to push them away, even scaring the Lucario, which right now means they force in a Regilecki for themselves, and they're able to continue to make a fat score. I want to see the 30 go in here, but I'm not sure what the play is for them.
I think we're trying to get as many points in. They do 29 over. Great math down. Gamers can do math, folks. You've seen it here live. But Rework Esport Core is keeping the push on. They're going for the T1 pad here as they're trying to take the push down Talonflame. Pulling back to hit the Vaporeon.
Starting off here again, the close combat comes through, damage is dealt. Mega Lucario is trying to make a play here, but the one thing that's stopping him is the ability to hit from afar. And of course, the fly comes in to give them a little bit of a touchdown, scoring it back. Darkrai trying to make some plays here, but again, same issue. Everyone's here together. Who are you fighting with? And unfortunately, the salvaging play just kind of feels really bad for Rework Esports Core here, as Supernova takes another one up against them and equalizes everything that they fought for. 2 level 11s on the board here with 3 level 9. Supernova is slowly closing that gap onto Rework Esports Core.
Regice has hit the field here, down for the basement there, and Supernova's looking to grab it. The Infinite Cybrid comes out. Now Supernova knows where everybody is. They know Mega Lucario is not around. Talonflame coming in for the fly, tries to hit the Darkrai. The Darkrai goes in for the worst nightmare. Dragging a target in with it there. The Regice goes down. It's going to Rework Esport Core. The Vaporeon claims as the Rebel. Rouser comes out.
Great start for them here. They've got themselves a little bit more XP to work with here, but Mega Lucario is at the back foot here, ready to chase them out. There's the damage coming through here. This duck almost got pounded in, and now it's going to be a tough one. Indeed, once the collapse here, I think Lucario has a great shot at taking a double KO at the very least here, but it's going to be a little bit tough without any more assists and being able to get out.
Mega Lucario's now coming out of that Mega Evolution. 19 points go in for Rework Esport Core. Emerald 2-step coming out. Another couple of stacks there for the Leafeon as the Emerald 2-step claims Cerul Edge.
Very comfortable with the Leafeon pick. I like to see that. Nice dodge coming in again as well.
Yeah, great work there from that Leafeon player as well. Flip turn coming in to start put the pressure on Dullin there, but we do going to be able to see them backing off. Mega Lucario is going to be in the back there, picking up the KO on the Psyduck. A little bit too overextended.
Great start here. They're going to see the carry on the onslaught here. Dullin all alone. It's 3v1 situation. He has the Mega, but really, the numbers don't lie.
109 to 190 here. Regieleki's getting beat up by that Talonflame in the top. There's Leafeon goes in for the secure, the double wombo combo, grabs the KO, grabs the objective, lets it hit the pad, and says, I can't score on that because Regieleki's going to take the whole thing.
And again, they're going to see if they can continue this onslaught here, and they're doing a fantastic job as well. However, the timer is set right now. They have about under a minute to finish this up before Kyogre comes in, and the game gets really messy right now. Right now, with the scoreline of 109 to 210 here, Rework Esports Core has a level 40 on the board as well. It's going to be tough for them to really do much.
The last Reggie on the map to spawn in that we can feasibly take before that Kyogre spawns in. Both teams are gearing up for it, only missing a couple of characters from each side there. Reggie, rock, defense, special defense, exactly what you want as Slowbro starts the engage with a little bit of a skull.
Right, and so let's take a look at how this really comes out for them. I do see a great opportunity for them to really take a strong buff. This our Supernova and turn this one into a really favorable fight against Rework Esports Core, but I think they're just being pushed back so much here. They're really afraid to try and engage, which is kind of the concern. They don't have a lot of ways to fight back here against a Mega Lucario, the Emerald 2-step, and this is going to be tough for them. Starting it off slowly, they do lock down one, Revenant is coming in, and the damage is down. Flame Sweep is free, they can push them away. Emerald 2-step damage is down, Muddy Water to lock them in, and they're able to lock onto Mewtwo. There's the Cerul Edge going down here. There's the entire side of Supernova getting imploded on, and Rework Esports Core is ready to take Kyogre for himself.
Saya's coming out there as the side strike comes in and looks for to pick up Aaron. They're able to get away there. Psyduck getting locked down by the Darkrai. Taken down by the Psyduck, though, on 1 HP. Claydol, please leave Where alone.
Ooh, and this is a rough one. Where is somewhere to be seen, and you know, he still gets an absolute banger of an opportunity here. 1 minute on the clock left here. I mean, if they want to make a play, it's gotta be now. They've got the team ready. Mega Lucario is running down the timer here, and if anything, it's just gonna start ripping if you don't stop him. Because right now, look, the Mega Mewtwo does try to chase him away. He's in a good position, but he has to wait for an opportunity. There's the punch, comes in, does get a great knockout, but not enough for Talonflame. Comes in to clean it up. Supernova pushing it forward here, and like I said, it just needs one opportunity to chase them away, and they've done it.
Hundo Burger going in for the side of Rework Esport Core there, but Hundo Burger's reigning in now for the side of Supernova. 403 to 310 as we're trying to get these points in. Talonflame connects and further extending this to 603.
Right, beautifully done here. I mean, what a double of a score here that they had to go against here. And only 20 seconds on the clock. It's going to be hard for them to turn this around. But obviously, it feels a little bit stolen. Valor almost. So what can I say except you're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, Rework Esport Core did a lot of great work this map. They had a really good control of the field. They had the control on the levels, control on the score there, but Supernova just knew exactly what it is they needed to do to replicate in the fight there, and it came down to Talonflame. Would not be surprised if Rework decided to say, you know what? No more Talonflame. We'll give you Blastoise, Umbreon, or Charizard, but get that guy out of here. He's going on the ban list.
We'll give you something to work for, you know? I like that. I like that.
Absolutely. But I mean, look at these stats. Look at these KOs there as well, Nitera. Very low KO count across the board there. Most of it being Supernova there, but Darkrai, Dodo, and Cascade coming in with a lot of good, strong stuff from them as well.
Right, and I mean, of course, it's MVP is really obvious here. The guy who took the Talonflame. GG's, I was the Kyogre. No worries about that. But yeah, I mean, there's really not much to say in this match other than the fact that it was obviously Rework Esports Core's to win, but Supernova just happened to have a fly in deck and was able to pick it up. In fact, these numbers don't matter at the end of the day, and it was tested and proven just by the fact that they didn't win, right? So, hey, gonna see how it goes from here. It's gonna be a tough one for them to climb this one back out here, but if I had to say anything, Rework Esports Core's composition, very strong. The way they played, very strong. Nothing needs to be changed, and in fact, Supernova just needs to hope they get lucky again if they really want to move forward here. And I mean, at this point, really comes down to that. If they can get a miracle out of this, right, Jonathan? I think like that is something they should celebrate. But they cannot expect to go against Real Esports Core a second time here and hope that this is going to happen again.
Yeah, the flip was definitely a flip. It was a prayer to the Arceus there, and Arceus came through for them, but you can't expect that to happen twice there. Supernova, though, was able to take a good refight there. So I think what Rework Esports Core is going to do is, instead of going for the flip right away, because again, they were way ahead, they didn't need to do it, they're probably going to look at their secure options, probably going to be like, all right, we don't really need it, let's go for the fight, because they had these team fights all in a way up in their pockets there. They had them ready and locked in, so it just comes down to whether or not they're able to clutch it out, which I think they can.
Right, so let's take a look into that. We're going to go into the face moments of the... I need my airtime on screen. I've seen enough of what Supernova can do, and honestly, while studying that they've pulled off the one trick that could save the game, they gotta need to do it twice to impress me, right? Because that's how you advance to the finals. So, can't be surprised, Supernova. If you're gonna take airtime, it's gotta be for a special trick. Rework Esports Core coming into today's games here for the first time of the stream. Gotta say, most stellar play up to the 2-minute mark. Looked a little bit fuzzy, and honestly, Supernova did not really need to get away with so many things at that point. It was supposed to be a 5-man in, 5-man out situation. I saw a 5-man in, and then a lot of crippled people coming out of that. Not just from their side, but from your side as well. There was not a lot of KOs after a short while, and it just felt like, damn, you guys are like stuck. There was a 4-man before that, and for some reason, no one started Kyogre, which is insane.
Yeah, absolutely there. And I think that's what Supernova has been really good at punishing is mistakes. A lot of these teams that are coming up against them are making small mistakes that Supernova is just being able to capitalize on. And they've done a really good job, especially being able to come back and being able to take the refight and the objective the way they did. It was a flip that Rework Esports Core didn't need to make. So I don't think that's going to happen again in game number 2. But they are able to take those fights and the refights, and there are scrappy little buggers too, so they're not going to be taken out very lightly.
Good, interesting choice of words. Interesting choice of words. I've got to give it to you.
I mean, that's what they do. They like to brawl. They like to get up in your face. They like to scrap and brawl with you. So yeah, I think they're scrappy little buggers.
Chris will have a word with you later. Sorry, Chris over here. He'll figure it out. No, I'm not gonna ask that. But yeah, we're gonna go into round 2 of this, and well, again, Supernova, they need to play out of their minds. I really don't need to see the draft for this because at least from the scoreboard, 3-1, 1-3. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Supernova is the losing team here, and I mean, again, if we really want to talk about draft, Real Esports Core kind of just played a draft that just felt so much stronger than Supernova here, and really all Supernova can do is to hope to pick up Pokemon that really helps the agenda of Secure. Blaziken, Talonflames, I want to see those come into the fray.
Yeah, absolutely. Vaporeon's getting put on the ban list, though. We do not want to see this coming up from Esports Core again. So Mega Gyarados going to be joining it up on the ban list as well, and it looks like we're going to be hovering down around an Umbreon pick from the side of Rework Core.
I don't know. I'm just gonna hold it again. Let's see what happens. I mean, at this point, it really comes down to who they want to play around with, what Pokemon they want to use. Real Esports Core has the free reign to play whatever they want and likely get away with it. And Supernova just kind of has to deal with it. That's kind of the problem they have now. It's really, there is a difference in skill here that needs to be addressed. And I cannot say any more than that, right? I mean, that is very, very true, very, very evident. And if Supernova wants to pick a comp, I really think Dhelmise low-key might be good because if they can take a strong pick here, they can start it off. Suicune as well, very strong choice. One of the strongest Pokemon in the game, arguably the strongest Pokemon game for how flexible it is. Maybe that might be a Pokemon you could try as well.
Yeah, surprisingly, Suicune is a Pokemon that has actually kind of fallen off a lot lately. People are just not bringing it in, despite the Blissey band still being top of the pick there. But Crustle, Mewtwo Y, going to be the first picks for Supernova there. Rework Esport Core has the opportunity to bring in the Mega Lucario for themselves, but it's going to be Azalito on the Eldegoss, and Dodo bringing in the Mimikyu.
Like the energy there. As we go into that, Mimikyu has been a terror since just now, and right now we're gonna see it happen a second time on the furry. I mean, if there's another thing that we can talk about here, I guess the fact that we might see J-Part onto the Alola Raichu, which is interesting. And now it's not, because they didn't want to pick it. Sure, pick the Electric Dragon, why not? You know, same. Sure.
Yeah.
It was interesting for a moment.
Yeah, Miraidon's a strong pick there for Rework Esport Core. And again, this is a tale as told as time for Supernova. They banned out the Mimikyu game number 1. They let it through in game number 2. Now it's going into Dodo there. So I think we're going to a game 3 scenario there where Supernova's going to ban out the Mimikyu again. And they're going to take game number 3 because that's what happened against Team Int. And we're going to see the repeat here. You never know, but that's Hyde's prediction as TX locks in the Talonflame once more.
And it's going to be starting off strong here. Interesting combo cross. Rework Esports Core is slowly shaking my faith in humanity, but Supernova, yeah, they're not doing any better. You know, if I had to pick a comp here, I mean, really the difference maker now is just tips on the Talonflame, right? So low-key, yeah. I have to give the Supernova on that basis alone. Like, I do think Real Esports Core has great mons here, like Blastoise and Miraidon, but I mean, like, if a Talonflame comes in, like, what are you really gonna do for S Mimikyu and S Serena? Or S Miraidon as well? So rough.
I think the only option that you really have is the moment it lands with Fly, lock it in with the Queenly Ascendant. Lock it in
Maybe.
Play with Me.
Maybe.
That's the only way to do it. And then try to get it with the Blastoise to lock it in with the Surf or a Hydro Typhoon. You got to CC chain the heck out of it, because the moment you let it get away, the moment you give it an opportunity to click Fly, and you know they're sitting there spamming the Fly button. Come on, click, 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 click. As soon as they get escape, you don't want that. You want to stop that from going off. And yeah, I think that's the only way you're going to be able to get that Talonflame blocked down.
Bang! That's all they go. You need to red, blue, purple, and hope that it decimates the Kyogre. That's all they can hope for.
Absolutely. But we're coming into game number 2. Supernova with the 1-0 right now in match point position. They're going to be your orange team, Rework Esport Core, your purple team, as Supernova tries the tried and true double and jungle invade on themselves, getting their main carries to level 4, and then going into the top lane to hit level 5 at the same time.
Early start going into it. I like the strength of how they're going to try to see if they can give EXP to share across, especially now with EXP share being a little bit broken in the bad way. You know, it might be better to just see if you can get as many Pokemon into their breakpoints as fast as possible.
Yeah, one of the good things about this clear, too, is it does keep them the same level. It gets them to their level 5s a little bit quicker as well. But they're able to hit the lane at the same time for that 3v2 scenarios there. But it does put them on the back foot because Mimikyu has shown up. Mimikyu's level 5, and Armor Bruise finally hitting the level 5 for the side of Supernova 5 seconds before those HP birds come in.
Right, and early on, we're gonna see whether they can turn this around here. The bird comes in to engage, and there's the acrobatics coming in to dish the damage here, only onto Mimikyu, and we don't see any fall off from there. If I really want to see something happen, Supernova had to commit to that fight, right? They should just acrobatics in the middle and see if we can hit as much as they can.
Yeah, take as much damage as you can on the top on the side of rework there, because if you let them in there, they're gonna take every inch by a mile, and it's going to be like, you know what? We're just gonna take you because your HP just keeps getting lower and lower, and Mimikyu's getting hungrier and hungrier.
Right. And as you can see here, this is exactly what happened, and it did not pan out well for them. So, I mean, if I really want to say anything here, I think it comes down to the fact that they just don't really have a foothold in this race at the moment.
But Rework Esport Core is now being pushed out of that central path there. 2 seconds now until Reggie Drago hits the field, but they don't care. They're diving in. Supernova's taking a double KO right now. Armor Rouge, Mr. Mime taken down. Talonflame left alone to defend the top pad there. But that's exactly what it is, though. A Talonflame.
Yes, 420 Blaze It or something, I don't know. They jump in here, they take a KO. Yep, the 420 Blaze It. They come in there. Miraidon returning the favor here with the Electric Shock here. Don't see any dogs around, so I don't think that's the right play. But all the same, the Talonflame does dish damage out and he's getting punished for it. Tips in a bad position coming for that.
Great eject away to get away from that 1 HP in a dream. Miraidon's putting the pressure down with the charge beam, trying to zone them out as they try to take the Reggie Drago. Meanwhile, up in the top there, it's going to be that Blastoise with the Eldegoss holding the line as Serena claims Reggie Drago for Rework Esport Core.
Right now, they're in a great position to try just continue to take a fight here. And I do see it 51 to 0 points. It's a big gap right early on, but that's also because Cascade is the one that actually got the 30 drop here, which means he's got another stack for himself, and right now it's gonna be tough for them to do something about it unless they all dive into Cascade, which again, it just feels like Supernova doesn't want to keep fights that they can absolutely try and trade, right? Yes, you lose 3 Pokemons in the first fight that I was mentioning just now, but if you do make it out here, you're also ahead by that much. So I mean, there's something to consider.
Regieleki playing for Rework Esport Core. Captured there, but Registeel's going to the side of Supernova there. We have that Armor Rouge going in as Regieleki connects, takes down Armor Rouge, putting points on the board there, trying to get as many as they can in to maximize that overpath. Down on the bottom here, we have Lola trying to keep that, Azalito trying to get 5 points in as the rest of Supernova is starting to collapse.
Right, it's an early start. I like the aggression here. Now, the question is, can they follow it through? That is what I'm hoping to see as they go about it. Right now, it's a little bit of a rough spot for them, but I can see the energy, I can see the vision going for that. But again, point-wise, 143-0, how do you turn this around unless you take a strong fight? From Rework Esports Core side, they are happy to not take a fight here. On Supernova side, yeah, you kind of need to do something because they're just defending it so well.
Yeah, they're going for a lot of the wild Pokemon as they spawn in, but at some point, you do have to get a score on the board there. You got attack weight stacks, experience to grab. There's a KO on Azalito right there as well, so great job there as 34 goes in. You know where Vision is 2 of them. You can push the pad here. 5 men against 3. Go, Supernova, go!
Right, and they're already doing such a fantastic job luring them into this fight and actually collapsing onto them. This is beautiful. This is what I want to see from Supernova, actually growing the courage to take the leap of faith that they need here. And they're doing so well too, because right now, Rework Esports Core did not need to run back in. Blastoise shouldn't run back into this fight. Even if they lose where, they can win the fight. But again, it feels like they lost their strength of courage after the fight here. They just want to back away for overextending. But really, I feel like they could have taken one more.
They could have, absolutely there. They backed off a little bit too early, almost like they're playing a little bit too passive. They're scared. They have a lot of good front line. They got the AoE with that fire spin there. They have the Psychic with the Mr. Mime Power Swap combination to help get those stuns to set up for the Talonflame Mewtwo to go in for those KOs. Registeel, though, going to be playing for Rework Esport Core, and unlike Supernova, they are pushing this pad hard.
Right, and so, as you can see, again, the onus is on them to make a play when they're down. And now, because of that, they choose to kind of just hold on to whatever advantage they have when they should be back. See, the problem, they go in, that's the right play, they finish, and unless they don't have anything else, they choose to carry on staying where it's safe, where they think it's safe. But that's what they need to do. They needed to back there, like what they did just now. They played so safe just now when they're in enemy zone. Now they're playing safe again when it's their zone. And why can't they just play it safe, like, across the board?
Exactly. But right now, teams are going to be looking to play a little bit of Pac-Man here as well. Lots of wild Pokemon on the field there, so they should be claiming those and getting levels, but sensing the weakness that this is what they should be doing. Supernova's trying once more onto this bottom T1 pad. Rework Esport Core does not have their full members. There's the Psychic Boom comes out into the Flame Sweep. They're able to pick up the Armor Rouge there, so they are immediately on the back foot and on the retreat.
I don't like the situation for them right now, where it's in such a precarious spot. Obviously, it's a free KO for the side of Rework Esports Core here, especially since they still have the Registeel buff for just a little bit. I don't really know what they can do here in this stage, but it's gonna come down to the fact that they have a lot of dots to pick up, right? It's time to Waka Waka.
Yeah. 28 seconds now until the basement Reggie comes in. The last one they can feasibly grab before the final objective comes in 43 seconds. TX comes down there trying to steal away a little bit of neutral farm there that they can try to get there, but Blastoise getting caught up, but also getting crucial vision for Rework.
Right. 259 to 119 points. How do we go about this, Jonathan? How do we go about this? I'm going to start off with the Reggie basement here, and let's see if they can pick anything up from there. But if not, it looks like it might actually just be Blastoise instead. They do have one for themselves. 5 players. Question is, what are you collapsing for? And it looks like they want to actually prepare themselves, posture themselves for Kyogre.
Yeah, this Groudon's going to spawn in
Groudon.
here. They're going to look to rip it. And I think that's what they're aiming to do. They're trying to take a position to rip, to try to force Rework in. There it goes. The Psychic Boom into the Showtime coming through. There's the Hydro Typhoon into the Infinite Sideburn. We're coming in. There's KOs coming through as Talon Flame is taking down the first victim of this fight. Followed by Mr. Mime, the 2 KO streak for the Serena coming through. This Miraidon falls to the Mewtwo. Why, though? As a third KO on the Crustle goes through with the Rubble Rouser in the pocket.
It's a great start for them here. And once again, we're in the same position where Rework Esports Core this time actually has the Groudon. And kind of just ditched out a little bit here. So now they want to try it down and somehow... I'm not even gonna...
Supernova gets the last hit on the Groudon with the Mewtwo. Why? Serena claims the KO. Now it has a buff in the pocket, but there's 3 buffs now for the side of Supernova. They have to connect these scores. Patience is the key. 1 minute left, but Crustle says, we're full sending it. 209 to 259. Right now, it's Supernova's game to claim.
I don't know, man. I said they needed to do it twice for me to be, like, impressed. And, I mean, I had to give it to you. I am impressed.
There they go.
Very.
Going for the scores there. The Flame Sweep comes in into the Rock Tomb. They're trying everything in the kitchen sink to try to get these scores in. Boom! They connect! 315 to 259. Serena has the buff. They're going for the T2 pad, but they left the Mewtwo wide behind specifically for this. Are they able to stop the Serena? Yes, they do! Supernova just might 2-0 this with 15 seconds left. It's Mewtwo wide trying to hold the line with the Flexo. Claims the KO, and it's Supernova 2-0 on Rework Esport Core. Woo! What a game!
They surprised me.
What a game!
They really surprised me. I've got nothing. I've got nothing. No, like you know what? They deserve the screen time. Supernova, they did what I asked them twice. Can I really ask for anything more? Like, damn. Like, okay, guys, sure, cool. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Wow's the word.
Whoo! Supernova's clutching it out, keeping us waiting with bated breath. 2's clutch secures on the final objective. A rip that Rework Esport Core didn't even need to make back to back.
Can you blame them?
Yes. Not Supernova, no! Absolutely not. Supernova, this is what I mean. This is a team that will punish you for the littlest of mistakes that you make. And this is exactly what they did. They said, you know what? This is a mistake that you're making, and we're going to claim it. You didn't KO all of us. You didn't KO all of us.
I don't know, man. Like, I just... Man, that is quite. Whew. There's a Pokemon Unite match that I had to watch. You know, that was one that I loved a long time ago, right? But wow, this is the second match that I've been breathless on stream for very long time. People know that I have the energy to bring it down. So when I'm in this state, you know, like, wow, it's something that I could have never seen in my life happen like this, and I gotta give it to you. Supernova is arguably the few teams to earn my respect, purely by just doing what they did. 100%, Darlim should not have lived in that situation, but man's a goddamn chat. He walked in, he said, "Nah, man, 4-man, I still got this." Hits it, says goodbye, and his whole team was solid and ready to go. Like, honestly, earned my respect, Supernova. Got a goddamn bottom of my heart. I'm sorry for whatever I said.
Absolutely. When you doubt the secret sauce, you just got to come through and prove it again. And the TX on this Talonflame was still absolutely bonkers. I mean, Mimikyu it seems to be a really strong Pokemon against Supernova. So Rework did a great job bringing it in. They didn't want it against Team Int, but Team Int won the game that they brought it in against. Rework Esport Core must have brought the Mimikyu again, and Supernova heard Hyde's prediction and goes, "You know what? We have to make this guy spread misinformation across the internet, and we're just going to 2-0 this set."
Let's call it to a break. Congratulations to Supernova. It completely wiped the floor on me. Made me look stupid for a bit. You know, gotta respect the idea here, but yeah, I know I'm good for today. I'm gonna call, like, I don't know, Tano to take over me instead. I'm not ready for this. Yeah, it's great casting with Jordan. It was a great game today. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Let's move on to the next set of games after this break. You know, I'm done.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys on the flip side.
Oh, hello everybody! Let's get back to this action. I'm now on the mic, sticking with the amazing Jonathan Hyde. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing amazing. Almost like I'm doing, I was going to make a planetary joke, but then I lost all the celestial body names. I'm doing great because Supernova is off to a great start there. But oh my gosh, those games are fire, Tano. I'm excited to see what's coming up next because it's Rework Esport 4 versus Rework Esport here.
The rework battle, and seeing that Core has been defeated by Supernova, they realistically need to win this set here, Jonathan. Of course, Gear, they're in that happy, comfortable top spot here in this league. The games that they win in this mid-season battle-off will go into points, which is added to the standing. So everybody wants to be winning, but Core, it's especially important for them now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, you just are down here in the lower quarterfinals there. You're in the best of 3, so this is not a position you really want to find yourself in, but since you're here, you might as well make the best of it. And while you're making the best of it, you might as well bring some Sableye.
I'm on board with that, buddy. I was having a conversation with some of the Team Inc. guys the other day, and they were mentioning what do you want to see, and I was like, give me that Gengar. So I'm 100% with you, bro. I hope we do see some of that action, but I gotta say, I'm so incredibly happy and excited to see how Supernova have just flipped a switch and turned their schedule around, buddy. It's so incredible to see teams doing that, but let's get on with our game here. Both rework squads going into the ban phase here.
Yeah, Ikelis says Terra's not here anymore, so it's safe to ban the Mega Lucario. Dodo following suit and says, Umbreon, get him out of here.
Valid, Umbreon has been so incredibly strong, especially in the most recent UCS weekend. Absolutely dominating was Marv on the Umbreon and Sazero. It's going to be Mewtwo Y that gets banned out here, but for Esport Core. And let's see if Gear want to stick with that Mega Chain. Nope, they're going to ban out Psyduck.
Yeah, this has actually been a common trend that we've seen in teams today. They're banning out the Umbreon, banning out the Psyduck, and they're banning out the Mimikyu. Like, listen, there's something about Mimikyu that these teams do not like in Game 1. They'll allow it through in Game 2, but then they'll ban it out in Game 3. That's Hyde's prediction for how this is going to go based off what we've seen today alone.
All right, so just confirmation. This is a best of 1, and it is an elimination. So whoever loses this game here, Hyde, that is it. You are out of the mid-seasons. You can't be winning any more points. So it is time to go big or go home as we see Cascade lock in that Mega Gyarados.
Yeah, listen, I know I was saying pick Sableye a little bit earlier there, but listen, if this is a best of 1 format, unless you're going score comp, don't pick Sableye. Pick something smart. Go Duraludon instead. It's a team ripper. You're good. Hyde's guaranteed. Win's not guaranteed.
Read T's and C's below. What is incredible though is that this is the first and second place teams in this league so far. We're not even in the semis or the final here, buddy. This is quarterfinal and they're going up against each other. So, you know, one of these are going to be saying goodbye after this, as we do see the Empoleon coming out here for Core. They're building a very strong brawling kind of comp as Gear. They pick up this Inteleon for Japer for that range.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I did love it too, I want to pick up on as well, is Meow. 17 bans across the season so far. Now we're in the mid-seasonal. Not a single person's picked it up. Come on! It's the #1 banned Pokemon. We haven't seen it banned or picked a single time. EU, you're killing me.
But what we will see is more of this Talonflame action as Dodo picks that up for Gear. And of course, the Galarian Rapidash has been used considerably in these tournaments and the UCS as well, as Ikelis goes that route. So I gotta say, I'm loving the Talonflame that we're seeing recently. I think probably if not one of the best species in the game right now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You can assassinate targets, you can brawl out a little bit, you can offlane, you got the mobility to get a lot of scores in quickly, you can traverse the map to get secure on objectives, and we've seen TX from Supernova put some excellent work into this, and Dodo's coming back and says, you know what, Core? We had to live through the trauma of TX on the Talonflame, and now we're going to put you through it too.
I gotta say, so the fact that we currently have a team in this league that has won every set that they've gone into, they're currently 4-0. They're now in a position where they could be eliminated by their other team, Core, who have just lost to Supernova, who were struggling to find a game win before this weekend. I mean, you can't write storylines better than that, Jonathan.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to bring out the best of the best. You got to bring out what you're great on because, again, the loser of this is done and gone. But we're going into game number 1 of 1. Here, we're going to be sending Raichu into the central lane there. We have Piplup going up top there with an Eevee. And we've got a Talonflame Dodo waiting on the respawn of Excelsior.
Going straight for the buffs there, getting a quick rotation in is Dodo. Down in the bottom lane, though, it's going to be this quick Ponyta that they're going to have to try and deal with as Japer goes for the retreat, gets a stack instantly. Not an easy task against this and that Snorlax. Oh, they get the KO there, Jonathan.
They do. They get the KO, and they're going for a quick stacks there. That's 3. That's 1 point there. That's 3 stacks in the pocket. That's really good for the side of Rework Esports Core. Now going to the top side, though, you got to really get that Magikarp online because you just lost your Fletchinder to Raichu's nasty A-Press.
Bro, this feels like Core are playing angry in this one. They are very quick on the rotation. Skull sat here waiting for the central area. They found KOs already. This is Core being so angry that they've just lost there. They really want to take this win.
Yeah, they really do, and they want to take them down, so they're getting ready to go. Rapidash already putting the work in as Talonflame's able to find the KO with the Crustle. Now they're keeping the that Snorlax there on the back foot. Eject into the berry there. That's a great play from the side of Core.
Desperately needed that one, as we do need to see Dodo hit that level 7 as they get ever so closer to being able to have access to that evolution. Now we do see that on the side here of Japer as well. Good cut off there by Aaron, and these are going to be so important in these tombs.
Yeah, we are going to see 76-24 taking the lead on that, but Cascade finally online as a big bad Gyarados there as they're looking to try to take down that Piplup there, but they're not able to get the KO. Managing to hit the pad, hit the berry, get a little bit of shields too.
Right, so Central Area Pokemon now pretty much matching just a little bit extra level on the side of this Raichu, neither having their Unite moves yet as they go for the Regidrago, managing to pick up that Drizzle down in the bottom lane is going to be Ickless, runs into Dodo with the fly though, looks like they may fall, they try and get a stack, they won't find it.
They will not indeed, but they will find the Regidrago there. Raichu being able to pick up the KO on that there. Secured and in the pockets as now we have Rework Esport Gear looking to push this top pad there. Like 2 defenders there on the pad. Will be Core be able to defend this?
You have Talonflame ready for that execute. He's getting prepared. A good push from Cascade here. Paired with that possibility will be massive, but it's the Evo that saves them at the moment. Rio manages to get out of the way from the evolution. That is massive for them. They do score a 29 dunk on the side of Gear. Talonflame, seeing if they can find it, wisely decides to get away as Dodo now looking to retreat. Again, the Pocket Blissey is all the difference here as Azalito keeps Cascade in the battle. They're going for the Regirock now, Jonathan, but they're getting pretty weak. A lot of damage coming on down, looking for the execute on the side of Dodo. Hasn't found it just yet. Beach is going to zone out Cascade. They've got a little bit of a shield, and it is going to be taken by Dodo. Talonflame is king once again.
Now we're going to be looking to clean up here as the Gyarados does fall. Talonflame on the defense there as we do have the Rapidash pulling off there. Down to the bottom there, we got Snorlax helping the Regieleki get in. X-Scissor off into the berry. They're trying to take down the Snorlax. They're denying the score of 13 points, but that's 13 points that they don't have in the pocket of Core, who's sitting at 112 to 55.
Oh, this is electric. 40 dunk going to go in by Raichu down in this bottom lane as Skull is going to have to try and get away from the Talon, but that's what a Talonflame is here to do. Dodo will not get the 40 in return. Triad Blitz is going to be used. Locks in Aaron instead. Frigo's going to push them up. X's are in their face. They will find the KO, and Ickless found it on Dodo to boot. Oh my god, Esport Core are so aggressive here, Jonathan.
They are indeed, and that's exactly what you need to do against Gear, because when you have Rework Gear that's sitting at 4-0, undefeated in the league so far, that is going to be nasty to be in. So one of the ways to get ahead is this aggression. because Rework Gear loves to keep the aggression as well, and when they are used against it, they don't seem to be doing too well.
I do love the tactic of having Icarus here just to hunt down the Pokemon that get so weak, trying to deal with the brawl that Core has, as you see them trying to cause some annoyance over to the side of Japer here, but Liquidation is a sure hit move. That's going to hit. Flame Sweep will come through, still having to use quite a lot of time to take down that one Pokemon. 4 of gear were in the central area.
Yeah, now we're looking at 168 to 64. 10 seconds until the basement Reggie spawns, and 14 till the Regieleki up in the top comes in as well. Sorry, that's not Regieleki, that's the roulette. Regieleki's in the basement. Hide, wake up. But here we go. We're looking to grab this Snorlax. There's a goes for the block as the Talonflame goes to grab the Raichu. Eject over the wall into the Dragon Current, into the Thunderstorm. Aerial. Chain after chain coming out.
And this is why I'm loving stored power at the moment. So incredibly hard to catch Skull there. They get a Dragon Current. And then, oh my god, down in the bottom, Dodo takes the Secure away from the Empoleon. That is massive as they get that buff. And right now, Triad Blitz is going to be used here, trying to lock down Japer, try and reduce the damage coming in from the Azure Spy Vision as Gear look to push this top lane. We do not have enough approach from them here at the moment, though. Getting blocked off here on the side of Frigo as Alito's trying to rush on out, giving the assistance over to Cascade. They may have found the double, and again, Japer manages to get hit by the Rapidash, but it's going to be the Liquidation that finds the KO anyway. Cascade against the wall, but Esport Core can't find enough.
No, they're keeping the pressure on, though, and there we go. The Crystal's able to fall, but they claim the Raichu as well. Dodo able to do excellent work on this as Cascade goes for the 40 cap in the top. Only 4 points over, but it puts them within 32 points of Rework Esport Core. Dragon Current going to come out there as we now look to Mega Gyarados online. Why are we going to be able to get any use out of this, though, before it wears off?
Doesn't look like it at all. I mean, probably the last opportunity to use it before the final objective. I think maybe they were expecting a little few more Pokemon from Core there, knowing that Snorlax was scouting out. So they're going to try and rip the objective to get the most from it. It will be a Regirock buff that Esport Gear now has. Won't have another one before the final objective. May have been able to catch out Aaron here. No, they do manage to get away. Japer coming in as well in the bottom lane, trying to deal with the Snorlax. Huge Thunderstorm Aerial will go down, and they find the KO on Cascade and Aaron here. Esport Core trying to capitalize on this by pushing this T1 pad.
They have to give up the pad there, otherwise Dodo risks the KO, and you don't want to give up a lot of experience like that already swinging back to Core. So now what do? You give up the pad, 218 to 136. Still within range, though, as we have 34 seconds here until Groudon spawns into the map.
Bro, that was a 42 overcap in that T1. That could be detrimental to Esport Gear losing this game, but they're going to have to play this final objective really wisely because Aleki's going to be taken now as well by Core. That's going to put some pressure onto the T2 pad. Esport Gear, though, they're already getting set up for an ambush here.
Yeah, absolutely there. So as we come through now, we're going to be looking for position here as Groudon spawns in here. Snorlax looking for the pick on the Mega Gyarados there. That's exactly what Core is going to be looking to do, but they don't find the KO.
Now they're going to see if they can get back to this pit, try and see if they can go for some sort of attention onto it. May have been able to catch out Icarus here as they run away. They're taken down. Japer is now protected in this fight. Skull, realistically, the only one that can try and get round for them, but they're having to stay behind their front line here. Dodo comes through with the fly. That's going to be a long cooldown. Japer's been caught up against the wall. A massive block by Frigo here as they do try to see the rip. Flame Sweep will come through. Manages to find free Dragon Currents here as well, but the Power Nap is going to do enough. They managed to find the Raichu. Esport Gear have taken most of the damage out from Core right now. Again, trying to hold strong is going to be Frigo, but it's going to be the power of Ryu that comes through. They take the KO onto Blissey. It's just Dodo left here, Jonathan. Esport Core instantly going for the rip. You've got to be cautious of that fly. We've got Inteleon coming back in as well. They've got Liquidation as a sure hit move. They've got the Azure Spy Vision. That's going to be crits landing left, right, and center. Instant return to take them down back to the spawn room. Icarus trying to chase down Dodo here. The rip continues on the ground as we see Aaron in the middle of this pit trying to hold up strong on the crystal. There goes the fly with a Thunderstorm Aerial, but it's locked in by Esport Core, who take down Aaron and will look to win this game.
Woo! What an an intense fight. 1, 2, 3, 4 taken down on Esport Gear. Gyarados, Cascade, the only one left standing there, and a dream that is slowly whittling away. They're going to have to come back into game number 2, and then once again, actually, no, never mind. I keep forgetting. This is a best of 1. Rework Esport Core is going to be moving on, while the number 1 team in the league, Rework Esport Gear, is falling off.
Bro, we say that this European League Masters is the evolution of the European League. And if this isn't a way to prove that, Esport Gear have been the number 1 team. Esport Core have just been defeated by Supernova, who have only recently been getting their wins in the past week, bro. But now Esport Gear send themselves home. Core take the win, and they move on to the semi-losers final.
Yeah, that's going to be amazing to watch. I mean, listen, when you got Pokemon coming into this that you're confident in using, Ikelis onto this, Rapidash there showing good things, Skull onto the Raichu though. Woo! Oh my goodness. I mean, the feeling of the win has got to be like soaring high, but to be able to take out your sister team, that's got to be a little bit bittersweet.
Definitely, 100%. I mean, both of these two teams have been incredible in this league, but oh my days, buddy. That was electric as well. One of the best games we've seen. As a best of 1, you have to throw everything that you possibly have at that game, and that's exactly what both squads tried to do. I know looking at that score, it's a huge benefit over to Gear, but realistically, it was close coming into that final fight, buddy. Probably less than 100 points between them.
Yeah, I think Dodo was the real threat there from Esport Core, though. They were waiting so long to grab the Groudon there. They knew Dodo's fly was going to be off cooldown. They weren't going to be able to have the rip completely secured before the 12 seconds there was used up. So they took it very, very slowly, waiting for the rest of Esport Core to come back in, picking them off one by one and being like, Dodo, come on. Come here, I know you want this. And as soon as they did, yeah, they found him, got him, and sent him home.
Oh my days, what an exciting game that ended up being, chat. And just giving you a little update as I have a nosy at the bracket here. I know people have been rooting for Los Duros. Unfortunately, they lost to Italian Diff. They're now going to go up against Phantom Force in the opposite quarter final. And our winners final right now, Jonathan, Supernova are going to be taking on Italian Diff. So that's going to be an exciting matchup as we get ready to head to the break here, chat. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Welcome back, trainers. More action in the winner's side of the bracket to bring you here, and we're going to continue the story of Supernova as they look to take on Italian Diff in this next one, Jonathan.
I'm excited to see Supernova once more on stream there. Nitera might be like, all right, we got the little respect there. You guys can have the visibility on stream. I'll give it to you there. But I'm excited because we saw some really great stuff in Games 1 and 2. TFs on Talonflame. Listen, if you're Italian Diff, there's one thing you don't want to give them is Talonflame. But they also struggle against Mimikyu. So if there's one thing you want to bring against them, it might be that guy.
100%. And the thing is, there's only so many Pokemon you can ban in this game, Jonathan, and we were just having the discussion. You've already got the Megas that you have to consider. There's like 10 or 15 other Pokemon that seriously have to be considered. Umbreon and Blastoise off the top of my head. So realistically, can you justify banning our Talonflame and a Mimikyu? If you have somebody against you that is that incredibly good on it, you're gonna have to, but what do you let through to do that?
Exactly. I mean, Charizard Y, Mega Lucario, these are Pokemon that are at the top of the ban list right now. Mega Gyarados being able to make the slot in there as well. Umbreon and Psyduck also catching strays and bans as well. So you're not just losing Megas, but you're losing the support options to handle the Megas. So if these Pokemon are being banned out, you almost have no choice but to ban the Megas out. In which case, a lot of the micro Pokemon that come through, like Mimikyu, Talonflame, Rapidash, are making a resurgence, and my goodness, are they doing well.
Well, we have a lot of hype and a lot of conversation around Supernova because of how they have played this entire week, today and yesterday. So it's one of those where Italian Diff, they want to be the heartbreakers here. They want to be the team that show, no, we are still one of the best teams in this league. We will defeat the ones that are building up this momentum, and that would be a brilliant position for them to be in heading into that grand final first.
Yeah, it absolutely would be too. You want to be in that grand final situation because the lower bracket, that losers round, that's best of one down there. That's dangerous territory. It is do or die, and you got to bring the best of the best. And if you choke game number 1, that's it. It's over. It's gone. You don't get a rematch. You don't get to claw back into a 2-0 sweep and make it a 2-1 game. You need to take that game number 1. You don't want that pressure against you. You don't want to feel it. So just win this set there. 2-1, 2-0, whatever it takes. Win. Move on to grand final.
Especially considering that down in that loser semi-final is eSport Gear. Like, they are the number one in this league so far. Like, obviously after today, we might see some changes, but, you know, coming into today. So that's not an easy task down there, Jonathan, especially if you are competing in a best of one setting before you hit that loser's final. This is, from here on out, the toughest of this league that you will see in this competition so far. So, if you were thinking like a couple of weeks ago that Supernova would be in this position, you've got to give them all the props you possibly can, because this is the incredible position for this team to be in.
I mean, when you think about it too, you've had weeks to research these teams and look at the pods. You know, you've had to look at times and look at the APIs, look at your scrims against them, and be able to plan and research. And Supernova has done a great job. They know exactly what it is they want to do. They may not execute it always perfectly, but they know how to get that last hit there. Talonflame last hitting in the game number in their first set there, and then we've got Mewtwo Y with an auto attack securing the Groudon in set number 2. So I'm excited to see what's going to be in here set number 3. Will it be a Blissey slap to secure the win? Who knows?
Well, what I will say is that even in the regional leagues, we've seen BH3 win. They're currently undefeated, but only by a split-second decision in the final few moments of games. We've seen the exact same from Komai, Team Peps. So it happens, bro. You've just got to win in any way you possibly can, and it's all about the scoreboard at the end of it. So if Supernova keep that up, that's the route that they're going to be looking to take. As we have a look at the bans, they're going to ban out Blissey and Hooper off the bat here, Jonathan.
And Italian Diff's going to clap back with Vaporeon, and finally, we see Meowth in some capacity. It is going to be the 18th ban, but it's still making an appearance on stream, and that's what I love to see. 17 bans, the top banned Pokemon and it takes set number 4 before we finally see it in some capacity. EU likes troll and hide. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Well, Supernova are going to ban out that Mimikyu. They recognize what they don't like going up against at all. Let's see what their first pick is going to be. And as we mentioned, buddy, once you let these Megas through, Teeps is going to throw on the Mega Charizard Y.
Not a single Mega is gone there. So yeah, Mega Charizard Y and Brutal coming in on the Mega Lucario with the Mega Mewtwo Y coming in on Giampi. So now Mega Gyarados gonna come in for Supernova. Where is coming back in? No, Lola on the Slowbro.
That is a brilliant pick here. Like, Pokemon that have those one-on-one cut-down Unite moves are even more important with these Megas in the game. So Lola, a really important priority pick to take that away as Foxshow locks in the Suicune, and it looks like Eastark will be looking for the Umbreon. That would be good for trying to deal with a lot of shielding that comes through with these Unite moves. No, instead, sticking with the Crustle, happy to take all of that damage for their team.
Seeing the crust, so we're going to respond from where, hovering the Umbreon, debating on it. Is what we're going to go with. Dalim going to be looking at something as well. We are debating between Psyduck, Umbreon there. We're hovering there, going to be the Umbreon coming in. Whatever shielding Crustal's going to bring to the table there, going to be completely eaten by that Umbreon there. And Dalim coming in on that Rapidash to round out Supernova's combo.
Yeah, I really like that comp, buddy. You go with the Umbreon here because you can take 2 different routes. You don't have a healer, so you can go for that Wish, and that will be so important for your Megas. But on top of that, you can also go for the Disruption. You do have Mean Look that will be very important in trying to shut down some of the Megas that you have on the other side, especially now they've picked up yet again the Talonflame. It's Keep Running is going to bring that one out.
Yeah, listen, I think it's in the name there. You see that Talonflame, you just keep running. You don't stop because he's going to hunt you down. He's going to take you out, and then he's going to take your Chaos Energy and your objectives too. Might even take your ice cream. You got to watch out for that guy.
Oh, they're going to be coming big time, buddy. I mean, they don't have an easy target, though. That's the only thing that I'm a little bit cautious of here. It makes me wonder if they're going to go for a little bit more damage, because I do see they have that charge item on the side of possibly a Brave Bird, but that means you don't have any escape, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. You do think Fly is the easier one, but right now, I mean, maybe Dalim, but Dalim's going to be so difficult for a Talonflame to catch. It's so tanky on the side of Supernova. It's a rather interesting pick here.
I also like the fact that we had double trap potential on the side of Supernova. We have the Umbreon there with the Mean Look that can be used all game long, but Rapidash has the Triad Blitz. You get caught out by that in the wrong way, that's another trapping move. You get a second target with that, that's 2 Pokemon during that final fight on Kyogre that you can just say, we're going to take them out one by one. That's a burst opportunity for Supernova to collapse on.
Realistically, the damage from Italian Diff here is on Brutal with that Mega Luca, and of course Giampi with that Mewtwo Y. You take both of them down here, Jonathan, it's just going to be a sustained team fight for Italian Diff. They won't have any opportunity to rip or anything from that point of view, so it's all about what Supernova can do to find those KOs as we kick it off here, and we see these lanes shaking up against each other.
Into Y going up against that Umbreon right now as well, with the Dwebble coming in, and there we go. But the first goal is going to the Pretty Pink Pony, trying to get away with those stacks.
Ooh, and that's what they're going to see if they can, if they take that one away. Looks like that was actually stolen here by Giampi as they continue to push on and see what they can take from the side of Supernova. Eastark is going to find that, try and score a 9 in the face of them here. Wisely decides to get away, but Giampi does get a stack.
Now we're going into the top here. We have a 3-man army from the side of Italian Diff going against the 3-man army of Supernova, but we still have a Magikarp there for the side of Supernova. Weren't quite able to get that evolution before 9 minutes there. That effort bar is still looking pretty low there, so 850 Bird's going to be very important for the side of Supernova, and there they go.
Such an easier early game for Italian Diff with the Pokemon they've got up here as they get pushed away by Brutal into the damage of Suicune. Goodbye, Slowpoke. Poor Magikarp hunted down by the Talonflame. The cause of justice from Keep finds that KO.
Yeah, should have took the advice and should have kept running. Didn't need to go for the berry, just run down the flex zone. So that is going to be massive points and more importantly, massive stacks in the hands of Italian Diff on this Mega Lucario, on this Talon Flame. They're already sitting pretty ready to go, but Charmeleon's go for the invade there as Talon Flame looking to grab that KO as well with the Suicune, and they are going to fight.
Listen, I understand the approach from Teeps there. You're going to give your central area to your Ponyta, to your Magikarp, so they can get their levels. You didn't know that Voxo was going to be there, though. Good preparation from Italian Diff as the Regidrago is now on the field. Looks like both teams are going to show face for it. Jumpy here going for the rip. Where? She's got a mission here. Will she be able to find it? As we do see the rest of Italian Diff showing up.
Yeah, there we go. We're going to get the secure with the Mega Lucario. Very tough Pokemon to out-secure with that power-up punch there. 57 to 21. So not the largest difference in the world, but now the timers have hit. The real monsters are about to hit the plains with Regieleki and one of the Regiroulettes.
Gotta try and limit this Talonflame a bit more, though. They've got Fly, and they do have their Unite move not too far away either. In the meantime, they have found the Power Spikes, as you mentioned. It will be important for them to hit that Unite move on the side of Teeps. That will make all of their team fights so much easier to handle. I mean, looking at the picture-in-picture here, it's so hard for them to catch Dalim on this Rapidash.
Oh, yeah, that's the one thing about Rapidash is once you get those speed stacks up, it is hard to go. But Talonflame found no problems taking them down. Flame Sweep to get out. This is a tricky Pokemon to just keep going down and lock it in. I mean, when you see the Talonflame coming, you just keep running. But that's also the advice Talonflame takes on itself. When the going gets tough, it just keeps running.
And quick rotations from them as well as Keep comes up into the top lane here now and trying to provide some pressure up against the oppression of this Gyarados. But there's Dalim again. They did burn the eject button looking for that KO on Rapidash, so it's going to be a little bit later before they have that back. Looking like they're going to go for the rip here is Supernova. Wish is going to come on out from Eastag here, and there goes the Fly. Manages to find some damage. Ponyta is going to go down, Rapidash rather, but it's all about the Seismic Slam as Mega Charizard Y gets ready to burn down flames onto the side of Italian Diff. And right now, Giampi has to keep at range, but that's what Mean Look is there for, Jonathan, as they look for the KO, but they wisely use the teleport to get out of it.
Slowbro's the only one ripping on the Regieleki. They got it down to about halfway there, but without help from their team, it's just going to be for naught. Suicune's now going to be there as Voxo goes in. The Infinite Cyber comes up, picks up the Slowbro KO with the Suicune. All of a sudden, we're now on the back line as Regieleki goes to Italian Dip, but Mega Gyarados hits the field.
That is huge from Voxo as they manage to find that, use the Endless Ice Spikes to try and get themselves out of the position as the Mega Gyarados is going to look to hunt them down, and Mega Gyarados does just that. Morty with the headbutt once more here will have to go on the retreat. Now Mega is gone.
Regieleki still in the pocket there. Somebody can make the KO there, and we're not going to be able to get for the point score. Down there, the Triad Blitz comes out. Mega Lucario's on the field, and Talonflame supporting it right there. Trying to get those points in, trying to get the damage on the Umbreon there with a massive close combat, but it feels like that damage did almost nothing to it.
I mean, we're over halfway through this game. Seismic Slam again is ridiculous. Nerf the cooldown on this Unite move, we beg, but they did use Rubble Rouser on the side of Eastark. That's going to keep them on the field and allow them to take all of that damage. Right now, a quick rotation from Italian Diff while they try and score in the top pad. I was going to say, we're halfway through this game right now, Jonathan, and neither team has broken 100 points.
No, yeah, that's insane to think about, actually. We have all 4 T1 pads up. Nobody's close to breaking them at all. 33 to 88. This is only a 55-point game there. We absolutely love our double digits of the same number there. So we're coming in now, but Supernova's looking to change that. Mega Lucario's on the top pad here. We are the only ones defending. We can make the push there, and Supernova senses the weakness.
That is a brilliant wombo combo. Use the Infinite Cyber, and whilst we do have Brutal in that Mega position, the Endless Ice Spikes comes through from Voxo as well. That may have just saved them the lead in this game as they score down in that bottom path. Dragon Current comes on in from Mega Garrett, but unfortunately Borty doesn't have any more support from their team as the Flame Sweep came through as well. They go down, and Italian Diff are about to make a diff in this game.
huge, massive advantage down on the bot side there. Now they're able to get huge advantage in the top side with KOs and points, taking the lead of 196 to 82. They not only eclipsed 100 points, but they're almost at 200.
I mean, it took them 6.5 minutes to get the advantage, but Italian Diff have managed to do it here as they go for the Regirock as well. They managed to get the Regieleki. They got a huge amount of KOs from that. They, of course, extended their lead by over 100 points between them. Everything is going Italian Diff's way now.
Yeah, but you gotta watch it for Supernova as well still. This is a team where if you make the slightest mistake, they will capitalize on it and they will punish you for it. So when you come into this Kyogre fight there, you have to make sure that you have playing carefully, that you're playing cautiously, because if you get hyper aggressive when you don't need to, it's not going to work out. Because look at that, Gyarados gets taken down, and that's exactly what I mean. If you get overcautious, Italian Diff's going to come in and also take you down as well. Taking the same advice.
I think these teams, they're going to have a conversation about the priority pick around this Talonflame, you know? I feel like you don't really want to ban it, but because of the way that they're able to build comps around it, it does usually get picked more in that last position, but every team has a brilliant Talonflame in their back pocket, it seems, right now.
It is, but 12 seconds now. They're looking for the fight there. There goes the side strike hitting on the Umbreon there, trying to get a little bit of wish back up, wish upon a star, and Umbreon says, I'll do that. I'll get it done there. Suicune goes in for a little bit of a tip of the tap and a prancing again. But when the Kyogre is here, the game's not over. So here we go. We already got a rip.
That we do, buddy. They're going to rain down the Infinite Cybird here. There is the Triad Prism. Flame Sweep's going to come on through, but it's Supernova who get the Megas let loose here. Rubble Rouser trying to take all of the flame damage coming in from this Charizard. They've just managed to break the shield. It took so much and then keep running. Just comes through and finds the KOs that they're looking for. Right now, Borty up against Italian Diff's frontline here. Both of Eastark and Voxo trying to deal with them, but they don't find the KO before Borty goes back to the OG Gyarados.
Talonflame's just hovering around now. Mega Lucario still on the field. They got the Mega in the pocket there, and there it is. They're going to come in. They're Mega Lucario now. This is going to deny the rip for the side of Supernova, and just like that, 1, 2, 3's down for Supernova, and they're looking for the KO on the last one there. 4 and 5 complete, Team White. Now it's time to take the Kyogre and make sure this game is over.
I gotta say, it feels like the double mega plan from Supernova. It just takes so much to get those Pokemon online, and then in a team fight, you've got to do quite a lot to give them the support that they're looking for, buddy. Right then, we saw multiple times that on that Gyarados, they were kind of left on their own against a couple of Italian Diff without any support.
Yeah, absolutely there. And one of the things I also want to point out as well, like, we had some really heavy focus from that Mega Charizard Y on Crustle of all Pokemon.
Yeah.
Crustle is a high defense-based Pokemon. The only special attack there on the side of Supernova was that slow grow and rapid dash there. When you're throwing your Charizard fire at that Crustle there, he's just tickling him. He's not doing much. So when the Rubble Rouser comes out, you just got to back up, find a different target. And I think that's where Supernova choked. They hit the wrong targets.
That's why target selection is so important in this game, buddy. That's exactly what Eastark was there to do. They take the damage, they get weak, they drop Rubble Rouser, and then you've got to use everything you've got to even just break the shield on the side of that Pokemon. So I 100% agree with you there, buddy. They should have been trying to use that Charizard to target different Pokemon. Realistically, Brutal had to be your target in that one. The Mega Lucario has insane capabilities of staying on their feet, and we saw it in those final few moments as Brutal cleaned up Supernova's line.
Yeah, 63k, not bad there, but we look at Yampy, 74k in the damage department, keep at 83. Suicune coming in at 66. Whoo, Boxshow coming in says, I'm not just a support, I'm an all-rounder, I can do damage too.
I'm a strong believer of not taking both megas, or at least two megas. I think out of them, like, take one and then build a team around that. I just think it takes a lot of experience, and as I said, a lot of support around each of those megas to keep them up in those fights. So if you can concentrate on one, much like we saw from Italian Diff there on the side of Brutal, you have a much better combo, much better valued team fight, because you just got to stay around that one. Trying to defend two makes it a bit harder.
Yeah, and we saw exactly that in the early parts of this game. We saw TFs going into their opposing team, into Italian Diff's jungle there to try to take that central lane farm, and it just didn't work out for them because they sacrificed it for the Rapidash and, more importantly, for the Gyarados. But we got some highlights here, Tano, so let's take a quick look here at what's going on in this game. Number one, going into that Charizard locking in on that mean-looked target.
I mean, this is an example of where Teats was doing exactly what they needed to. They go for the right target. Mewtwo is that target there, as they managed to do that, but then Infinite Cyburn and Suicune's just here with the secure. Absolutely massive for Italian Diff. And it's these moments where we see right now, here's the fight. You see the fact that they're split up here. They're trying to deal with the Mega Charizard Y, who's just going to throw all of that into Crustle, and then Gyarados gets left on their own because Rapidash can't support them. That's not a support Pokemon.
Yeah, and they just keep going. And that fire, Crustle's just shaking it off. You got a lot of damage against you because you can't get too close with the Rebel Rouser because of the reflect damage, along with the burn. It's just going to chip you down. Gyarados trying to do everything it can, but again, it is an attack-based Pokemon into one of the Pokemon with the highest defenses in the game. You can't get away with that. It's just not going to work.
No, 100%. And then this, again, is how Italian Diff just provide the support to their one mega. That's all they got to do. And Brutal now, it's just cleanup time, buddy. And you've got the Talonflame there just to float about and find those executes. That's what a speedster is there to do. So that is just a perfect example of how you have to use so many resources to get a mega to work in team fights. They do a lot of damage. They have brilliant, capabilities with their abilities, but you have to be able to defend them, take damage for them. Otherwise, you end up with that situation.
And that's the beautiful thing, too, about the format of the mid-season winter finals here is this is a best of 3. So you can take this game number 1, you can reflect on what happened there, you can be like, all right, where do we need to go? And I think you're right. I think Supernova needs to play to their strengths, and I think they need to have a priority battle and with Talonflame with Italian Diff.
Yeah, I think that Talonflame definitely needs to be considered, bro. I can't believe there's so many teams here in the EU all together that have brilliant Talonflames up their sleeve. So you've got to have some sort of conversation about handling that. And if you can get it back when you've already done so well on it, that will be massive for your squad. But I'm with you. I do understand why they went for the double megas, because it's too tempting, Jonathan. It's kind of like there's 2 cookies in front of you. You know you should only take one, but why can't you take the other? No one's going to complain. Who doesn't want 2 cookies, right?
Yeah, exactly. But when you take too many cookies, there sometimes you don't have enough milk to feed them all. So
right?
you end up with a little bit of crumbs here and there, and it's all crumbling away. And that's exactly what happened with Supernova. Is they had too much. They didn't have enough milk to feed into their cookies, and unfortunately, Super Italian Diff was just like, we got the good stuff on our end. All we needed was one good brownie.
So that's it. It's all about the balancing. You've got to have enough milk to cookie ratio to be able to win this game, chat. That's the thing that you should take away from these battles here. And let's see whether Supernova do just that. I do like the picks of going for the megas. It's so interesting that in this game, they just let all of them through here. The bans, no megas on there. Vaporeon, Meowth, Blastoise, Mimikyu, Hooper, Blissey. So I expect we will see more mega play.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, when we have these supporters too for them being banned out, like Blissey, Umbreon, we have Psyduck to hit the ban list as well. Like it makes it a little bit harder. So this is EU. This is actually a complicated situation too, because you have the mega Pokemon and you've got your supports they're going for that are being taken out, but then you got your micro picks that you're really strong on as well, that everybody seems to be fighting over. It is not an easy situation to be in. You have to find, like you said before, that balance between everything. And I believe Supernova has the tools to make the comeback, but just as easily as they do, Italian Diff has the tools to make this a 2-0.
What's crazy is, as production have just confirmed, right now, like with the standings before going into this is bottom 2 teams in this winners final right now, Jonathan. Italian Diff, 8th position, Supernova, 6th position. That's insane. This is currently our winners final in this mid-season battle off as we get the standings update here on the screen. As you can see, that is absolutely insane and shows how incredibly strong each team here is in this league.
Yeah, and it opens the opportunity for a bounce back, a comeback, and doesn't matter where you are on the standings, as long as there's an opportunity for you to have like a tournament such as the mid-seasonals like today. Yeah, you're going to be able to show your stuff and be able to climb to the top. And that's exactly what Supernova and Italian Diff are saying. Like, listen, we had a couple of weeks there with the league. We didn't do so hot, but we're here now. We're showing up. We've opened the alarm clock. We said, you know what? We fixed it. We tuned it. Now it rings, and now we're waking up, and here we are to play.
I mean, talking about amazing runs, Phantom Forces, who was also down there in, I believe, the 7th position, have just defeated Los Duros in their one-on-one in the quarterfinal. Now they're going up against Esports in the semi-final, bro. We could see Phantom Forces going to the losers final. Our top 3 teams here could be all the 3 teams in the lowest of this bracket. That's insane.
That is insane to think about. I mean, again, listen, I'm thinking a conspiracy here. I think the 3 teams just got together and like, all right, listen, we have to these guys. We got to take them down. There's a coalition at the top. Like, we are the people. We are here. Revolution is coming. And they're revolting, and it's here, and it's an upset for the days. And we as casters are loving it.
No, we really are. I mean, if Phantom Forces, right now, it's 7th position in this 8-team league versus 1st position in that semi-final, buddy, in that losers bracket. That's crazy. I love rework, but I'm kind of rooting for Phantom Forces because I think that storyline would be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you have to remake the entire bracket coming after the mid-seasonals. You see that? Now you got the grudge matches. Now you got the stories and everybody's coming in. They're like, all right, listen, there's some stuff that happened and we don't want to talk about it, but we still need to address it behind the scenes and we're going to make sure it never happens again. And I think it starts with Talonflame because like you said, these teams have been fighting over it. And Supernova, as much as I want to give them credit for it too, that again, they did it off the back of TFs on that Talonflame. So Supernova, there's one thing you're going to do in this next game. Play to your strengths. Prioritize that Talonflame.
Yeah, I think that's very important, especially when you've just seen what Keep can do in it as well. I think both teams are actually going to be wanting to prioritize that. And it's risky because if you prioritize the Talonflame pick, it is counterable. You do have counters that you can go for, so you don't want to take it too early. But then the catch-22 is you kind of need to because you don't want the other team to take it.
Yeah, but Keep is saying, you know what? Meowth is just as bad. So we're going to keep getting that bot gone. Blissey there, gone as well. And Bordy's going to say Mimikyu can join the fray. We don't want to touch that.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. You know what you don't like going up against. You're going to take it out of there. Italian Diff are going to stick with the Vaporeon. As we expected here, Jonathan, they're going to continue to let these Mega Pokemon through. Maybe like Mega Luca will get banned, but it looks like they're going to keep with banning out Suicune here as well. Plenty of Mega Pokemon will be available for this game.
Yeah, Vaporeon's going to round up the bans for Italian Diff. There's one more in the pocket that they're doing. Vox Show's just debating which one it's going to be. Could be the most powerful Pokemon in the game, which is, oh, okay, never mind. It's going to be a Blastoise. Blastoise takes the ban. So many supportive Pokemon gone. Every Mega Pokemon on the table.
Blastoise is the most powerful Pokemon in this game right now, so I like banning that out, in my opinion. I hate Blastoise right now, buddy. But it is going to be teams picking up the Mega Charizard. Why? We do have Brutal and Yampi running it back with their Mega Luca and Mewtwo. Why? Let's see if Supernova are going to go for the second Mega again.
Yeah, Psyduck is on the table there as well. We know Ware has a strong win in their pocket. This would be an awesome opportunity to maybe pick up that Talonflame, maybe go with the Umbreon there. But that's exactly what Ware's going to do. Pick up the Psyduck, lock in the Slowbro. We're going to say, you know what? CC Stun plus the Slow Beam and to your Mega Lucario, that's exactly what we're going to do.
A lot of counter for just that Mega Lucario so far. You realistically want to be picking up the Talonflame in these next picks if you want to go for it. It's only Supernova that has a direct target for it right now, as Voxio is going to pull out the Latias and E-Stack back on the Umbreon here. This is the position where realistically you got to take it, and Borty does just that.
Yeah, Borty comes in, blocks in the Talonflame there. Now, whether it's going to be Borty on the Talonflame or whether they're going to swap with TX, give it to them, and take the Charizard Fly, different story that we'll see afterwards. But Dalim can take another powerful Pokemon in the pocket, like Espeon. Ooh, I love it.
I do. I'm a big fan of this. I actually feel like Espeon is a very, very capable Pokemon in this game. Definitely, up there with the strongest of Eevees. So I think this is a good position for Dalim to go for it. Well, let's see what Keep wants to pick here. Blaziken for the added secure as well. We do know how good a Mega Luca Blaziken combo can be, and it just means that realistically, Borty, if they stay on it, or whether Teeps takes it, they have two targets they want to be going for with this Talonflame. You got to get Voxio, got to get Gyampi, and it means that you still have some good melee damage if they go down.
Now, I know some of you in the chat are probably thinking, he was hovering Surfetched! Why didn't he pick it? What are you doing? It's the most recent broken Pokemon in the game! And you're absolutely right. It would be insane not to pick a Surfetched in this situation. Except it's a global ban for this entire mid-seasonal event. So, they can't pick it. If he did, he'd have to go to a reset and get a little tap on the wrist there. So, that's a no-no. So, blocking in the Blaziken, absolutely love it. Strong, secure between them and the Mega Lucario sets them up for some really good team fights, especially revolving around those objectives.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one, buddy, because Supernova, they've been on a crazy run this entire weekend. They have to win this if they want to move into the grand final, or get to that game free so that they can try and move into the grand final. If they don't, they'll be down there in the losers final waiting for whoever wins against Gia and Phantom Forces. That would be an insane game anyway. I love the fact that our lowest free teams in this league so far are in the finals of this mid-seasonal.
I absolutely love it too. Like it shows the power of the upset. It shows the power of every team is still in it. It doesn't matter where you are on the ladder. If you fight hard enough, you can make it to the top. And I love that story. But Supernova going in with their classic double jungle clear going in, getting their level 4s online and trying to get their level 5s going through, putting that Slowpoke in the lane super early.
Now, both teams have very good early game in this so far, and we have brilliant secure with Dalim here on the Espeon, who has, in my opinion, the best Swift out of all the Eevees as they go for that secure. Gyampi has to use the shield to get back to their pad.
Yep, they have to back, get a berry, come back there. It's not going to be enough as the Espeon secures it. Meanwhile, over there, Umbreon just getting some quick scores. Because of those scores, that's a lot of experience in the pocket, and now they are an Umbreon, which puts Italian Diff at a slight advantage into that bottom lane.
That it does. Looking for level 5 up here is also the Luca. If they can hit that, that will be massive for them before they get the 850s coming through. We do have the Charmeleon online at least. Not quite as strong as a level 5 Luca. Brutal wanting to see if they can take this with the 850s. Of course, Acrobatics is great for secure as well. Looks like a lot of that goes over to Supernova as they look for the KO on Brutal here.
Brutal's trying to run away and get as much distance between them and their allies as possible. Works, does allow them to escape. They go down, though, as the result, but their allies got out for free. 30 seconds now until Regidrago hits the field. This could be an objective that allows each team to hit another round of power spikes that they're desperately needing.
They are stacking on the side of that Mega Charizard. They haven't found any just yet on the side of Borty. Luca will find 2 here. So right now, it is an advantage onto the side of Italian Diff. But that Talonflame now hit level 7 will be what gives that balance of power over to Supernova here as they look for Voxio. And they look like they're going to find it. No, 1 HP in a dream for that Latias.
Almost could not say the same for that Talonflame, able to get in and out very quickly, but we have Keep on them, looking for the hunt, ready to get that what do you call it? Focus Blast online, except it's locked behind that level 8. They got to take the Reggie Drago, hit that level 8's power spike. There goes the overheat. There we go. Locked in for Latias.
Yeah, that's huge for Italian Diff. They've got all the points now, looking to take the lead in these levels as well. Supernova gonna have to try and share out this EXP if they want to get these power spikes ready to go. Realistically, coming into the 7-minute mark, you want your Espeon to have their power spike. You want Talonflame, and they have now got that. So Italian Diff, though, have more of the advantage. They've got that Unite move ready to go on Blaziken, so they're going to be incredibly hard to take down.
They're finding an opportunity in the top lane now to get those stacks on the Blaziken and the Lucario. They don't really care about the bottom lane too much, and that's okay there. It's just the Registeel. Who wants that buff in their pocket? I mean, Supernova's going to claim it, and that's a great job in there. That's attack, special attack buff going into their pocket there as well. So they're going to be pushing this pad hard with only 3 members of Italian Diff in the bottom lane.
Perfect global experience for their team as well, as now Charizard at that level 8. They're going to be able to catch up with their Unite move not too far off it. In fact, they're farming just to do that now. Moonlight Prance is going to come through from Eastark here, trying to see if they can push them around on Italian Diff's pad, but they do manage to get away. The attention from Ware here, and with the stun, Power nearly managing to find Eastark. Bubble Beam is being used, but they just walk into an overheat. It's a double KO coming out for Keep here, as they want to keep this Slowbro on the pad. They can't get away, and Italian Diff cleans up the bottom lane.
Massive points now for Italian Diff, reigning in 169 to 24. Now they're looking to exert that pressure and keep it going by getting vision on the wild Pokemon that are in the central path for Supernova. Denying experience is going to be incredibly crucial because look at how starved they are right now. We have level 9s on Talonflame and Charizard, and speaking of, there's the Mega Evolution.
Double Mega Evos here, as we do also see that aura kind of coming out. This is crazy, buddy. They do take down the Mega Charizard Y, and we do also see that Mist Blast coming through. Teeps will be able to get away. Fly will be off cooldown. That was so pivotal for Brutal to defend that part.
I just really like the fact that this Latias is Mistball there. That's a huge damage reduction there for the side of Supernova for anybody that's caught into it. And when you hit the Mega Charizard, despite the sun, that is going to take a massive drop there. Slowbro with the Scald trying to do the same to the Mega Lucario, but it's going to be the Mewtwo Y that's going to be able to get the KO and be sent back to Nurse Joy.
172 points for Italian Diff, another 40 in that top lane gives them 200 points on the board, 44 for Supernova as they look to get back in this game. Regice is in this bottom lane right now. Keep is here. Eastark comes in with a Moonlight Prance. That buys the space they were looking for, but again, Seismic Slam comes through and the Mega Charizard looks to fry Italian Diff. Not able to get the Regice though, as that's going to be taken by Gioppi there using the Mewtwo Y, and now it's Italian Diff looking to clean up yet again as we see Blaziken breaking the line of Supernova.
Breaking the line and breaking the pad. 49 over, 263 to 44. The overcap was bigger than the points Supernova scored. That's how big of a difference that Italian Diff has made for themselves in this game. 4 minutes on the clock. This will be the last Regilecki to be able to feasibly take before the Kyogre comes in there, and that's exactly what you want to. You don't necessarily need a win condition as the Infinite Cyber comes out, setting up the end game.
Slow beam there onto the side of the Luca. That is massive for Supernova as they do find the KO. Flame Sweep won't get them away though, as that's taken down as well. Italian Diff right now has lost 2 huge Pokemon in this fight, but you do see Bordy getting incredibly weak. And of course, it's still the God of Secure, that is Blaziken. Keep has put in an absolute shift here for Italian Diff.
Yeah, the Regilecki going down to the pad here, going to be able to connect if it's uncontested there, and that's exactly what Italian Diff wants to do. Keep the pressure on, connect it, get more points in, further extend that lead, but meanwhile doing so, manages to keep those birds for themselves. If they don't, the Talonflame's going to come through, possibly get picked up.
They managed to get away. Ware's quite happy dealing with that. But again, oh, buddy, I mean, it is a very low cooldown, so you're going to try and get what you can out of this Mega Charizard Y Unite move. But they're up against the Megas. You don't want to be caught out when you land here. You've got to kind of retreat from this fight and regroup with the rest of your team. Because right now, Italian Diff, they're trying to hunt you down. The disruption coming in from Eastark doesn't manage to get them with the foul play.
Yeah, that is a good dodge there from the hands of that Charizard, because we don't want to be caught out, like you said. Once we land, we're sitting ducks, and Bordy knew that, so they started extracting really early, but they also started pushing really, really hard when they probably should have waited for their team. They're trying to get scores in there to try to mitigate the damage between the leads here. Umbreon's the only one here, and now points are raining in for them. 141 to 291. 150-point game now going to be turned into a 214-point game.
Brilliant response from Italian Diff as we do see the Groudon on the field. This is it. This is the moment that both teams need to be looking to secure this area. Supernova are on the back foot. The ball is in their court. Ware here has to get out of there. Focus Band has been popped so far. Eastark has been so good at being the frontline pressure for Italian Diff as they dive into the central area here. Full power Sai has to be used just to keep Ware on her feet. That is absolutely massive. Italian Diff, though, having to deal with a Mega Charizard Y in the middle of their back lane, and they are dropping the damage onto what they can find. Mega Luca being taken down here is massive, but Keep gets away from the slow beam. It wasn't picked up by Supernova, and that is how Italian Diff will keep in this game.
Yeah, there we go. Supernova seems to be turning on to that Coyote on that Groudon there, and they're going to be ripping it hard there. We do look for that Talonflame, though, as they back off a bit as Italian Dip looks to grab the KOs into this. But it's going to be Umbreon that is found and taken down, and Supernova all of a sudden looking really, really pretty into this fight.
I mean, yeah, they've got all the Pokemon that they need. They have just lost their Slowbro. Brutal is back, waiting for the rip on the side of this Groudon, and that's exactly what Supernova are doing right now, but you've got the Mewtwo Y there as well. They've managed to find Psyduck. Where is back to the spawn room here, continuing to rip is Borty, but Lucario is right there. The Blaziken is right there, but it's going to be Talonflame. Jeeps finds it, but can they score, buddy? They've got 30 seconds to go and score over 300 points here. The defense from Italian Diff has to be on point.
They do indeed, and there we go. It's going to be the Latios with that mist ball in play. We do have TX that's very low on HP. Looking for the KO there. Now we get the points in. There we go. The Hundo Burger connects, but it's 241 to 55. We have to get more points in the pocket there. But Italian Dip is looking at the top lane. They're saying we got to get more points in too. 36, 100. I don't know if this is going to be enough, Kano.
I don't think it is, but I think they were like 300, nearly 400 points behind. They managed to get a 200 burger in, a little bit extra as well. I don't think that's enough. Blaziken going straight for the back cap. Keep has been incredible for Italian Diff here, as well as Gyampi, and that was it, buddy. Italian Diff are going to defeat Supernova here. That is the lowest ranked team in this league so far, have defeated Supernova, who have been on an incredible run here. And they will go see eSport Gear in the losers final.
Ooh, hey, listen, when you got to run something back, you got to go back against the sister team. Like, you know, you got to take it down, you got to go downtown, and that's what it is. It's downtown. Go to that best of one scenario there. As Italian Diff, it's going to be their first team into the grand finals. That's insane, like you said. The lowest ranked team is now the first one in the grand finals.
Boy, do I love EU Pokemon Unite, buddy. This has been an absolute joy as we have a look at these stats, have a look at the objectives, and that is it, right? Even though you have the Talonflame on the side of Supernova, it's Italian Diff that manages to lock in majority of those objectives.
Yeah, it's going to be insane there to see that as well. Like, the only objectives Italian Diff got was one Registeel and the Groudon as well. Valiant effort on their part to try to take game number 2. This is exactly why they want to bring the Talonflame in to exert the pressure. We got some highlights, Tano. Let's go take a look at them.
kind of just shows that this is why Blaziken is still the god of secure, right? Keep did everything they needed to do to lock in all those objectives, and the pressure that they found was amazing. I liked this from Brutal, trying to use that aura cannon. They knew if they get themselves into that mega stance, they can actually take a lot of this damage coming in from that Charizard, and you don't want to take on a Mega Luca here. The way that they flipped that and Italian Diff come out on top is crazy.
Yeah, but there we go. The Mega Charizard was just on point with its Unite moves. Just going through, just constantly throwing him down. But Italian Diff was so strong, being able to get those objectives despite Supernova being there. Quick double KO as the reverse push on the pad comes in. 49 overcap as they defend this going in. And now we move to the Regieleki into the top.
Yeah, I like the Unite moves coming out here. That's one where we saw the slow beam getting used and their team was able to back them up and find the KO, and it was on Luca. That's probably the most important Pokemon for them to take out from Italian Diff here, but then they get so weak and Yampi just absolutely flames it. Look at that. Blaziken was ready for it. Yampi was ready to find the double KO.
There's another Unite move coming out here, and this time we didn't hit it on a Crustal only there, so that's really good job. We find the 2 KOs there, being able to take down not 1, but 2 Pokemon there with that Charizard Unite move. So that's really good. We take one down, we zone out the other, get the second KO there. Talonflame comes in, we're looking for the Umbreon. We do have getting picked off with the Slowbro though, so Italian Diff was able to really come in strong, and I really think this missed ball from that Latios did a lot of work.
It did. I do think at that moment, if they had the get it Lola going for Blaziken was absolutely the right moment there with the slow beam. But Borty and the rest of their team should have just come and got that KO. With a little bit better communication, Talonflame is not enough damage in a slow beam to take down a Blaziken. So this would have been a completely different fight having found that KO, because it's all about the Blaziken and Lucario pressure, right? As they come into the pit here, and that was going to be all she wrote, but he side up, gone. Blaziken coming into the pit. You can't go for a rip when a Blaziken is here.
No, you can't there. But it did work out for them in the end. They did get the secure on it despite the Blaziken, despite the Mega Lucario power-up punch. It was the Talonflame's Fly that came in and clutched it out. And they almost got away with it, but they lost too many people after the secure, which transferred buffs over to Italian.
They would have got away with it if it wasn't for those meddling kids, buddy. Such a nuisance on the side of Italian Diff. But there we go. That is going to be your first team in the grand final here, chat. We are going to head to a quick break so that we can get the losers final ready to bring you. And boy, is this going to be an exciting one. You won't want to miss it. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Oh boy, do we have a treat for you here, chat. It's the losers finals. It's currently 6th place Supernova taking on 1st place Rework Esport Gear. Jonathan, what a joy this tournament has been.
It is. Listen, it feels like this is less the mid-seasonals and more like Supernova's debut match, where we just cover everything. This is their superstardom. This is their comeuppance. This is their movie deal that they missed out on that Unity Clash gets to provide for them.
I mean, if they manage to defeat Gear here, not only will they be the only team that has managed to defeat both rework squads, they will go up into the grand final against Italian Diff, and we will have a 6th seeded team versus an 8th seeded team in the grand final. That is absolutely insane for a tournament.
That is, but to do that, they got to take out the #1 team in the league, and that's no small feat. So when we come into this, will they keep their stuff and where they prioritize maybe that Talonflame, which they do so good on, or are they going to prioritize some of the Megas, which was a trap they fell into against Italian Diff?
Well, already we're seeing an adjustment to their banning strategy here, actually taking out the Mega Gyarados. They'll stick with the Blissey though, and Esport Gear are going to ban out the rest of the Megas. Okay, I love the fact that they've changed their strategy here.
Yeah, absolutely. Blissey's gone, Charizard Y, Lucario, Mega Gyarados all gone. Mimikyu, something Supernova just does not want to deal with, also banned out. We're going to round it out with a Ledge. Revenant Ren, too strong, and we're saying, ain't going to happen. Ain't going to happen.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Okay, so really understandable bans here. Will Supernova be pulled into taking? No, it's going to be where she picks up the Psyduck. That is a huge pick to kick it off with.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that Psyduck there, especially on Where. So strong in their pocket there. So that's a really good first pick. Now we go over to Esport Gear. So Frygo is going to be looking to grab the Blastoise Beach onto that Umbreon there. So that's a really strong pick to be able to go there.
Yeah, I don't think you could have picked any better. Maybe the Vaporeon that looks like Supernova were going to entertain. Oh my god, Bot is pulling out the Armor Rouge. It's the Armor Rouge Mime combo. This makes me so happy, bro.
Oh yeah, we saw this earlier today too. This was absolutely devastating. Fire Spin into the Power Swap Psychic combo. That was absolutely deadly. And now Rework Esport Gear is going to be on the receiving end of that. Ikelis and Skull got to pick up their Pokemon there, but it's going to be Ryutari coming in with Empoleon. Ikelis saying, we need some Mew representation.
Oh, this is exciting. Okay, so they've got a massive front line for that Mew there as well. Dalim's going to get the Mewtwo Y. Interesting to pick the Mew over the Y. Able to provide a lot of support to their team as well. Teeps looks like they're going to pull out the Blaziken here. So very, very brawly on the side of Supernova with some brilliant ranged attack as well.
Yeah, Skull heavily contemplating this Decidueye there. And if they pick that up, that is strong snipes. But easy to set back as long as they don't get those stacks in with the scoring, and as long as you don't give them too many KOs or assists. That's the way to go to help set back this Decidueye there. And TX is going to be like looking at that, smacking their lips, going, bird on bird action, let's full send it.
I mean, full send it they will need to do. There's no other way to get onto Skull realistically, because whilst Mewtwo does have the teleport, can move around the map quite frequently, they're going to be having to deal with a lot of frontline from Esport Gear, and you kind of want to be sat behind your own frontline. Borty is going to be basically an all-rounder with that Fire Spin, and Lola's going to be sticking to them like glue. So, brilliant pickup from Skull here, because unless Teeps full sends on that Blaziken, they shouldn't realistically have a lot of threat coming their way.
Yeah, realistically there. But hey, listen, anything can happen there. I mean, we do have some incense coming out there from the Blastoise, the Empoleon to help curb any of that healing that might come out from that power swap. So if it is enough coming out there, then that Armor Rouge might not be as bulky as we think it is. Could end up going down. So we have to really think on our toes on Supernova to be able to stop that.
Yeah, I think the double range combo is really important here for Esport Gear, but it's all about if their front line can keep on their feet, buddy. So I suspect Beach might go for the Wish here. They are playing more of a support. Umbreon looking at their held items. So I'm hoping that'll be the plan, because otherwise it is just going to be a matter of, as soon as you start losing a little bit of your front line there, if Blastoise goes down, you lose Beach or even the Empoleon, you are so exposed in that backline of the range attacker.
You are indeed. And Blaziken is able to pseudo dive a little bit there. It's the Fire Punch that's able to get into the back. If you want to waste your eject combo, that could be the way, but it's also able to reach even further with the overheat into the eject if that's where you are. So you have to be on your toes as Rework Esport Gear. But game number 1's already underway. Supernova's already keeping to their toes, keeping to their strategy of sending 2 carries into that central path there, and Mew's already doing what Mew does, out-securing wild Pokemon with Electro Ball.
Headache there is going to give Supernova a little bit of space from the pressure of Esport Gear. This lane is absolutely brutal. Squirtle is an incredibly good laner. Mew has incredibly good secure. That ain't an easy lane to get anything in.
No, not at all. But now coming to the top side there, we do have the Mr. Mime keeping the pressure down on the side of Rework Esport Gear, while the 2 carries there for the side of Supernova, that Blaziken and that Charcadet, are looking to come online to their middle evolutions. And there it is. We're able to find it. Armor Rouge and Combusken are online before 8:50.
Huge power spike there on the side of Armor Rouge. Love to see it. Let's see how it works at these 850s as they pop the fire spin and absorb all of that. Looking for the KOs. Good effort from Rio as they manage to get out on the side of this Empoleon and come back in to rain down the damage. But look at the fire spin here, Jonathan. It does absolute bits.
Yeah, it does. Blew up the entirety of Rework Esport Gear, aside from that Dartrix there. Dartrix able to defend the pad against a large push from Supernova, solo in the face of 4 Pokemon, just with its auto attacks alone. So Rework Esport Gear doing really good on that front there, off to a kind of a decent start there as their levels are starting to round out a little bit more.
I can already feel this is going to be a close game, buddy. Unless we see one silly push right now, it feels like it's going to be a back and forth like we've ever seen, as we do see this top side, this combo of Mime, Armor Rouge is going to be so difficult for Esport Gear to handle. Going for the Regidrago is both teams here as well. Iklas ready to try and see if they can get the secure with the Electro Ball, but no, it's going to be the Blaziken that finds it.
Yeah, listen, Mew might be really strong with that Electro Ball, but the King of Secures, the God of Secures, Blaziken, still very strong in this game. It did get a nerf, but that's only losing unstoppable status on Overheat. None of the damage was actually touched, and this Pokemon is still incredibly strong.
It really is. Good effort from that Wartortle to get back onto the pad as Frigo still looking to hit that Blastoise stage. Good pressure down in the bottom lane, but that's the difficulty of having Teeps down here as a Blaziken. They have managed to alleviate their pressure in the top side for Esport Gear and get some stacks.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want. You need to get those stacks in very early on, especially when you're Decidueye. You're running both the Excel Bracer and the attack weight, so you gotta, if you're not able to get the KOs early, you have to get those the score stacks to start moving on to those KOs. Regilecki barreling towards the T1 pad here. Rework Esport Core Gear doing a really good job to defend, but they let it slip in, and poor little Ware's trying to get there, but we're getting taken down by Ike.
That is a perfect example of what this game's going to be like. A brilliant push from Teeps to get that Lecky in, but a fantastic flank from Skull with a knock-knock to wipe out Supernova before they can even get any points through. That is huge play from both teams, as now we see this Skull lead just start to level out.
Yeah, 30 points in for the 19 over, 177 to 104. Supernova's looking a little bit to be on the weaker side here on the back foot, but they're pushing it out deep. They're trying to turn this around. Decidueye comes in with the knock-knock, takes down the Blaziken though. Now they're pushing it down as they're trying to get the last hit in. Mr. Mime is the next to fall, being taken down as a 2 KO streak from the sniping Decidueye.
Bro, this team has the synergy. They are cooking right now. The way that they are able to swarm around the Supernova targets, and Skull does not miss these Spirit Shackles. Esport Gear giving themselves a level and point lead at the moment. They have to stick together to hold strong.
Yeah, they're definitely going strong here where they can, however they can. So this is exactly what you need to do. Rework Esport Gear is doing a good job maintaining pressure up on the top side there, but Supernova is playing as a group. They got the 5-man army in the top. They're ready to go. Only 2 points on the pad there, so all it takes is little Umbreon to grab a small little score, and that's over for the pad.
So, that's a 20-point overcap, but it does expose that extra area of experience for Supernova. We already saw them starting to retreat down to that bottom lane, and that's exactly what they do. That bottom Reggie is ready to go. Very quick on that Reggie Roulette in the top lane as well. Looks like they want to go for the Lecky and try to break some of these pads that Esport Gear still currently have up.
Yeah, Regilecki's going to go to the side of Supernova, so that's another Regilecki into their pocket here. Already doing great work there. Reggie Roulette spawns in the top. It's going to be a Registeel. Decidueye go for the round. There's the Hydro Typhoon. Those that go for the engage. They're trying to take down Supernova hard. There's the Side Strike comes through. Knocks the Blastoise up, and the Fire Spin combo's coming out there, but we're not able to connect that power swap there. There we go. We got the combo going now for the side of Supernova, but Blastoise comes in and says, I got Surf, I got Hydro Pump, and I don't care. I'm just going to split you up.
That is so tough as well, because in the middle of that fight, Frigo gets a Registeel buff, buddy. And that is already an incredibly strong Pokemon with that crowd control and does a decent amount of damage. It's an all-rounder. I don't care what people say. It's currently at all-rounder status. They get the Regidrago as well. Esport Gear, they're really beginning to cook now we get into the late stages of this game.
Already we have the connection there, but we're going to lose the power swap onto that Umbreon there. We're not going to go for it. We're going to be looking to link up with that Blaziken there. Trying to set something up, and there we go. That Psychic combo could be how you shut down this Blastoise, who we do know is here. Surf Kidnap, not going to work, but we do get a way to avoid the stun and CCs as we rework Esport Gears, looking to take this fight and take it hard.
Again, though, can they get on to Skull as they land a Spirit Shackle to send Ware back to Nurse Joy? It's a double KO here for Skull as they won't stop. The arrows raining down, and now Supernova are backed all the way up to their T2 pad right now, Jonathan. And Esport Gear are going to continue to push it. 40 cannot move. Skull with another Spirit Shackle from across the screen. Esport Gear have absolutely cooked Supernova's position.
103 points separate this game. 104 to 207 there. Rework Esport Gear keeping that lead. Another round of objectives spawning in. Regilecki in the basement there. Rework Esport Gear going straight for it. Reggie Roulette up to the top, but 16-second timer on that one. And it's going to look like Supernova is going to be playing for that and scores onto this pad.
Yeah, Frigo recognizes that the entire team of Supernova is there, and whilst Blastoise is very strong in this meta, it ain't that strong. They're going to let that pad get broken. A Regirock buff is going to be pretty huge here for Supernova as they try to come on in with that Mr. Mime and Armor Rouge Fire Spin combo. This is it, buddy. It's time to go big. Give yourself the advantage as we come into the next game after this.
Double points is here, and Blastoise just put in a healthy 96 into the T2 pad. They're breaking it, 339 to 144. But knowing that positioning there, Supernova's going to be pushing in deep, and they're going to be pushing hard into this. We have the Sai coming out there. There's the Blastoise coming in, looking for the Kidnap. We find the Blaziken. We're going to be taking it down, and there we go. The collapse of the Kyogre's turned around, but Cyclist, it's going to be the Decidueye. We're going to go with the Armor Rouge and secures it. The combo working magic for Supernova.
Oh my god, that's an absolute joy to witness. The Psycho Boom does what needs to be done, but can Supernova do anything else with it as Esport Gear just turn around and push them all the way back to their central area? An 80 dunk will come through from Ware, but they're not in the lead right now, Jonathan. Esport Gear just have to defend these pads.
110 points. We need a full 50 score and then a little extra. So this combo here with the Mr. Mime and the Armor Rouge could be way to do it there. So,
Ooh.
but they got to get it done. The knock-knock comes out. The pressure's on. Kyogre's buff has now left the pads. Their shields and heals are back online for the side of Rework Esport Gear. Now it goes to Blaziken, taken down. They're looking strong. They're looking pretty. They're looking for another KO, and it's looking like they're going straight for the Mr. Mime Armor Rouge combination.
I gotta say, buddy, as we see the rest of this game play out, 30 seconds left, looks like Esport Gear are going to be able to hold strong with this defense, because yet again, Skull found the KO onto Blaziken, still on cooldown right now. This is it. It's the be-all or end-all. Borty cannot score on this pad, and they go down. That is going to be all she wrote with 10 seconds left in this. A double KO for Skull again, and exactly as I thought, there was absolutely no way that Supernova could get close to Skull. I can't wait to see the damage taken, because I don't think they were touched at all.
Yeah, that was really, really rough. The Decidueye was protected expertly by Rework Esport Gear. That Decidueye was just popping off, putting down the arrows there, and look how close they made it at the end. An 8-point game. All that Mewtwo needed was another 4 points in the pocket to tie it up. 5 to really clutch out the win on that one. So close. But Supernova's got to go back to the drawing board going into game number 2.
I gotta say, buddy, I mean, this is the one of our lowest teams in this league so far against our top team in this league, and there was 8 points between that game. That is incredible. And I gotta say, I do feel like it was, again, the brilliant pickup by Skull. Mate, 104k damage dealt, 19k taken. You have the least damage you've received in the entirety of this game, and to pick up that Pokemon in the final slot was a brilliant, genius decision by Esport Gear, because again, Supernova had absolutely zero Pokemon that was able to get close to Skull.
Ikelas coming in a close second there with 25k damage. Only 6k difference there between the Mew and the Decidueye. That was a great showing from the side of Rework Esport Gear. Protect those attackers because they have a lot of the damage output, and it showed. 107, 64. So that's huge damage coming in. And we look at the score lines here. We have Rework Esport Gear was just constantly putting in points. Small plateau there, but an even distribution of the objectives. Even with the Kyogre going towards Supernova, they just weren't able to capitalize on it fully.
And I gotta say, I think that game goes a completely different way if you take or ban out that Blastoise. I think Frigo was so important, pivotal in that game to allow the rest of their team to do what they did. They were incredibly strong in all areas, and I feel like it just shows how strong Blastoise is right now. I think that should be a target pick or a target ban if you are Supernova, because the front line was absolutely pivotal for Esport Gear in this one.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And we're looking at this replay here. Mr. Mime grabs the KO on that Regirock there, but the pressure Rework Esport Gear was able to put down to the bottom there, keeping the lead on scores, constantly making Supernova feel the pressure and be like like they are the ones that have to make the first move at all stages of this match.
As we're having a look at the replay here, let's see what goes on with Supernova as they try and squeeze the points in before the end of the game. We're here at the 4-minute mark. A huge defense yet again. Look at it again. Blastoise surfing on in, managing to find their KOs. The Registeel has just been given to them, buddy. Them double cannons, they're going to land KOs left, right, and center as we get to the 3-minute mark here again. The front line was so incredibly strong for Esport Gear. Skull has no concern.
Yeah, none at all. They're pushing this pad hard. There goes that Armor Rouge there being picked off and shoved around. Decidueye coming in with clutch arrows to secure KO after KO after KO. Rework Esport Gear was constantly keeping the pressure on, especially when they managed to find the pick on the Blaziken.
Here's the rip on the objective. So it is going to be the Psycho Boom, I believe, that hits it. There's the charge. That's going to come in and secure the Kyogre. The Spirit Shackle was just there as well, bro. Look how close that was to going the other way. So it is secured by Borty. And now they've got to come up with some sort of plan to deal with Esport Gear because they just get incredibly aggressive here.
Yeah, they do. And here we go. Like Supernova didn't even think to push someone away, tried to take somebody with a larger score cap to go disappear to the other side of the map. They're just like, you know what? That's fine. So they sent the Mewtwo finally, but again, 269 to 339. We got the 64 points in. We were literally just 5 points away from taking the win on this game.
So the Mewtwo Y gets a 62 dunk. You know what, buddy? If they'd have just picked up like a couple more points, that would have completely changed the game. You know, Supernova take that one away. And this is what I'm loving about my region right now, bro, is that these games, like even in the UCS League, are coming down to this literal split-minute decision, these literal 5 moments to see who ends up winning it. That was incredible.
It absolutely was. I love the fact that these teams are constantly keeping us on our toes, constantly keeping us guessing what's going to happen, because even when we thought that defense was surefire, even when we thought the 62 points from the Mewtwo definitely wasn't going to be enough, it was still an 8-point game. We're constantly being challenged on our beliefs and our perceptions of what we're seeing going on in the map, and I love it. I love every second of it.
So right now, Esport Gear, their one advantage up in this next game. It is the losers final, buddy. So Supernova, this could be their last hurrah here in the mid-seasons. If they do lose, like, they still should hold their heads incredibly high, because this weekend, everything has been working out for them. They have been incredibly well played throughout the entirety of it, and it gets me excited for the rest of this season to see how well these teams in the lower side of this standings at the moment can play.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, no, when you walk away, it doesn't matter what the outcome is. Every team that shows up here needs to walk away with their head held high, because this isn't just like a top 16 or 32 or whatnot. This is the top 8 teams selected from across the EU in for the European Master League. This is not small fries coming in. Even though you are 0-4, there's a reason you're in this league, and that just speaks to the level of quality of the teams coming in here and the gameplay that we are receiving. And Supernova is proving that today. Italian Diff is proving that today.
The fact of the matter is, whoever wins this game, we either have a 6th place playoff in the grand final versus 8th place, or we have the lowest team in this league versus the first team in this league for the grand final. Whichever way you look at that, Jonathan, it's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, it is. Already going into the ban phase, though, for game number 2. Rework Esport Gear into that match point position. Instant ban on Mega Gyarados and the Blissey, followed by Mega Lucario, and it's Skull's turn to ban.
Let's see what they go for. I do want Supernova to recognize the issue that Blastoise was in this game, whether you ban it or take it. Of course, you're going to take the Mimikyu out of the game. They hate playing against Mimikyu, so completely understandable, but you've got to entertain some sort of pick onto the side of that Blastoise. It was too incredibly good in that previous game.
It is. It's going to be on here. That first pick there, Supernova has it, and we're going straight for the Psyduck. So where does Rework Esport Gear go? We're going to be hovering the Sableye. I saw you, Beach. I saw what you did there, bro. I know what you're doing. It's not funny. Pick it, please. I'm begging you. But Frygo definitely going to be locking in that Blastoise. Beach definitely going in with the Umbreon there. A Wombo combo across the day. TFs, you too? Come on, bro.
They're teasing you, bro. They're teasing you. You know what? It looks like both teams are just going to run it on back in this game. And since it came down to 8 points, no wonder that could possibly be the plan. If we see an Empoleon and Mew getting picked up here, I swear down, bro, they will just be running it on back. But it looks like Skull is going to entertain the Darkrai in this one.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of Meow over there. No, Ryutari's going to be coming in with the Scyther or Scizor combo. I see that we have the full heal, so I'm praying it's a Scyther, but maybe we could see the Scizor instead.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing the Empoleon in the previous game. Would make sense if they replaced it with a Scizor instead. But Teeps is going to stick with the Blaziken, and instead of a Mewtwo Y here, Dalam is coming back with the Rapidash. They've recognized what happened last game, buddy. They had nothing that could get onto those ranged attackers, so they go for it with the Rapidash in this one. Skull's debating whether they want to run it back, and they do. So definitely a better position for Supernova. They finally have a Pokemon that can get on to those ranged attackers.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see a little bit more of damage taken number high, or maybe above 20, 25k damage on that Decidueye there. Hopefully we see something a little bit more on Mew as well, because again, we need Dahlin to get onto the back line for Supernova if they have any shot coming into this, because we've seen just how oppressive Skull is. And it looks like they're swapping into a Curse Bangle as well.
Alrighty, this is it, buddy. This is the time where Supernova have to go big, or they will be ending their insane run this weekend here in the Losers Finals. Esport Gear, very unhappy they're down in this loser side of things as the #1 team currently in this league. They are wanting to be pushing big. I like the adjustment onto the Scizor. I kind of hope it is a Scizor. I much prefer Cypher, but I think looking at what you did last game with these same ranged attackers, you need to continue being on the side of that strong front line.
Yeah, exactly. The front line is what allowed them to do what they did and get away with everything, including throwing a sink at somebody. How dare you? How dare you throw a sink at someone? But no, it allowed them to get away with a lot of shenanigans there in that game there. And I think the Scizor does make sense here as well, especially into the Psyduck, even though it's a full heal. Probably a smart choice to have, because Psyduck has a lot of stunts potential and a lot of stun control going into there. You don't want to be picked at the wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the fact that Cypher does not do well into an Armor Ridge Fire Spin paired with a Mime. So we'll have to see if that's what Rio wants to go for as we kick off this game, but it could possibly be our last game in the lower finals. We hope it isn't, but let's see what ends up happening as the lanes are about to meet.
Yeah, I would love to see a game 3 as well, but already first score is already going to the side of Rework Esport Gear, putting those attack weights to work, already getting the quick scores in. Supernova keeping on with the same pathing there, sending both of their carries into that central path there to get as much experience as possible so they can both hit that level 5 at the same time. In doing so, though, they do allow that gank to come in from the Dartrix there to be a little bit more stronger and effective against them.
It would be huge if Esport Gear gets that 5 onto the side of their Cypher Scizor, but that block off is huge there from Lola as that experience goes to Supernova. They need Armor Rouge online before we see whether that's going to be a dual wing beat or they're going to be going for the Scizor.
Yeah, they got the Armor Rouge online as well. The Fire Spin's going to be coming in, and the Wombo combo's already in place. But Mew and Dartrix coming up to the top for a 4v3 scenario. Quick burst as Scyther's taken down, but we find the KO on the Armor Rouge.
I think we saw a dual wing beat there, so I'm suspecting it is going to be a Cypher. I did only see it for a millisecond, though. Esport Gear able to get out with the rest of their Pokemon. It looks like, yep, it is going to be a Cypher here.
Yeah, too much time has passed for that move to be still in the pocket there, all right? That is definitely going to be a Scyther. Otherwise, it'd be a Scizor already. Nice grab on the Wild Bunnelby, though, despite the light screen coming out there. But the Armor Rouge is still exerting a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how they're going to try and deal with Borty here, because it is such a difficult task for any speedster. But, you know, you do have the execute on the side of this Cypher, so I do like that, and they do have capability of jumping about and getting out of that range. They don't have any sort of lockdown on the side of Supernova, so other than Triad Blitz, I guess, but that means you've got to pull out that one Unite move for it.
Decidueye is online. Regidrago's hit the field, but Blaziken is also here too. Where is very low HP, and we are trying to take down the Rapidash there, looking for the KOs, and we find the connection. Sending it down, and Regidrago moves into the top there. Supernova has a position to be able to take it there, but they are surrounded on all sides by Rework Esport Gear.
So, as back and forth as we expected this early game to be, buddy, but it's the dual ranged attack that comes in paired with that execute from Cypher, and we see Esport Gear beginning to clean up Supernova in the top line yet again, much as what we saw in this previous game where locked in the mean look. Points are going to rain in now for Esport Gear as they take an extended lead.
Yeah, they're going to break the pad. Gives a lot of experience to the side of Supernova, but they're hoping that's not going to be too much of an issue as they lock in the Red Jalecki. We have Fry already down here in the bottom. They're doing a great and stellar job defending the pad. Getting a lot of experience there from these middle Arterias and Swablues. And as Rework Esport Gear rotates into the bottom, they said, you can have Red Jalecki after we've taken it. Now we're going into the Reggie Roulette into the bottom lane.
Getting both objectives as well as sending a Cypher to defend your pad. The 24 will go in, but the Reggie Rock is being ripped so far. Again, look at this massive front line, buddy. This is what it's about for Esport Gear in this one. Ranged attackers feel comfortable behind this Umbreon and Blastoise combo, and Supernova, despite having that Rapidash, haven't been able to put on enough pressure to them yet.
No, and they're looking for the pick, and they find it. The Rapidash taken down. They said, listen, I got some safeguard built in, going shenanigans into my passive ability, that Pastel Veil, but it's not going to be enough because Blastoise broke that shield, allowing him to be shoved, pushed into walls, and have Decidueye be like, pop goes the weasel, and out comes some nice chaos energy.
Borty wanted to entertain the central area of Esport Gear there, but unfortunately, no buffs are up for them to grab. So now it's a matter of Blastoise up against this Wombo combo, and they do enough to at least make them feel threatened and push them out of that lane. That's pretty insane. It was a 2v1, bro, and they didn't fancy that smoke.
Yeah, they did. They did a really good job there as well. Like, we see Supernova coming in now, trying to find position into the central path, but we're trying to look for vision, and we find the Blastoise there. We see the Decidueye. We know that there's more of them there as we get taken down on the Rapidash again. It seems like the only useful thing the Rapidash has done for Supernova is just feed Rework Esport Gear all match so far.
Yeah, they're really trying to get onto that backline, but what I am loving is Esport Gear. The second they spot Dalim on that Rapidash, they are just going straight to them. It's a beeline. We've seen it from Blastoise and then the secure from both the beams. So it's so difficult for Dalim to even do much here at the moment as Regieleki is being ripped. There's a Green Illusion dive. Moonlight Prance is going to be paired with it as well. Big Beam is going to come on through from Icarus, and it looks like they did take the Regieleki. Goodbye to the Fire Spin as Esport Gear are going to call a knock-knock now, and they're going to find the KOs from Supernova.
Yeah, Blaziken trying to do what it can to stay alive and stay on the field there, but it's going to be taken down. Blastoise just comes in and says, I got you, bro. I'm going to heal you right back up. Go say hi to Nurse Joy. Go back to your home pad. We're going to push Regieleki in. Have a serve, have a mean look, because we got points raining in, but Psyduck says, Sai-ai-ai.
What a massive flank from Frigo there. Comes straight on in. Massive serves. Pushes them up against the wall. Makes them an easy target for their ranged attack to find. And again, Supernova have struggled incredibly against this Blastoise. They have to entertain the plan of taking it or banning it in sets if they feel like they can't deal with it. And that's absolutely what they've not been able to do here.
301 to 61. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the match. 90 seconds left until that Groudon spawns in. Rework Esport Gear is in match point position, so it's Supernova that's going to be forced to make a play. They got to get their levels online. They got to get the score lead. They got to do something to close the gap because, as we talk about this, Rework Esport Gear is just further exerting control, pressure, and presence on the map.
Realistically, Supernova have to find something to keep themselves in this game, but it ain't gonna be that, buddy. In a matter of seconds, the Wombo combo of Unite moves comes off for Esport Gear. Knock knock, Moonlight Prance, Green Illusion dive, and it's goodbye Supernova. Hello Nurse Joy.
And we do have the T2 pad broken, the home pad open, and that Regieleki in the top. So even though Rework Esport Gear is not gunning for it, Supernova has to play for Regieleki because if they don't, they risk a win condition opening up on their pad. This allows Rework Esport Gear to get a lot of this experience that's left on the farm to start getting back that their Unite moves that they did expend in that 5-man wipe of Supernova.
Now that's going to put some pressure on eSport Gear. At least we've got 18 seconds before we say hello to Groudon, and we know the saying, buddy, when there's a Groudon, the game is on, and that's what Supernova needs to do right now. 300 points just under between these two squads. They are in a very aggressive position here as eSport Gear are going to get set up in this bottom lane.
Yeah, Groudon is here. Groudon is spawned, and so the game is on. We're already going in with the Green Illusion Dive coming in there. We're going to be looking to get the showtime in, but the Armor Rouge is going to be the first one down. Kaboom already gone and wasted, but Scyther follows soon with the kick KO. Now we find the Blaziken. They're taken down. Unite move back in the pocket, but that's just a quick tool down there. Now we're going to be ripping the Groudon, whooping it there. We do have to secure between the View and the Decidueye there, and with the Blaziken gone, this is anybody's game, but it's looking like eSport Gear is going to be taking the Groudon.
Continuing the rip here as well. Lola's trying to see if they can get in, but again, it's Frigo on this Blastoise that proves to be too much. It was a good effort coming in from Lola, but it is going to be taken by eSport Gear, and Supernova put up the white flag. They don't want to play this for another minute and 17 seconds, buddy. They know eSport Gear has had their ticket in this set, and they've just cashed it in.
Yeah, they'll be moving on to take on an Italian diff. That's insane work. We got our storyline. The first place team taking on the last place team in a best of 5 scenario. So good job, both teams. But let's take a look at the stats really quickly there. Bordy going to be grabbing the MVP there for the side of Supernova. But I honestly think it's Where that is the MVP there. Their psychics, the stuns that they were able to output along with Lola were absolutely on point.
Yeah, I mean, again, though, it's that massive front line for eSport Gear to allow Skull and Nicholas to do what they do best. I mean, 67k damage dealt by Skull, right? That is what? The highest damage in that game. They took like 6k damage themselves, bro. Despite having a Rapidash, Supernova couldn't get close to Skull again on that Decidueye.
It's like you identified earlier. As soon as they saw the Rapidash, they're just like, all right, guys, stop and drop everything. That thing's got to go. Send it back, and then we can continue from where we left off. And it's literally every time they saw it, they're just like, they stopped it, they dropped it, and then they sent it back home. They just said, Rapidash, go on back. You know you belong on the farm. And they kept sending it out to the farm. They're just like, you got to go home, buddy.
It's, as we watch the highlight here, it was an absolute joy to witness, to be honest. I hope we see some moments where they did just that. That flank here from Frigo is so incredibly good. They don't get Dalin, but they push the biggest threat, being that Fire Spin Armor Rouge, up against the wall, making it easy for Skull to hit that Spirit Shackle, and they can't even get onto their own pad to defend it here because of this Blastoise. They put in an absolute shift, and I cannot believe, despite that first game, that Supernova allowed them to have it again.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane that happened there and that they were able to get that gone. But look at this fight here too. Supernova had a good showing there, but it just wasn't enough. The instant 5-man wipe from Rework Esport Gear coming into the Groudon fight now as well. Look at this. The Blastoise surfs in to kidnap a Psyduck there. We're looking for the beam to grab the Armor Rouge KO, the first to fall, and then it's just downhill from here.
The response from eSport Gear was instant. The second they saw Bordy come out of that bush on the Armor Rouge, they knew they were trying to set an ambush, and they responded instantly. We saw Skull rotate down into that bottom lane away from the approach that they were taking and connect with those Spirit Shackles. Groudon now starts to be ripped, and the block from Frigo here with Lola desperately trying to get into this pit. Look at where Blastoise is positioned. Surf comes through. Dalim can't get through either. That's absolutely massive. It was a good effort by Lola to try and get in at this moment, but Hydra Typhoon stops any of that coming through here for eSport Gear. Again, another moment of brilliant team synergy from Rework eSport Gear.
Oh! Yeah, they practiced it so hard, and oh my gosh, that was painful watching that. That was painful watching that in slow-mo. That was like, you can feel the damage that Supernova was able to take. But they should be proud of the run that they
Mhm.
had. They took down a lot of strong teams. Everybody was like, this is the upset of the century within this, along with Italian diff. So it's like, holy heck, EU, what have you guys been sleeping on for the last few weeks? Because this is gold.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure coming into this weekend, they hadn't won a set yet, buddy. And they've come in this weekend and been absolutely incredible. They've taken wins. They got themselves all the way to the losers final here in this mid-seasonal. So they should be massively proud of themselves. I'm proud of them. Everybody else is proud of them. And I can't wait to see what else they do. But we need to head to a break because we have our final matchup of the day. It's the #1 ranked team versus the lowest ranked team in this league, chat. You won't want to miss it. Go and grab yourself a drink and a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Hello, trainers, and welcome back for the final game here in your mid-season. It's the Grand Finals, Rework Esport Gear taking on Italian Diff. Jonathan, we've got number one versus the bottom of this league so far in this one.
Yeah, nobody thought this would be the tale that you heard today. You know, everybody comes in, they had, you know what? Listen, we just looked at this and we just said, you know, this was not on anybody's bingo card. But I mean, look at the numbers there. 4004. You know, 404, always a good number there, you know? Or 4004, I should say. 4004. Even Hyde can't look at these numbers and do it right.
But can you believe this is a grand final? You've got 4-0 against 0-4. This is absolutely incredible, buddy. Italian Diff, to be fair, have just played so well during this one, buddy. They have not lost a single set. They went up against Rework Esport Core in the quarterfinal, I believe. Let me just double check that because their name is so long. No, in fact, they went up against Gear in that quarterfinal, well, all the way back in round one. And they end up winning that with a 2-1 record. So we've got a rematch on our hands here, bro.
We do indeed. And I'm actually excited to see how this is going to come through, because this is going to be interesting to say the least. There's a lot to be learned. If you've already lost to this team once and you're kind of picking up on how some of the things are played. Like we saw how Rework Esport here pivoted with Supernova. There was a lot of players plays being made by the two of them that they just said, you know what, we don't really care about it. We can do our own thing, but Italian Diff is a team you lose to. So maybe you got to do something to come back. We saw Talonflames being picked up. Maybe this is the way to go. Mimikyu's being banned. Maybe that's the way to go. So interesting to see how Rework Esport Gear is going to come up against Italian Diff.
Yeah, and so it is going to be a best of three here in this grand final, chat. Both teams are going to be happy with that, and they also will be playing on different maps. You'll have the Kyogre, you'll have the Groudon, and if we do go to a game three, buddy, we will see Rayquaza on the field. But nevertheless, it was a 2-1 victory for Italian Diff to kick off the day. Will this go all the way again?
Only one way to find out, and that's to watch this set right to the end. So you at home, don't go anywhere, because High Octane Pokemon Unite is coming your way. And it's starting with an Iceless ban on Charizard Y.
Valid. I think we'll see majority of these megas banned on out. Vaporeon is going to be the ban here by Italian Diff again. I mean, it's pretty much a mega Pokemon with how strong it is in this game right now, bro. There's a Talonflame ban that Esport Gear have gone for. Finally, teams are recognizing that threat.
Yeah, get it off, get it out of here, get it gone there. Meanwhile, Gianpi's looking for the Mew ban. They said, Iceless, take out the Talonflame. We're going to take out your Mew.
This is exactly what we expect from these teams, bro. They recognize the picks and they have to target ban them. This is great. They do ban out the Suicune here. So actually, we will see some of these Megas get through. Mega Luca, Mega Gyarados are going to be able to be picked up because Voxo bans out the Meowth. Let's see if that's the route that Esport Gear go for. Or are they just going to go straight for Blastoise?
Yeah, Voxo just says get rid of the Meowth. We haven't seen it a single time on stream, and Voxo's here to make sure that stays true. Rygo is looking at that Blastoise, picking it up, but Brutal says Mega Lucario's looking nice and juicy.
I mean, they're going to be, that's all I've seen Brutal play so far. They're going to be very comfortable on that. Well, is E-Start going to go for as well to pair with that Mega? It is going to be the Umbreon. So they do take the Umbreon Blastoise combo away from Esport Gear. And that was one of their strongest in that previous set, buddy. So let's see what they want to go with on the side of Gear right now. Ickless entertaining the Glaceon. I don't expect a Chandelure at all. They're going to go for the ranged attack on the side of the Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, listen, Mew might be banned out, but Iceless says Mewtwo Y is the way I'm going to go. We're going to grab the Psyduck there on Beach because they're saying, you know what? We just took out Supernova. We took out Where? In your honor, we're running Psyduck, and we'll do it justice because we're going to win this game.
Now, Yampi has been playing loads of that Mewtwo Y. They won't have access to that now, so let's see what they rotate onto. A Lapras pickup here by Italian Diff as his start goes for that, and it will be the Inteleon for Italian Diff. So trying to stick to the comps that they've been running, but they're having to use different Pokemon due to the way that eSport Gear has been banning them.
Yeah, Inteleon coming in here, that's going to be interesting. Is this going to be Snipe Shots, or is this going to be that liquidation there? I think depending on what eSport Gear picks up there at the end, which is going to be Rio on the Empoleon and Skull on the Darkrai. I think this is looking up to be a nice and juicy Snipe Shot game.
They have so much crowd control on the side of eSport Gear. I do like the fact that Giampi's here on that Inteleon. They're going to be able to keep themselves at range. A Mega Charizard X is coming onto the field. I can't remember the last time I saw that Pokemon played in these kind of tournaments, but that's an interesting pick by Keep. But they do need to get really brawly with it, because again, it's about protecting Giampi here, and Skull is going to be incredibly hard to catch on that Darkrai.
I mean, Blastoise is going to be right up there, and Empoleon's going to be right up there. They're going to be really susceptible to this Charizard X, but without a Blissey there. Speaking of, Blissey was never banned, and it wasn't picked up a single time as well. That's insane. Going into a Psyduck Blastoise, Blissey's on the table, and we say, Umbreon Lapras, that's the way to go. Italian Diff, you're insane, and I love it.
This is a grand final as well, buddy. It's a best of 3 between these two squads. It's the number 1 squad versus the number 8 squad in this league. The top versus the bottom. This is going to be a true test to see how close these teams are in this league so far. And it is, again, teams going for that strong front line with some brilliant crowd control paired with a brilliant ranged attacker in that back line.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see what the Inteleon's actually going to do, because that Snipe Shot is looking very viable into this comp there. But the Mewtwo Y in the hands of eSport Gear, there's a Side Strike being able to just be able to pivot there, with the brutal infinite sideburns that's able to come out and scout at the enemy. Like, eSport Gear is looking really strong here, but Italian Diff is ready to clap back. I can't even tell based off the comps who has the upper hand and who's really going to win this.
Well, if today or this weekend has told us anything, bro, it's that it's unpredictable here in this league as we kick it off. This is game 1 of your grand finals. As the lanes are about to meet each other, we'll see who gets the early advantage.
Yeah, already looking for that. The bundle thieves are spawned into the bottom lane. Their first KO is going to go to that Sobble, who's a thunk there. But, oh no, we're able to get the KO on the actual Pokemon themselves, as we're able to take down that Sobble there for the side of Italian Diff. Keeping the pressure on. Lapras trying to go for this Wild and Indeedee, but we're keeping the pressure on it. There we go. Early farm secure, and steal is exactly what you want.
Yeah, they've got everything they wanted on the side of eSport Gear down in that bottom lane. Right now, though, Italian Diff trying to clap back in the top side of things. Brutal has to quickly get out of there. Good hit from the side of eSport Gear, and we have just seen Sobble find a KO.
Yep, there's a first KO there as well. That's really good there. Being able to send that Squirtle home, that gives you an opportunity to dive back into this in the 850 birds. 3v3 up in the top here as the jungle ganks come in. They're looking for the grab there, and it's already rework eSport Gear looking for the grab with the Darkrai.
Perfect Meanlet's going to be used by Boxer there, and they get out of there with the X speed. Otherwise, they would have realistically been looking at least a 2 KO for Skull, and that is not what you want for a central laner like Darkrai, as they are able to try and get into the central area of Italian Diff here. Wisely decides they don't want to wait too long as they go to grab their own farm.
Yeah, 20 seconds now till Reggie Drago comes in there. We have no vision on the central path there except for Darkrai, and no teams gearing up to go take it there. We have Boxer trying to stay alive on the top there, but massive points go in. 43 for rework eSport Gear. Italian Diff, big old goose egg.
Ooh, Bubble Beam's going to connect there onto the side of Brutal. It's enough for Rio to be able to get themselves back to their own pad. Reggie Drago is here. A stack goes in for Brutal, whilst Charmeleon is ready to roll. They're very close to being able to find that Charizard keep, raining down the damage now. Voxo does get another stack in, but it's Darkrai. Skull comes back into the lane and finds the KO onto the opposition central laner.
Oh, Darkrai is so nasty with that combination there. It is just so terrifying to see it come through. I mean, that is just so nasty there. And we able to see it get the secure on the Regidrago there. Italian Dip is trying to get this defense on there, but the Umbreon falls, and now we are getting caught out behind with the Lucario trying to go for a quick stack to get those attack weight stacks in the pocket.
Oh, Brutal's happy with finding some stacks. They would like to stay on their feet here, but it is going to be a hunt down from that dark Pokemon yet again as they're sent back to Nurse Joy. A rip on the Regirock comes in from eSport Gear instantly. They have let that bottom lane be controlled by Blastoise, and that's exactly what Frigo's going to do here. Regieleki taken by Italian Dip. Now they're going to put the pressure on. If they let this in, which is I think what they're going to do, that's not going to be an overcap. They do get the 5 in, and that is huge from Blastoise.
Yeah, that was pivotal to be able to get them off the pad there and to just allow the Regieleki to walk in. That 5 points in there puts it at an 8-point over in the bottom there, and it does open up a lot of experience for Rework Esport here to go in. Not that they really need it, because they're just helping themselves to the real estate, which is the Italian Diff's central lane.
Going to connect on the side of that snipe shot, but again, it's just how quick Skull's rotating around these lanes, and is so incredible to catch. They just go under that map, and they're quite happy sitting there waiting for a good approach. 6 minutes now in this game. No springboard yet for them to be able to push off. It looks like they're going to continue to push as we see Psyduck get that dunk into the T2. Brutal still looking for stacks here.
Yeah, we're going to be diving into Mega Lucario's now online. There we go. The Aura Cannon comes out there. And now we have the Mega Lucario here on the field. The first Mega Evolution to come out. We do have that Darkrai there being able to shove it down as Mewtwo Y is able to help cream the pivot with the Infinite Cyber.
Still trying to get a good aggressive game in his eSport Gear as they're in the central area of Italian Diff here. They are in the lead, but Italian Diff have done brilliant to catch up again, and now it's a tied game, buddy, as eSport Gear are going to push onto this pad, trying to get a 19 dunk in. E-Stack stops it right now. Frigo's already trying to deal with this Umbreon on the pad. They find the Lapras, and they will not let them go as they continue to push that T1. Charizard having to run away from this Empoleon, who continues to slice through them.
Yeah, but Empoleon's backing off there, so Charizard has an opportunity to get some scores in, get a little bit of farm, but it looks like they're going to base, get that HP back, probably the smarter play, go into the bottom pad or go to the top there, it doesn't matter, jump pads are up, they want that objective there, and it's going to be Regirock in the top there. Will Charizard make it in time as Regieleki's going to go play for the side of eSport?
I mean, they're still struggling to get onto this Inteleon, I will say, but they are doing so well at finding these objectives and pushing as a team. That will go in. They will get themselves at least a 30 overcap over that. 247 points to 152 now, but instead, we see another score in that top lane. It is so good for Italian Div to continue to answer these scores with their own and keep it a very close game.
They are indeed. On the scoreboard, they're very close there. On the levels, they're not lagging far behind either. Umbreon and Lapras being the lowest levels. Meanwhile, the rest of their carries starting to keep pace there. 10 on Inteleon, 12 on Lucario, and the Charizard as well, respectively. So when you got your brawlers into that, your level 12s, that's exactly what you want here. As we have the countdown slowly ticking away, getting closer to Kyogre.
Now they just don't have much experience to find on the map. They want to find each other to get that experience from. Good Mean Look comes through, but unfortunately they're found down here, and Mewtwo Y will take that KO. Lapras Express has to be used to get them out of that position. They're trying to see if they can come back onto Frigo here, and Brutal's going to let loose on the Mega Lucario. They find Darkrai. They're looking to see if they can take down Blastoise. Hydra Typhoon will keep them on the field for now, but they're up against the close combat here, buddy, and they're just going to take all of that damage and absorb it into their own HP bar. Right now, eSport Gear are falling one by one, and it's all off the back of this Mega Lucario with some snipe shots to boot.
Huge there for Italian Diff to be able to get that positioning in the bottom. This is now a 6-point game here with 51 seconds now until Kyogre spawns in. We do have 13 seconds until Regieleki hits the bottom there. 13 seconds until the Regiroulettes hit the top. Both teams have a decision to make. if they want to go for these objectives, because when they spawn in, you could be potentially giving up positioning into the pit.
Yeah, exactly, and that is not what you want to do, but if they can get a quick enough rip on this, they will be able to get there prepared, ready to go. It is going to be a Regice. That will be pretty good for that Mega Lucario, who already has brilliant sustain on the side of their close combat. Now they're going to be ready with the Mega for this final fight. I mean, they do need to wait a little bit. They're still waiting for it to come on. Same with the Seismic Slam on the side of Italian Diff. There is the Aura Cannon. As we see the Kyogre, when the Kyogre comes in, it's not game over, buddy. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. 247 to 241. Nobody knows who's in the lead. Both teams could just easily take it. We know Rework Esport Gear doesn't need to make the move, but they're going to look at the Italian Diff and say, you know what? We have to make a move. There's the Charizard there. We tried to grab him with the Darkrai. They're getting caught out and they're getting isolated in zone. Lapras comes in very quickly there with the Lapras Express. Goes with the huge surface. The Azure Spy Vision comes out. The Hydro Typhoon comes in. Infinite Cyburn comes through. And there we go. 1-2 KOs down there for the side of Italian Diff. And 3 and 4 come through. And number 5 on Umbreon. Complete team wipe as Rework Esport Gear turns on Kyogre.
Listen, there's a reason they're the #1 squad in this league so far. What has been working for them in this mid-season has been this fantastic frontline paired with that ranged attack. And yet again, Blastoise proving to be way too strong to break through with too much crowd control. We've got 55 seconds left here. The Charizard is going to pop their Unite move, but they can't do anything with it, Jonathan. With 45 seconds left, it looks like Esport Gear are going to be taking game 1.
Yeah, not enough time, not enough points, and most importantly, no buffs in the pocket there. That is going to be a rough gauntlet to run because they need 254 points to take the lead. Not a small amount indeed. They're looking to grab Skull there. They're like, listen, we're not going to win the game, but at the very least, we can take down somebody from Rework Esport Gear, and Skull just happens to be the victim. But no! Coming through, there's the Umbreon coming in with the instant Cyburn combo one.
Alrighty, so we know we're going to be going on to Groudon next, but right now, Esport Gear have managed to take the first game in this grand final. Italian Diff managing to keep it incredibly close until those final few moments, but the way that Esport Gear worked that final objective was perfection. Way too much frontline for them to deal with, and Ickless just cleans up.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to see that just come through as well. Skull was also incredibly detrimental to Italian Diff on there. Constantly whipping and dodging a lot of attacks, going into that Dark Pulse, hitting with those Shadow Hands, being able to grab and deal massive amounts of damage there to the side of Italian Diff. But Brutal was also being pretty brutal on those objectives there, getting some decent secures. Yampi coming in with 46k on those snipe shots that did connect there. But Keep with only 16k damage on that Charizard X, the lowest damage in the game, well, aside from Voxo and the Umbreon there, but that's your tank there. You need to go to the drawing board. You need to say, you know what, is the Charizard X the secret sauce that we need to make this work?
Yeah, this is why we don't see much of the Charizard X anymore. The issue is with the Charizard Pokemon is they take so much experience to get to that Mega Stage. Then you can use that Unite move and get something out of it. I do think the Charizard Y is stronger at the moment, but of course it was banned out. But I don't like them taking both Megas, buddy. I think Italian Div should have stuck with a plan of sticking with the one Mega. Brutal has been absolutely cooking on that Mega. Luca, give them access to more Pokemon that they're so comfortable on. We've seen them absolutely dominate on the side of these species. Talonflame especially, of course, it was banned out. But there's more that they can pick up to try and go for Ickless. That's how I think Italian Diff need to look in this next game.
Yeah, and here, this Blastoise was trying so hard to get away from the pad there. Italian Diff trying to keep them on there to break it, but Blastoise was just too strong. We have a nice rotation here from Rework Esport here, coming into the bottom lane, quickly picks Mikhail on the Inteleon, and going to be quickly fighting the rest of Italian Diff here as well as they try to further their lead. At this point, though, 152 to 152, the score is absolutely tied.
Yeah, it was so good. The second one team gets an advantage, the other one just comes back and bounces back big time. I mean, right now you see Esport Gear getting a huge advantage down in this bottom lane, but look at what Italian Diff is doing. Both of their mega Pokemon going into that top side, trying to see if they can secure that objective. Of course, it is taken by the opposition already, but then they want to continue to push. So these scores go in, but they just counter score, and that's literally all this game was.
Yeah, and that's all you need to do too. Like when it comes to that point, I mean, when it comes down to the Kyogre fight as well, you got a lot of brawling that you need to do. You got to secure a lot of good KOs there. The Blastoise gets put into the mean look there, and it just gets out on 1 HP in a dream, but not this time, says Italian Diff. They said, you know what, we're going to lock it down and take it out, and they take it out. They did.
I mean, literally 6 points between them right now, but this is a brilliant combo again. Look at the way that they just deal with this pressure. They pull out the full power Sai. That's going to reduce the damage coming their way from anyone that is hit within it, and they just get crowd control chained until next week on the side of Italian Diff. They can't use any of their moves because it is just from one crowd control to the other, to the other, to the other, and then they just clean them up, having that Empoleon in that fight as well, but it was crazy good from Esport Gear.
Yeah, and after that team wipe as well, Charizard X was also still had its Unite move in the pocket there. So that is not something you want to see happen coming into game number 2. You want to make sure that you are going to be able to utilize your Unite moves coming into this. But Charizard Y, Talonflame, Vaporeon, Tail is all the time, and then we're keeping these bands.
Yeah, so continuing that, we will say goodbye to Mew, Meowth, and Suicune with the other two bans here. Let's see if they want to stick with that on the side of Esport Gear, or whether they want to go for the pick. No, they will ban out the Suicune. Let's see if they want to do that on the side of Italian Diff. Blastoise, they recognize it, bro. They was like, we can't have this in this next game.
Yeah, I'm glad they were able to see it there, and they're going to be able to react on it as well. Get it gone, get it out of here, because it was just too strong. It was able to put up a lot of good defensive plays for the side of Rework Esport Gear. So that means the first pick is going to go to Umbreon, followed up by Mega Lucario and Mewtwo Y. This is a great pivot for Italian Diff.
Yeah, they really wanted to get that Mewtwo Y back to Gyampi. They're going to be so happy with that. I do want to see what Esport Gear do here, because they like to have those two very strong front laners for their ranged attack. Ickless will get access to this Miraidon. If you can't go Mewtwo Y, you're going to go Miraidon, or vice versa. So that's a huge pickup for Esport Gear.
Yeah, that's great as well. Psyduck coming in as well. E-Stark looking at that Crustle, being like, you know what? I think I can do this, but Crustle into Umbreon is always dangerous. You have the risk of losing a lot of the bulk on the shields that you provide, as Umbreon's going to steal it. You have less of an opportunity to bring in important items like Buddy Barrier, because Umbreon is just going to steal it. So yeah, taking Crustle into Umbreon is definitely a risky choice, but one Italian Diff says we can handle it.
Yeah, you got confidence in your players there, but it is a direct counter, so an interesting decision. Skull is going to pull out the Mimikyu. I was going to say, we have seen a lot of Mimikyu in these most recent weeks. Very strong Pokemon at the moment, and that is going to be perfect for trying to get onto Voxo and Gyampi there. And if Rio goes for Cypher as well, that's a lot of damage, but not as much frontline as we've been seeing from Esport Gear.
Yeah, but we're going to be locking in Italian Diff on that Blaziken there. So Blaziken's going to be a strong, secure option. Overheat, you can't underestimate that. So any objective that you're going to be seeing around, you got to watch out for Blaziken there. And you got to watch out for being low HP and KOs, because Blaziken loves to hide in bushes, pop that overheat, and just blast you into oblivion.
Yeah, I think this is the right approach for Italian Diff. They want to be taking more of those objectives. They want to be having a stronger team fight. They have a good amount of all-rounders that are really good. I mean, of course, they have lost the Unstoppable on the side of Blaziken, but what we are seeing is that it hasn't really made that much of a difference. It's still incredibly good at securing, incredibly good at keeping on its feet in these fights. So despite that Unstoppable being taken out, still one of the best all-rounders to be playing in this game.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I'm excited to see it come into it again, because it seems like Blaziken isn't so much as a priority these games anymore, and it's more of a pickup, like a game number 2, like, oh yeah, this guy exists, oh yeah, I remember playing it, I'm pretty good on it, really? All right, let's bring it in.
Exactly that. And when you have Brutal already on that Mega Luca, you have the secure that you're looking for. The difficulty is you've got to recognize whether that's going to be a Cypher or a Scizor, and you know that that Mimikyu is going to be jumping left, right, and all over Faya Sky Ruin. So you do have to make sure you're protecting Voxo and Gyampi here. But that is what a Crustle is there for as well, buddy. So here we go. This is game 2 of your grand finals. If eSport Gear win this one, they take the entire thing and stay strong on the top of that leaderboard.
Absolutely coming in there. So we're going to be seeing Scyther and Psyduck into the top there. Mimikyu going to be into the central path there. And instead of sending both carries into the central path like Supernova does, Italian Diff says only Blaziken needs to go in there.
This is going to be a tough bottom lane. Miraidon's pretty good at secure down here, and it doesn't take a lot of experience to get Umbreon onto the field. So that's got to be trying to capitalize on it as much as you can. Looks like both teams are just going to go grab their own farm.
Yeah, Voxo's going to be on the top there, and Brutal's going to be on those Natsus the moment they spawn. Psyduck goes in and manages to grab one there, but another two go to the side of Italian Diff. Scyther's going to get caught out there, so Rio's got to back up there, but the onslaught from Rework Esports Gear with the Mimikyu goes to the bottom as they pick up 1 KO and 2 for the Wombo Combo 2 KO streak.
I swear down, Mimikyu is one of the best Pokemon in this game right now. If you don't have any counters for it, it just decimates you. And of course, they don't have any in that bottom lane just yet. 51 unanswered points in this game so far as they try and grab this farm. But a quick rotation comes in from Frigo again, and Italian Diff don't get much.
No, not at all. But it's 51-0 here. Italian Diff has no points again. They've been in a situation like this before. They're used to it, but they're ready to go, and they're ready to send it up. There's the Rock Tomb from the Crustle. The Mimikyu's right on top of it as they're trying to allow Keep to find an opportunity to get in. Crustle's taken down. There's the Mimikyu starts to eat them, but they have to back off there because Mimikyu's just too strong. But here comes help from the Latias. Latias is just going to beat them even more and give them a little bit more HP back in the box.
Bro, Skull is like level 7 at the 8-minute mark. That is insane. Shadow Sneak connects yet again. Wisely decides not to go onto the Luca as they get themselves back into their lane. Regidrago is here. eSport Gear are finding all the levels in this early game as they have the assistance of Frigo, and that is a level 7 Mimikyu.
Yeah, there's something that sparked in Rework Esports here. They probably heard, wait, this is best of 3? Wait, one more and we're done? Lock in, go boys, lock in gals, because we gonna send this home because we got dinner dates we got to get to.
That is going to be a, pretty much nearly at their Unite move before the 7-minute mark on the side of Mimikyu. That is going to be crazy pressure for their team fights coming up. Right now, Italian Diff losing the point lead, losing the level lead. A brilliant push comes in from Frigo as they can't allow Italian Diff onto their pad, and it's a double KO for Ickless.
Another denial of some wild Pokemon there for the Italian Diff. They're on that Buskin, trying desperately to evolve into that Blaziken hitting online. All it needs is one spark of experience there, which they are going to get from a Baltoy from that central path there. But while they're doing that, that is going to leave Rework Esports here to try to collapse on the Regieleki, and they just said, nah, we're going to take the Regirock, and now we're going to take the pad. Now we're going to look for the Regieleki there as you guys are getting introduced to Umbreon and being distracted.
So they're going to go and grab whatever experience they can in the top lane for Italian Diff. They are so desperate for it, so that's the right call. They only have one Unite move, and it's not really a Unite move on the side of that Blaziken. 6:20, and we have Alecki pushing a T2 pad right now. We have Unite moves ready on the side of eSport Gear as they find a KO onto the Latias. There is no Miraidon here, so you won't have the Bright Future Meteor Storm to buy you the space that you're looking for, but eStar can't keep on their feet, and they're going to be able to push this Lecky into the T2 pad and take nearly a 200-point lead right now.
Scyther is in danger, though. They're trying to connect that 40 cap into there, and they do indeed get it. 14 points left on the pad there. That's a beautiful score to have on the T2 pad for the side of Rework Esports here. Very scary for the side of Italian Diff. Psyduck's taking a beating as we're looking to grab the KO here, trying to get some value out of this engagement, but Psyduck just won't go down.
I mean, if you're going to lose one Pokemon, you're happy it's your support. Brilliant Rock Tomb comes through here from E-Stark, but again, no team damage to handle the Mimikyu. Moonlight Prance will come through, and they're just going to find KOs left, right, and center as eSport Gear do take the Crustle. Brilliant maneuverability coming out from U2Y here as they manage to get away.
Different game coming into game number 2. Italian Diff just not able to find a way into this match. They don't have stacks. They don't have KOs. They're barely keeping up on the levels there as well. Level 10 on Blaziken and Lucario, but everybody else just too far behind. We're at 4-minute and 50 mark. Crustle still doesn't have its Unite move, nowhere close to it there. Latias just ticked into it as well, so Italian Diff is looking really rough. They're definitely a different team coming into game 2.
Yeah, they're trying their best to get back into this. Don't get much of an overcap in that. 93 points on the board now, though. But again, these team fights is where the difference is. Rubble Rouser will be used. They'll take all of that Bright Future Meteor Storm damage, but they found a KO onto that objective on the side of eSport Gear. E-Stack is taking so much pressure from eSport Gear there, and it does allow the rest of their team to get out of that lane.
Regieleki is now open for the taking there, but we're just going to leash it and bring it and let it go back, because once it goes back, it starts to reset. If you're not in position to take it, but you do want to waste some time, letting the objective reset is great, as the Miraidon takes down Blaziken, though. Latias, Mewtwo Y, soon to follow there. It's just Mega Lucario, Crustle, and a Dream as Mega Lucario goes in, but the Mimikyu says, come play with me! And he takes him down as the Charge Beam wears off, and the close combat's just not enough.
No, not when you're on your own against that damage from eSport Gear. The play with me from Skull already reducing what they could do, and that was going to be it. We do see Blaziken managing to keep up on these levels at least. They've hit level 12 now. Keep is trying to keep Italian Diff in this game, and it is still realistically going to come down to that final objective, although 200 points just over for eSport Gear in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely domination coming through here as well. This is going to be great for them to be able to set this up and get it done, because Rework Esports here is looking to close this out in a 2-0 set right now. 3 minutes left on the clock. That means 60 seconds until the Groudon spawns in as well. In Italian Diff, 305 to 93 with levels falling behind quickly. They don't have a level 13. They barely have level 11s.
And they've just used an eject button on the side of that Latias, so they won't have that coming in to this fight at the end, because it is a long cooldown. Won't be too far off though. E-Stack looks like they're going to go down here as well, as Mimikyu continues to be such a massive threat in this game, and Skull has absolutely cleaned up on it. They have 3 level 13s on eSport Gear here. Just Blaziken for Italian Diff.
All it takes is one steal to really take the game, though, from this. One steal from that Groudon could be the difference maker for Italian Diff to allow them to come back and claim the game and go to a game 3 and force us to Rayquaza. So 5 seconds left until Groudon spawns in, as we have Italian Diff looking to find a way into the pit.
Now it's Italian Diff's ball. They're the ones that are going to have to go, and they do. They go straight in with the Aura Cannon. They're ripping the objective. Beat Illusion Dive's going to come through here, but it is Cypher that finds the Mega Lucario. Groudon's going to be taken by eSport Gear. Miraidon with a double KO. Italian Diff hold up the white flag. Jonathan, Rework eSport Gear hold strong and stay on the top of this league.
Whoo! I mean, listen, when you have the Blaziken there behind you with that overheat, when you just gotta sometimes full send it. If you're not winning the team fights, just full send the rip, make it a flip, and when there's not a lot of secure options on the side of Rework Esports Gear, at least enough to contest the overheat there, yeah, I think it was definitely a good decision for them to go into that. Unfortunately, did not work out for them in the end, because Rework Esports Gear found the KOs and found the opportunity to get the last hit.
I mean, Italian Diff, they got 3 KOs in the entirety of that game. So did Beach. on the side of that side up for Esport Gear. Like, that was crazy. They were struggling in a lot of those team fights. And what is insane is that these two teams have already gone up against each other today here, Jonathan. It was Italian Diff that got the 2-1 victory over Esport Gear. Now it's Rework Esport Gear with a 2-0 victory and keeping themselves the number one team within this game. Look at the damage taken again on Icarus. The ranged attack has been insane in these sets.
Yeah, they absolutely have. Really good job there for the side of Rework Esport Gear. Rygo and Beach doing great jobs keeping their attackers safe and healthy. Minimal damage taken. But this set wasn't even close. From the word go, Rework Esport Gear was controlling the map the entire time. Keeping Italian Diff behind on levels, behind on points, and behind on pressure and map control.
Well, they made it a quick one. It felt like in that final few moments, Italian Diff had accepted we either get the rip or that's going to be it, and we accept that. They put up the white flag the second they saw that go over to Esport Gear. It is a crazy decision. I like it. They've got the Mewtwo Y, they've got the Mega Luca, very good for rip, but just not enough to deal with what Esport Gear were bringing anyway. What a set that ended up being. What a mid-seasonal this has ended up being as we have a look at the recap.
Yeah, Red Jalecki barreling down on the T2. You don't want this going in, but Rework Esport Gear says, you know what? This has got to go in. Mimikyu's popping off there. Scyther grabs the Crystal there. Goes in. Huge points raining in. 204 to 38. Now we come over here to the 5-minute mark. 245. We got a few more points in at the end there. Find the KO in the side up there. So momentum's shifting for the side of Italian Diff.
Yeah, they were trying their best to get back into it, but again, this is another example of how they just capitalize on positioning for Skull to come in and clean up. Again, off the back of Frigo on that Umbreon. This was Italian Diff's moment to get back in this game. They really do manage to find some KOs, get some points in, but as soon as Icarus drops that Bright Future Meteor Storm, it's very difficult for them to do much else. The way that they regroup on the side of Esport Gear is just incredible.
Yeah, they did a great job there. And a little bit of healing as well coming in from the side of the Reggie Rock. That's exactly what they needed. Going in for the full rip there, but the stun combos, 1, 2, 3, quickly felled. 4, and now they'll find 5 with the crown on buff. Rework Esport Gear was not messing around. They absolutely wanted to come in. They wanted to end this in 2-0 there. And they just said, you know what? Yeah, we got to go home. We're tired. We want this done. Let's 2-0 this and send it home. And that was their motivation. They were locked in from the word go. They had something driving them to really clutch out this 2-0 victory.
No, that they were. And I gotta say, huge shout out to every single team that brought us fire games today. It's been one of the craziest mid-seasonals I've ever taken part in. The bottom side of this league have done incredibly well here today, Jonathan. Phantom Forces did incredibly well. They got themselves to the semi-final. We've just seen Supernova get themselves to the losers final, and Italian Diff got themselves to the grand final. The lowest 3 teams in this league have been top in this mid-seasonal.
Yeah, and you love to see it too, because the points matter from this mid-seasonal going into the second half of the EULM. They're like, this is where you really want to shine. If you're not able to pick up sets and set wins in the into the main league there, into the main season, this is an opportunity to get yourself back on the leaderboard, back in position to start trying to get ahead there. And all these teams have shown them that they can be middle of the pack, top of the pack tier teams.
Yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed watching it as much as we've enjoyed casting it. I hope the teams have enjoyed playing it because they have brought some really electric sets to us. But of course, this is just the mid-season. We have more weeks to be bringing you chat. And of course, we'll have the final few moments later on in the year as well. We're not going to be back next week because it's a little thing called the European International Championships for Pokemon. EUIC will be kicking off. I will be there. So if anybody sees me, come say hello and take a photo if you so wish. Huge amount of thank yous to be given as we have a look at when the next round is going to be. The 22nd of February will be when round 5 kicks off. And as we have a nosy at it here, Jonathan, really electric setups that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, Rework Esport Gear going up against Team Int. Los Duros against Rework Esport Core. Phantom Forces into Italian Diff. Supernova into MTZ Esports. These are rounds I'm excited to see.
Yeah, they're going to be electric. Huge shout out to our observers here today, Bina and Shivam, our producer, the one-man army that is Shivam. Huge shout out to them. Our French stream was covered by Paulette, so a huge shout out to them. And massive, massive thank yous to Nightera for being here earlier. To you, Jonathan, for not only doing the early shift, but doing the late shift on the cast with me as well.
I mean, listen, it's early mornings with Hyde, and then it's late night madness. We love to see it. I get the best of both worlds. I get Nightera, and then I get Tano. I mean, listen, what more could a caster want?
100%. That's going to be it from us here, chat. So have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, and we will catch you on the 22nd of February for round 5. Catch you later, guys.
See ya!
over.